Noah Walker stands carefully on the roof of his house, takes a moment to ensure his balance, and removes the Yankees cap from his head to wipe the sweat off his brow under the scorching early June sun. He never minded roofing work, but it's different when it's your own roof, the place you're renting, and the only reason you're doing it is the landlord will take 6 months to get to it, and you're sick of water spots on the ceiling. He runs his hands through his thick, wavy hair. The Matthew McConaughey look, Paige calls it, noting that he has the physique to match. He's heard that comparison for years and never thought much of it. He never thought much of what anyone thought or said about him. If he did, he sure as hell wouldn't still be living in the Hamptons. He hears the crunch of car tires down the road, the hum of a powerful, well-maintained engine. The unpaved roads just off Sag Harbor Turnpike are uneven at best, sometimes bumpy and other times outright treacherous. Not like the roads by the ocean, by the 40,000 square foot mansions where the elite like to summer. Not that he should bitch too much about the blue bloods, he makes twice as much from May to August, doing their bidding, as he does the rest of the year combined. He fixes what they need fixed. He digs what they need dug. He stomachs their condescension. Paige, he says to himself, even before her black-on-black Aston Martin convertible pulls into his driveway and parks next to his 19-year-old reconstructed Harley. She's not being discreet. She should probably be more careful. But back here in the woods where he lives, people don't mingle with the wealth, so there's no real danger of this getting back to Paige's husband, John Silsman. It's not like his neighbors are going to run into Paige's husband at some high society event. The closest people like him have ever come to a tuxedo is watching penguins on the Discovery Channel. Same zip code, different world. Paige floats out of her convertible with the same grace with which she always carries herself. Noah feels the primal yearning that always accompanies the first sight of her. Paige Salzman is one of those people for whom beauty is effortless, a privilege, not a chore. In her white hat and polka dot dress, one hand holding the hat in place in the wind, she looks every bit the Manhattan socialite Scheisse, but she hails from upstate originally and has maintained a sense of proportion and humility. Paige. There's something refreshing about her. She is a natural beauty, with her shiny blonde hair and killer figure, her softly upturned nose and stunning hazel eyes. But it's not just her looks. She has a sharp wit, the ability to laugh at herself, the manners of a well-raised girl. She's one of the most sincere and decent people he's ever known. She's pretty good in bed, too. Noah climbs down the back and meets her inside the house. She rushes to him and plants her lips against his, her hands on his bare chest. I thought you were in Manhattan, he says. She gives him a mock pout with those juicy lips. That's not much of a greeting, mister. How about, Paige, I'm so very thrilled to see you. I am thrilled. And he is. He first saw Paige 3 years ago when he was cleaning the gutters once Salzman estate. Her image lingered with him long after. It was only 6 weeks ago that the stars aligned. The prospect of Paige has always been both exhilarating and terrifying. Exhilarating, because he never met someone who could light that flame inside him quite like she can. And terrifying, because she's married to John Salzman. But all that can wait. The electricity between them is palpable. His big rough hands trace the outline of her dress, cup her impressive breasts, run through her silky hair, as she lets out gentle moans and works the zipper on his blue jeans. I'm going to leave him, she says to him between halting breaths. I'm going to do it. You can't, says Noah. He'll kill you. She lets out a small gasp as Noah's hand reaches inside her panties. I'm tired of being afraid of him. I don't care what he, oh, Noah. He lifts her off her feet and they bump against the front door, pushing it closed with a thud, a sound that seems to coincide with a similar sound, another door closing outside. Noah carries Paige into the family room. He lays her down on the rug and rips her dress open, buttons flying, and brings his mouth to her breasts, then slides down to her panties. A moment later, her underwear has been removed and her legs are wrapped around his neck, her moans growing more urgent until she is calling out his name. He moves upward and works his jeans down, freeing himself. He braces himself over Paige and gently slides inside her, her back arching in response. They find a rhythm, first slow and then urgent, and the sensation courses through Noah, the intensity building, a dam about to burst, then he hears another door closing. Then another. He stops, suddenly, and raises his head. Someone's here, he says. Noah pulls on his underwear and scrambles to his haunches, staying low. Are you sure your husband? I don't see how. She doesn't see how. John Salzman has endless resources, more money than some small countries. He easily could have tailed someone like Paige, who is far too innocent to notice something like that. Noah takes one deep breath, his heartbeat slows and his veins turn icy. He finds his jeans on the floor and fishes the knife out of his back pocket. Go upstairs and hide, he tells Paige. I'm not going anywhere. He doesn't bother to argue the point. Paige wouldn't listen, anyway. And besides, they're not here for Paige. They're here for him. Noah hears movement outside, not voices and nothing deliberate, which makes it worse, they aren't announcing themselves. He stays low and slips out of the living room, but not before catching a glimpse through the window of bodies in motion, some rushing around the side of the house, others toward the front door. A small army is descending on his house. And he has nothing but a roofing knife. In the hallway now, he faces the front door. There is little point in hiding. If he hid, they'd find him, and they'd be braced for action when they did, the guns poised, fanned out in some defensive formation. No, his only option is to get them when they come in, when they think they're sneaking in a lover's tryst, when they think Noah won't be ready for them. Surprise them, hurt them, and escape. He hears the back door slam open at the same time that the front doorknob turns slowly. Theory coming from both directions at once. He has almost no chance. But he has nothing to lose, he figures, as he tightens his grip on the knife. He moves one leg back, like a sprinter locking into his blocks before a race, ready to spring toward the front door with his knife, as the doorknob completes its rotation, as his pulse drums in his throat, as the front door pops open. He lunges forward, ready to sweep the knife upward. A woman, a redhead dressed in blue jeans and a flak jacket, a gun held at her side, a badge dangling from a lanyard around her neck, a badge. He tries to halt his momentum, falling to his knees, sliding forward. The woman spins and kicks up her leg, and Noah sees the treads of her shoe just before impact. His head snaps back from the kick. His body arches and his head smacks the floor, stars and jagged lines dancing on the ceiling. Drop the knife or I drop you, she says evenly. STPD. Noah blinks hard, his heartbeat still hammering. STPD. The police. Toss the knife, Noah, says the red-headed cop as several other officers flood in behind her. Jesus, okay. Noah drops the knife to the floor. Blood drips into the back of his mouth. A searing pain shoots through his nose and eyes. Don't move. The other officers yell at Paige. Hands in the air. Don't hurt her. Noah says. She didn't do any. Noah, you resist me again and I'll put you in the hospital. The redhead puts her foot on his chest. Despite his predicament, and the pain drumming through his head, and the fear gripping his heart, Harry just as this cop for the first time, her striking ice blue eyes, her shiny red hair pulled back, her confidence. What is this? He manages. His initial reaction of relief, nobody's going to kill him, is short-lived, especially with the crew of cops flooding in from the back now. 10 officers, he guesses, all wearing bulletproof vests and heavily armed. Why? You don't have the right to do this. Paige shouts from the other room. It comes out as Haycroast, half lecture, the kind of thing a person with money would say, someone who doesn't shrink in face of the cops like others might. About the only thing Noah can see, through his blurred vision, is the female cop staring down at him. He's in his underwear, flat on his back with her foot on his chest and a pretty good sheen developing from the kick to his face. But hearing Paige's cry sets off something within him. This is my home, he hisses, his hands forming into fists. You have a problem with me, knock on me door and tell me. We have a problem with you, Noah, she says. Feel better. Noah's eyes catch Detective Isaac Marks, whom Noah has known for years, going back to school days. Marks doesn't give much of a reaction, save for a small shrug of one shoulder. The redhead orders Noah to roll over. She cuffs him and yanks him to his feet. The sudden movement, coupled with the concussive effects from the kick to his face, leaves Noah's legs unsteady. This is ridiculous, he says. Does drive. Redmond say I took his Rolex again. Tell him to look in couch cushions. It wouldn't be the first time one of the gazillionaires misplaced something and accused the help of pilfering it. A movie producer once had Noah arrested for stealing his golf clubs, only to realize later he'd left them in the trunk of his car. And do you think you brought in the cops? Is that why you rushed me with a knife? Asks the redhead. Because you thought I wanted to question you about a watch. He knows this isn't about a Rolex. Noah recognizes the voice before he sees Langdon Jameswagger into the house. He's been the chief of the Southampton Town Police Department for over 15 years. His jowls now hang over his collar, his belly over his belt, and his hair has gone completely grey, but he still has the baritone voice and thick sideburns. What the hell is the chief doing here? Detective Murphy, the chief says to the redhead, take him to the station. I'll handle the search of his house. Quote. Will someone tell me what's going on? Noah demands, unable to conceal the fear choking his voice. Be happy to, says the chief. Noah Walker, you're under arrest for the murders of Melania Phillips and Zachary Stern. Quote. The funeral for Melanie Phillips is heavily attended, filling the pews of the Presbyterian Church and overflowing onto Main Street. She was all of 20 years old when she was murdered, every day of which she lived in Bridgehampton. Poor girl, never got to see the world, though for some people, the place you grew up is your world. Maybe that was Melanie. Maybe all she ever wanted was to be a waitress at Tasty's Diner, serving steamers and lobster to tourists and townies and the occasional rich couple looking to drink in the local environment. But with her looks, at least from what I've seen in photos, she probably had bigger plans. A young woman like that, with luminous brown hair and sculpted features, could have been in magazines. That, no doubt, is why she caught the attention of Zach Stern, the head of a talent agency that included A-list celebrities, a man who owned his own jet and who liked to hang out in the Hamptons now and then. And that, no doubt, is also why she caught the attention of Noah Walker, who apparently had quite an affinity for young Melanie himself and must not have taken too kindly to her affair with Zach. It was only 4 nights ago that Zachary Stern and Melanie Phillips were found dead, victims of a brutal murder in a rental house near the beach that Zach had leased for the week. The carnage was brutal enough that Melanie's service was closed casket. So the crowd is due in part to Melanie's local popularity, and in part to the media interest, given Zach Stern's notoriety in Hollywood. It is also due, I am told, to the fact that the murders occurred at 7 Ocean Drive, which among the locals has become known as the Murder House. Now we've moved to the burial, which is just next door to the church. It allows the throng that couldn't get inside the church to mill around the south end of the cemetery, where Melanie Phillips will be laid to rest. There must be 300 people here, if you count the media, which for the most part are keeping a respectful distance even while they snap their photographs. The overhead sun at midday is strong enough for squinting and sunglasses, both of which make it harder for me to do what I came here to do, which is to check out the people attending the funeral to see if anyone pings my radar. Some of these creeps like to come and watch the sorrow they caused, so our standard operating procedure to scan the crowd at crime scenes and funerals. Remind me why we're here, Detective Murphy, says my partner, Isaac Marks. I'm paying my respects. You didn't know Melanie, he says. True enough. I don't know anyone around here. Once upon a time, my family came here every summer, a good 3-week stretch straddling June and July, to stay with Uncle Langdon and Onslow. My memories of those summers, beaches and boat rides and fishing off the docks, end at age 8. For some reason I never knew, my family stopped coming after that. Until 9 months ago when I joined the force, I hadn't set foot in the Hamptons for 18 years. I'm working on my suntan, I say. Not to mention, says Isaac, ignoring my remark, that we already have our bad guy in custody. Also true. We arrested Noah Walker yesterday. He'll get a bond hearing tomorrow, but there's no way the judge is going to bond him out on a double murder. And might I further add, says Isaac, that this isn't even your case. Right again. I volunteered to lead the team arresting Noah, but I wasn't given the case. In fact, their chief, my aforementioned Uncle Langdon, is handling the matter personally. The town, especially 30 millionaires along the beach, just about busted a collective gut when the celebrity agent Zach Stern was brutally murdered in their scenic little hamlet. It's the kind of case that could cost their chief his job, if he isn't careful. I'm told the town supervisor has been calling him on the hour for updates. So why am I here, at a funeral for someone I don't know, on a case that isn't mine? Because I'm bored. Because since I left the NYPD, I haven't seen any action. And because I've handled more homicides in 8 years on the force than all of these cops in Bridgehampton put together. Translation: I wanted the case, and I was a little displeased when I didn't get it. Who's that? I ask, gesturing across the way to an odd-looking man in a green cap, with long stringy hair and ratty clothes. Deep-set, creepy eyes that seem to wander. He shifts his weight from foot to foot, unable to stay still. Isaac pushes down his sunglasses to get a better look. Oh, that's Aidan Willis, he says. Works for the church. Probably dug Melanie's grave. Looks like he slept in it first. Isaac likes that. Seriously, Murphy. You're looking for suspects. With all you know about this case, which is diddly squat, you don't like Noah Walker for the murders. I'm not saying that, I answer. You're not denying it, either. I consider that. He's right, of course. What the hell do I know about Noah Walker or the evidence against him? He may not have jumped out at me as someone who'd just committed a brutal double murder, but when do public faces ever match private misdeeds? I once busted a second-grade schoolteacher who was selling heroin to the high school kids. And a teenage volunteer who was burning the corpses in the basement of the hospital. You never know people. And I'd known Noah Walker for all of 30 minutes. Go home, says Isaac. Go work out, already did this morning. Or see the ocean, I've seen it already. It's a really big body of water. Or have a drink. Yeah, a glass of wine might be in my future. But first, I'm going to take a quick detour. A detour that could probably get me in a lot of trouble. Langdon James closes his eyes for just a moment and raises his face to the sun shining down one's backyard cocktail party. In these moments, with a slight buzz from the gin and the elite of Southampton surrounding him, he likes to pretend he is one of them, one of the socialites, the mega wealthy, the trust fund babies and personal injury lawyers, the songwriters and tennis pros, the TV producers and stock speculators. He is not, of course. He wasn't born with a silver spoon, and Hugh is always more street savvy than book smart. But he has found another route to power, through a badge, and most of the time, that is enough. There are at least 100 people in the sprawling backyard, most of them blue bloods, all of them here to support the re-election of Town Supervisor Dawn McKittredge and her slate, but really here to be seen, to eat elaborate hors d'oeuvres served by waiters in white coats and talk about their latest acquisition or conquest. They don't live here year-round, and the only relevance the governing authorities of the town hold for them is the rare zoning issue that may arise, water rights, land use, and the like, or in Chief James's case, the occasional drug bust or DUI or dalliance with prostitutes from Sag Harbor. Nice day, Chief. Langdon turns to see John Salzman. He's had a place on the ocean in Bridgehampton, a tiny hamlet incorporated within Southampton, for over a decade now. Salzman made his money in hedge funds and now spends half his time in DC and Albany, lobbying legislatures and cutting deals. His net worth, according to a New York Post article Langdon read last year, is upwards of $500 million. Salzman's on his third marriage, to the lovely Paige, and what appears to be his third or fourth Scotch, judging from the slurring of his words. He's wearing a button-down shirt with the collar open and white slacks. He is overweight, with a round weathered face and a full head of hair if you count the toupee, one of the better ones Langdon has seen, but still, don't these guys realize everybody knows? John, says the chief. I understand Noah Walker is in custody, says Salzman, as if he's commenting on the weather. I understand you were there, personally. I was. The chief takes a sip of his gin. No lime, no tonic, no stirrer. To all appearances, he could be drinking ice water, which is the point. I saw the police report, says Salzman. What was in it, and what was not? His wife, he means. The chief didn't mention Paige in the police report, thus concealing her presence from the media. John Salzman probably thinks he did it to curry favor, but he didn't. There was no need to include her. She had nothing to do with the arrest, other than being a bystander. But if Salzman sees it as a favor, well, there are worse things. It's not a well-kept secret that you have your eyes on the sheriff's job, Chief. Langdon doesn't answer. But Salzman is right. The Suffolk County Sheriff is retiring, and it would be a nice cap-off to Langdon's law enforcement career. Salzman raises his glass in acknowledgement. Ambition is what makes the world go round. Its fact drives men to excel at their jobs. I always try to do my best, says the chief. And I try to reward those who do. Salzman takes a long drink and breathes out with satisfaction. If Noah Walker is convicted, I'll consider you to have excelled at your job. And I'll be eager to support your next endeavor. Are you familiar with my fundraising efforts, Chief? It so happens that the chief is. But he doesn't acknowledge it. I can raise millions for you. Or I could raise millions for your opponent. And who would my opponent be? The chief looks at Salzman. Salzman shrugs and cocks his head. Whoever I want it to be. He taps the chief's arm. And do you know who else is familiar with my fundraising efforts? Our town supervisor. Your boss. Chief James takes another sip of his gin. Would that be a threat? A threat? No, Chief. A promise. If Noah Walker goes free, there will be people in this community, maybe I'll be one of them, who will call for your head. John Salzman is not known for his subtlety. When you're worth $500 million, you probably don't have to be. So if Noah is convicted, the chief is a lock to be the next sheriff. If Noah walks, the chief can kiss his current job, and any future in law enforcement, goodbye. Noah Walker is going to be convicted, says the chief, because he's guilty. Of course he is. Salzman nods. Of course. This conversation should be over. It never should have started, but it should definitely end now. A guy like Salzman is smart enough to know that. And yet Salzman hasn't left. He has something else to say. There's a new officer on the case. He asks. A woman. The chief whips his head over to Salzman. Your niece, says Salzman, clearly pleased with himself for the knowledge he's obtained, and happy to throw it in the chief's face. Jenna Murphy. Jenna's not on the case, says the chief. She handled the arrest, that's all. I only mention it because I understand she had some issues with the NYPD, says Salzman. The only issue she had is she's an honest cop, Langdon snaps. Truth is, the day she arrived, she was the best cop on our force. She's as smart as they come, and she's tough and honest, and shouldn't put up with corruption she found in Manhattan. She wouldn't go along with dirty cops, and she wouldn't look the other way. Salzman nods and purses his lips. It's not her case, John, says the chief. Salzman appraises the chief, looking him up and down, then square in the eye. I just care about the result, he says. Make it happen. Make sure Noah Walker goes into a very deep hole. Or there will be consequences. Noah Walker is going into a hole because he's guilty, says Salzman. Yes, I know. I know, Lang. Just don't forget this conversation. You want me as a friend, not an enemy. Quote. With that, John Salzman makes his exit, joining some acquaintances under the shade of the tent. Chief Langdon James watches him leave, then decides he's had enough of this party. As the funeral for Melanie Phillips ends, I say goodbye to my partner, Detective Isaac Marks, without telling him where I'm going. He doesn't need to know, and I don't know if he keeps the information to himself. I'm not yet sure where his loyalties lie, and I'm not going to make the same mistake I made with the NYPD. I decide to walk, heading south from the cemetery toward the Atlantic. I always underestimate Thedestans to the ocean, but it's a nice day for a walk, even if a little steamy. And I enjoy the houses just south of Main Street along this road, the white-trimmed Cape Cods with cedar shingles whose collar-shave grown richer with age from all the precipitation that comes with proximity to the ocean. Some are bigger, some are newer, but these houses generally look the same, which I find comforting and a little creepy at the same time. As I get closer to the ocean, the plots of land get wider, the houses get bigger, and the privacy shrubs flanking them get taller. I stop when I reach shrubbery that's a good 10 feet high. I know I found the place because the majestic wrought iron gates at the end of the driveway, which are slightly parted, are adorned with black and yellow tape that says "Crime Scene Do Not Cross." I slide between the gates without breaking the seal. I start up the driveway, but it curves off to some kind of carriage house up a hill. So I take the stone path that will eventually lead me to the front door. In the center of the wide expanse of grass, just before it slopes dramatically upward, there is Asmol's stone fountain, with a monument jutting up that bears a crest and an inscription. I lean over the fountain to take a closer look. The small tablet of stone features a bird in the center, with a hook beak and a long tail feather, encircled by little symbols, each of which appears to be the letter X, but which upon closer inspection is a series of crisscrossing daggers. And then, kaboom! It hits me, the rush, the pressure in my chest, the stranglehold to my throat. I can't breathe, I can see, I'm weightless. Help me, somebody please help me. I stagger backward, almost losing my balance, and suck in a deep, delicious breath of air. Wow, I say into the warm breeze. Easy, girl. Take it easy. I wipe greasy sweat from my forehead and inhale and exhale a few more times to slow my pulse. Beneath the monument's crest, carved into the stone in a thick Gothic font, are these words: Cecilia, oh Cecilia, life was death disguised. Okay, that's pretty creepy. I take a photo of the monument with my smartphone. Now front and center before the house, I take my first good look. The mansion peering down at me from atop the hill is a Gothic structure of faded multicolored limestone. It has a Victorian look to it, with multiple roof lines, all of them steeply pitched, fancy turrets, chimneys grouped at each end. There are elaborate medieval-style accents on the facade. Every peak is topped with an ornament that ends in a sharp point, like spears aimed at the gods. The windows are long and narrow, clover-shaped, with stained glass. The house is like one gigantic, imperious frown. I've heard some things about this house, read some things, even passed by it many times, but seeing it up close like this sends a chill through me. It is part cathedral and part castle. It is a scowling, menacing, imposing structure, both regal and haunting, almost romantic in its gloom. All it's missing is a drawbridge and a moat filled with crocodiles. This is 7 Ocean Drive. This is what they call the murder house. This isn't your case, I remind myself. This isn't your problem. This could cost you your badge, girl. I start up the hill toward the front door. I'm transported back hundreds of years, to a time when you rode by horseback or carriage, when you lived by candlelight and torches, when you treated infections with leeches. When I close the front door of the house at 7 Ocean Drive, the sound echoes up to the impossibly high, rounded ceiling, decorated with an ornate fresco of winged angels and naked women and bearded men in flowing robes, all of them appearing to reach toward something, or maybe toward only another. The second anteroom is as chilling and dated as the first, with patterned tile floors and more of thatched, Old Testament ceilings, Antique furniture, gold-framed portraits on the walls of men dressed in ruffled shirts and long coats, wigs of wavy white hair and sharply angled hats, formal wear, circa 1700. The guy who built this place, the patriarch of the family, a guy named Winston Dahlquist, apparently didn't have a sense of humor. My heels echo on the hardwood floor as I enter the airy foyer rising up 3 stories to the roof. Every step I take elicits a reaction from this house, fleeting coughs and groans. "Hello," I say, like a child might, the sound returning to me faintly. The stairs up to the 2nd floor are winding and predictably creaky. The house continues to call out from parts unseen, aches and hiccups and wheezes, a centuries-old creature drawing long, labored breaths. When I reach the landing, it seizes me again, stealing the air from my lungs, pressing against my chest, blinding me. "No, please. Please, please, stop." High-pitched childlike squeals, uncontrollable laughter. Please don't do this to me." I grasp the banister so I don't fall back down the stairs. I open my eyes and raise my face, panting for air, until my heartbeat finally decelerates. "Get a grip, Murphy." I pass through ornate double doors to the 2nd floor hallway, where Thesmel greets me immediately, the coppery odor of spilled blood, the overpowering, putrid scent of decay. I walk along a thick red carpet, the walls papered with red and gold, as I approach the bedroom where Zach Stern and Melanie Phillips took their last breaths. I step onto the dark hardwood floor and look around the room. Gold wallpaper is everywhere. Against one wall is a king-sized canopy bed with thick purple curtains and sturdy bedposts. The bed is dressed in a purple comforter and ruffle with velvet pillows, some of which are still on the bed, some of which lie on the floor. The dark wood dresser holds 2 pewter statuettes that were probably bookends for the thick volumes of short stories that also now lie on the floor. The statuettes, as well as an antique brass alarm clock, are knocked to the side on the dresser. Opposite the bed, made of wood that matches the dresser, is a giant armoire. And in the far corner of the room, south of the armoire and west of the dresser, is the bathroom. I remove copies of the crime scene photos I Xeroxed from the file. Zachary Stern was found lying face down on the floor, his head turned to the right toward the door, his feet pointed toward the bed. Beneath him was a pool of blood and other bodily excrement from the horrific stab wound to his midsection. Several of his fingers were crushed as well. Melanie Phillips was found by the armoire opposite the bed, the back of her right hand touching the armoire's leg. She was lying on her stomach like Zach, her head to the left, her eyes open and her mouth frozen in a tiny O. She was stabbed more than a dozen times, in the breasts and torso and then in the face, neck, back, arms, and legs. Now back to the scene. The comforter on the bed has been pulled back on the left side, showing a large blood pool where Zach was first stabbed while lying in bed. There is blood spatter on the wall behind the bed, and a thick sea of blood embedded in the floor where he died. There is blood spatter in the armoire and all over the nearby floor where Melanie lay as she died. 2 more facts. Judging from the fresh semen found inside Melanie and on Zach's genitalia, it seems clear that the 2 of them had had sexual intercourse not long before they were killed. And as of now, barring DNA testing that is still pending, there is no physical evidence putting Noah Walker in this house, no fingerprints, no carpet fibers, no shoe or boot prints. And now the theory the STPD and the district attorney are running with: Noah was obsessed with Melanie. He somehow learned of her affair with Zach and followed her here. We don't know how he got in. The front door should have been locked, and no damage was done to it. In any event, he lay in wait until they had completed their sexual intercourse, when they were relaxed, when the guard was down, to spring into the room. Noah surprised Zack in bed, plunging his knife into Zack's chest and dragging the blade downward, causing a vertical cut of roughly 5 inches, tearing open the esophagus and stomach. At this point, Melanie, who was in the bathroom cleaning up, came out. Noah subdued her by the dresser, knocking over the books and alarm clock and stabbing her multiple times in the breasts and torso before throwing her to the floor by the armoire, where he continued to stab her from behind, slitting her cheek and ear and neck and then her back, arms, and legs. He then returned to Zack and threw him out of the bed and onto the floor, stomping on and crushing some of Zack's fingers in a blind rage. I moved to the corner beyond where Zack's body was found and squat down, trying to get the angle right and using the photos to make sure I'm accurate. Where Zack would have been lying on the floor, with his head to the right, his sideline travels beyond the edge of the bed to the armoire. I repeat the same exercise from Melanie's vantage point and get the same line of vision from the opposite end. I remove my compact from my purse and squat down by the leg of the armoire that Melanie's right hand touched. I curl the compact under the armoire and around the leg so I can see the back of it. As I thought, the wood is abraded, scraped and cut. 10 minutes later, I'm walking on Ocean Drive toward Main Street, on my cell phone with Uncle Lang. Melanie Phillips was handcuffed to the armoire's leg, I say. He made her watch the whole thing. This wasn't an act of blind rage, Chief. This was a calculated, well-executed act of sadism. Quote, I get back to my car and drive to see the chief, who is away from the office this afternoon. Didn't even tell him he has the day off, because he'll spend a half hour explaining that the chief of police never has a day off. My uncle lives on North Sea Road in a 3-bedroom cottage set back from the road and flanked with well-manicured shrubbery that always reminds me of a defensive military formation. The front door is unlocked and open. It smells like it always smells in here, musty guy scent, dirty socks and body odor combined with the latest fast food takeout he ate. A bachelor pad, ever since Aunt Chloe left him 2 years ago. On my way to the back porch, I detour to the kitchen, open his fridge, and peer inside. Cartons of Sheena's takeout, half a Subway sandwich in its wrapping, a 12-pack of Budweiser with 3 cans remaining, a long stick of summer sausage, a pizza box shoved in the back. Oh, yes, and then a tall plastic container of sliced fruit that's packed to the rim, and a batch of veggie lasagna, still in the shrink-wrapped casserole dish, with only one square cut out of the corner. I find Uncle Lang out back, sitting in a chair overlooking his lawn, a water sprinkler doing its thing, the air steamy as a sauna. Lang is wearing a button-down shirt and slacks and decent loafers. I'd forgotten he had that fundraiser earlier today. Here, Missy, he says to me. His eyes are small and red. The glass of gin in his hand isn't his first of the day. He probably drank gin at the fundraiser and pretended it was ice water. I kiss his forehead and sit in the chair on the other side of the small glass table, the one holding the bottle of Beefeater. You haven't touched the fruit I cut up for you, I say. And the veggie lasagna. What's the deal there? You preserving it for posterity? He sips his gin. I don't like spinach. I told you that. Yeah. I turn to him. And what's your excuse for the fruit? He waves me off. I don't know, it's mushy. It's pineapple and melon and cantaloupe. You like them? Well, it's mushy. That's because you let it sit there for a week. I cut it up a week ago and you didn't touch it. No tone piece. I whack the back of my hand against his shoulder. Ow. Don't hit me. I'll hit you if I want to hit you. You're like a child. You're like a little kid. That spinach lasagna is delicious. Then you eat it. Hopeless, I say. You're hopeless. You know your doctor's appointment is next week. You think. Dr. Childress is going to say, "Congratulations, Chief, a month of eating meatball sandwiches and free chicken and French fries did the trick, your cholesterol has plummeted." Lang pushes the empty second glass over toward me and gives me a crosswise look. "Don't think I don't know what you're doing, Missy. I'm looking out for the well-being of my only living family." "No, you're deflecting. You call me up and tell me you've been to the crime scene, which you know you're not supposed to do, since this isn't your case, so you try to put me on the defensive about me eating habits." I pour myself a glass of gin. "One won't kill me. 10 gets you 20 that the abrasions on Theomoir's leg came from a handcuff. He made each of them watch the other die, I say. I mobilized Zach and he handcuffed Melanie to the armoire. He made them watch each other bleed out. Jenna, this guy knew what he was doing, I say. He stabbed Zach in a place where he wouldn't die instantly. I mean, he could have sunk that knife into his heart, or slit his throat. Instead, he stabbed him in a place that would cause incredible pain and a slow death. And when Zach made any feeble attempt to raise himself up, he stomped on his hands. And he did the same thing to Melanie. Every time she tried to move, he stabbed her. She kicked her legs, and he stabbed her in the calf. She raised a free arm, and he stabbed her in the triceps. Jenna, these were sadistic, brutal torture murders, I say, not crimes of passion committed by Agilist lover. Crimes of passion can be sadistic, Jen. Do you really think if Noah was in love with Melanie, he'd watch Zach have sex with her first? Why wouldn't he rush in while they were in the heat of it? Hey! The chief shouts. Do I get a word in here? I've heard enough. There is protocol, and there is a chain of command, and nobody breaches that in Southampton. If you think just because you're my niece, of course I don't think that. And I'm just trying to help, you're not helping. You're not helping at all. The chief coughs into his fist, his face turning red. He needs to take better care of himself. I can make all the heart-healthy meals the culinary world has to offer, but I can't make him eat them. I can tell him to walk a couple of miles a few times a week, but I can't walk them for him. He ignores every bit of advice I give him. He openly defies me on a daily basis. So why do I love this grouchy old man so much? Why am I not helping? I ask. Lang polishes off his glass of gin and composes himself. Because Noah Walker confessed, Hezzies. I draw back. He confessed. The hotshot from NYPD doesn't have all the answers, does she? Lang pours himself another inch of gin. He confessed this morning. So don't you go writing up a report that I'll have to show a defense lawyer. Not when this thing is tied up in a bow. Noah confessed, I mumble, raising the glass to my lips. I'll be damned. Quote. Noah Walker is guilty, and Noah Walker confessed, he says. So do me a favor and move along. Quote. The dive bar is aptly named, dark in every way, from the dim lighting to the oak furnishings, with the Yankees on the big screen, mirrors behind the bar sponsored by various breweries, and nothing but some fried appetizers on the menu for those who dare eat. But the people are friendly and laid back. It's a place to disappear, and disappearing sounds good to me at the moment. It started as a glass of wine, and then it became 3, and I'm thinking it's 5 now. Once I started, I couldn't think of a good reason to stop. This place is locals only, tradesmen and laborers and the occasional cop, which I prefer, because it's high season in the Hamptons and all the money's in town. Not that I don't enjoy seeing men with cardigans tied around their necks and women with so much work done on their faces that they've begun to resemble the Joker. Just not on my day off. And not after the day I've had, making a jerk out of myself in front of my uncle, the guy who gave me a second chance. I should stop drinking. My thoughts are swimming and my mood is darkening. I'm still not sure Amade the right move, coming to the Hamptons. I could have found something else to do in Manhattan, or I could have tried to find another big city and start over, even if I had to start at the bottom rung again on patrol. But my uncle the chief made me an offer, and nobody else was knocking down my door. Shit, I say, the word slow and heavy on my tongue. I check my watch, and it's nearing 6 o'clock in the evening. I haven't eaten anything since breakfast, and my stomach is hollowed out and churning. Some might argue that's an apt summary of my life, too. Whatever, man. Whatever. You know I'm good for it. How long I been comin' here? The small outburst comes from the guy at the end of the bar, whom I've managed not to notice since he've been here. Or maybe he just arrived. My brain isn't hitting on all cylinders right now. He's dressed the same way he was today at Melanie Phillips's funeral, a dark t-shirt that I might otherwise use to wipe my kitchen counter, a green ball cap turned backward, his long, straw-like hair popping out on both sides and covering his ears. Jerry, I say to the bartender. That's a good bartender name, Jerry. Put his beer on my tab. Jerry, a portly guy with a big round head and a green apron, gives me a crosswise look. I nod and he shrugs, pulling on the lever to fill Aidan Willis's mug with a Budweiser he couldn't afford. Aidan's deep-set eyes move in my direction. He doesn't say anything. There may be a glint of recognition, if he noticed me at the cemetery. My biggest flaw as a cop is my bright red hair. When I was undercover for a year and a half and didn't want to be memorable, I dyed it black. I go back to my Pinot, trying to remind myself that I'm off duty but wondering if Aidan the cemetery caretaker will come over. When I glance back up a few minutes later, Aidan is still looking at me, his beer untouched. He doesn't acknowledge me in any way, just stares with those raccoon eyes. But even his stare isn't really a stare. His eyes move about, wandering aimlessly, always returning to me but never staying on me. My cell phone buzzes, a text message. 10 minutes away. Are you at home? The message reads. My hesitation to respond surprises me, but there it is. Always trust your gut, my father used to say. Sometimes it's all you have. Well, Pop, I had a gut feeling about Noah Walker, and look where that got me. I type in the address of the bar and hit send. I look back to the corner of the bar, where Aidan's mug remains full of beer, but Aidan himself is gone. I'm into my next glass, which now puts me at about 5 too many, if anyone's counting, when the door of the place pops open and a lot of people's chins rise. I don't even need to turn around to Novitz Matty, who would stick out in this place like an oil stain on cotton. A moment later, an arm comes over my shoulder and playfully around my neck. His cologne greets me next, before his face is against mine. This is where I'm supposed to swoon with unbridled delight. Hey, gorgeous. What's with the depressing bar thing? Matty Queenan is a Wall Street investor with a job I can't really describe because I've never really understood all the financial hocus pocus these guys pull. All I really understand is that it's a game without rules. You pick a winner for your clients, then bet on them to lose behind their backs, and if everything goes to shit, the little guy will get screwed but the government will bail you out. Want a drink? I asked Matty. Here. No, let's go someplace decent. I look at Jerry, who pretends he didn't hear what Matty just said. Seriously, Murphy. This place is a dump. I'm going to need a tetanus shot. Keep your voice down. I'm standing now, whispering harshly in his ear. People can hear you. You're being rude. He takes me by the arm, but I pull away. Jerry, I say, I apologize for my rude friend, and please buy everyone around on me. I slap a 50 on the bar, having already paid for my other drinks, and get some applause for the gesture along with some hard stares in my boyfriend's direction. I hear my cell phone ring in my purse, but I'm too hacked off to do anything but storm out of that place, Matty not far behind. What's with the arsehole routine? I say to Matty as soon as I'm back in the sweltering heat outside. What's with being half in the bag before I show up? What's with hanging out in a seedy dive like that? I turn to look at my boyfriend of 11 months, the first 2 of which we spent together when I lived in the city, the last 9 of which have been long distance. I probably am a little tipsier than he should be, but he didn't even call and let me know he was coming until a few hours ago, when he was already on his way. That's Matty for you, always on his own schedule, just assuming I'll drop everything and jump into his arms when he shows up. Okay, to be fair, it's not like I was working on my doctoral thesis or trying to end world hunger when he called. I turn back to him. Matty looks like a Wall Street guy even when he dresses down, in an Armani sport coat, silk shirt, and expensive trousers, with Ferragamo shoes that would consume an entire paycheck of mine, his long hair slicked back. He's got the looks, no doubt. His confidence, more than anything, drew me to him when we met, guess where, at a bar in Midtown. Don't get me wrong, he says, moving to me. I like you when you're tipsy. I push his hands away. Those people in there are nice folks. You insulted them. He thinks for a moment, then puts a hand on his chest. Then I will march back in there and give a bar-wide apology. Will that make Jenna happy? He doesn't wait for an answer, instead raising her arm and checking his watch. I just decided something, he says. I guess I'm supposed to ask what? A few one-liners leap to mind. I just decided that this place is bad for you. You don't belong here. Just seeing you in the bar seals it. You need the city, kiddo. This place is depressing you. Manhattan would depress me, I say, even though in some ways, there's no place I'd rather be. There's no place like it in the world. But I got to know it through a cop's eyes, and seeing it otherwise would be like a cruel joke every day. Well, we need to figure something out, he says as we reach his Beamer, fire engine red with a beige interior. This commute is a bitch. It'll be better after Labor Day, when the Rockefellers and Vanderbilts take off. Talk about depressing, he says as he uses his remote to pop the locks. Summer's the only time this place is interesting. Hey, he says as I open the passenger door. Hey what? He nods at me. Are you going to change? We're going to Quist. For the first time, I take an inventory of myself. I'm wearing a sleeveless white blouse, blue jeans, and low heels. But even the nicest places, and Quist is the nicest, a hotel restaurant opened by summer celebrity chef, have a pretty relaxed dress code in the summer. Let's swing by your place, he says. Wear that lavender dress I bought you. Then you'll be turning heads. But I won't turn heads in this. He chuckles at his faux pas. Come on, you know what I mean. We're going to a 5-star restaurant. You really want to look like that? I hike my purse back over my shoulder and remember my cell phone, the call I missed a moment ago. I pull out my iPhone and see that the call came from Uncle Langdon, which I really should change to Chief James now. Taking another look at my phone, I see that the chief actually called me twice, once a minute ago and once 24 minutes ago. Still standing outside the car, I dial him back. Jenna Rose, he answers, the only person who's ever incorporated my middle name when addressing me. The only one who's lived to tell about it, anyway. I was about to give up on you. How can I help you, Chief? Were you looking for my recipe for grilled asparagus? It's not that hard. Just grill the asparagus. No, Missy, not just now. You wanted to work a homicide, right? I spring to attention. Yes, sir. Absolutely. Then get your butt in gear, detective, he says. You just got a homicide. One you may never forget. Quote. It's my job. It's not like I have a choice, I say to Matty, his knuckles white on the leather steering wheel of his Beamer as we drive along the back roads. A woman was murdered. It can't wait until after dinner. She'll still be dead. I close my eyes. You didn't really just say that, did you? The back roads are narrow and winding and unforgiving, 2 lanes at best, with no shoulders. Driving them in the dark is even worse. But without the back roads, the locals in Bridgehampton will collectively commit suicide during the tourist season, when the principal artery, Main Streeter, if you prefer, Montic Highway, is clogged like a golf ball in a lower intestine. I passed up Yankees tickets on the third baseline, he says. Sabathia against Beckett in Gaiman. I know. I watched it in the bar. Sabathia got tagged for 6 earned runs in 5 innings. It's my job, I say again. What am I sup? No, it's not. What do you mean, it's not? Not tonight it's not. We find our destination, lit up by the STPD like a nighttime construction job, spotlights shining one scene deep within the woods. The road has been reduced to 1 lane by traffic cones and flares. Matty pulls up, puts it in park, and shifts in his seat to face me. Don't act like you have no choice. There are detectives on duty right now. You're not one of them. You didn't have to take this assignment. You wanted it. I pinch the bridge of my nose. Sorry about your Yankees tickets. Jenna, come on. I step out of the Beamer and flash my badge to the uniform minding the perimeter. I dip under the crime scene tape and watch my step as I walk through the woods, with their uneven footing and stray branches. It's a large lot, undeveloped land full of tall trees, with a for sale sign near the road. Whoever did this picked a remote location. Isaac Marks approaches me. Brutal, he says. Come on. I follow him through the brush, my feet crunching leaves and twigs. The guy who owns this lot found her, he says. Nice old guy, late 70s. He was stopping by for some routine maintenance and heard a swarm of insects buzzing around. I slow my approach when I see her. It's hard to miss her, under the garish lighting. She looks artificial, like a museum exhibit, woman in repose, except in this case, it would be more like woman with a tree stump through her midsection. Jesus, I mumble. The woman is naked, arms and legs splayed out, her head fallen back, as she lies suspended several feet off the ground, impaled on the trunk of a tree that has been shaved down to the point of a thick spear. Technicians are working her over right now, photographing and gently probing her. The insects buzzing around her are fierce. She's suffered some animal bites, too. That, plus the look of her skin, gives me an approximate window on time of death. She died. Maybe 1-2 days ago, I say. Isaac looks at me. Very good, detective. At least that's what the ME is saying at first glance. Onto 2 days. That's a significant difference, 1 versus 2 days. Yeah. Why? 2 days ago, I say, Noah Walker was a free man. But 1 day ago, we took him into custody, and he couldn't have done this. You're connecting this with Noah Walker. Isaac gives me a crosswise glance. This is nothing like those murders. I move in for a closer look at the victim. This nameless woman, hardened and discolored now, with the ravages of nature having taken their toll, is hard to categorize. I'm thinking she's pretty young, from the bone structure and lithe build. Early 20s, maybe, what appear to be nice features, and beautiful brown hair hanging down inches from the grass. She was pretty. Before some monster impaled her on a wooden spear like a sacrificial offering to the gods, this woman was pretty. No ID yet, says Isaac. But we have a missing persons from Sag Harbor that we think will check out. If it does, then this is. He flips open a notepad and holds it in the artificial light. Bonnie Stamos. Age 24. Couple of arrests for take a wild guess. She was a working girl. Not terribly surprising. The clients are prostitute serfs come in all shapes and sizes, but it's like I felt when I was on patrol, approaching a car I just pulled over, you're never really sure what's waiting for you. This is totally different than what we found on Ocean Drive, Isaac says. Those were a bloodbath. This thing is. What? Posed, I guess. Dramatic. Like some ritual thing, some ancient Mayan ceremony. How do you connect these two crimes? I squat down next to the tree stump and gesture at it. See the side of the tree and the surrounding grass and dirt. I see blood everywhere, if that's what you mean. Exactly, I say. Blood everywhere. Her heart was still pumping. That's how I connect these crimes. Not following. She was still alive when he did this, when he impaled her on the tree trunk. I stand back up and feel a wave of nausea. The symbolism was incidental, a means to an end, I say. He wanted her to die a slow death, Isaac. He wanted her to suffer. Quote. The chief has the porch light on for me when I walk up the steps to his house. The squad car that drove me here idles in the driveway. The door is open, and Uncle Lang has a bottle of gin and 2 glasses on the kitchen table. Dirty dishes are piled high in the sink just as they were earlier today, with evidence of meal choices, remnants of dried catsup or smears of brown gravy, a bit Offenburger. The floor could use a good wash, too. The clock on the wall says it's almost 2 in the morning. My uncle doesn't look well. He's gained a lot of weight since Aunt Chloe left him 2 years ago. His face is splotchy, broken capillaries on his prominent nose, his eyes rimmed with heavy bags. He's wearing a wife-beater t-shirt that accentuates his added poundage, tufts of curly white chest hair peeking over the top. You don't look good, he says to me. I kiss him on the forehead before I turn to the refrigerator. I was just thinking the same about you. Still drinking, I see. I take another glance into his refrigerator. The fruit container still hasn't been touched, but a second square is missing from the pan of spinach lasagna. I look back at him with an eyebrow raised. See? He says. I listen to you. Yeah. I take a seat across from him. And if I look through your trash, will I find an square piece of lasagna, without a bite taken? Now you've insulted me. I'm insulted. That's not a denial. But I can't spend every waking moment hectoring him. I'm serious, though, Uncle Lang says. You look worn out. Are you still having nightmares? I shrug. It's been a thing, since I returned to Bridgehampton. Usually they come at night, the sensation of choking, the terror, the desperate cries. What happened to me today, at 7 Ocean Drive, was the first time it ever happened during daylight. Lang pours me an inch of gin and slides the glass across the table. Maybe you never should have come back here. The thought has crossed my mind. It leads to another thought. Why did my family stop coming here when I was a kid? I ask. The chief shrugs. A story for another time. So there's a story. Something happened. Lang casts a fleeting glance at me, then deflects. Did you move the body tonight? I nod. We had to cut the tree from underneath her. Didn't want to separate her from the trunk yet. Never know what forensics might pick up. Good. Good that you moved her. I don't need to see photos in the patch tomorrow. This is a dead hooker, detective. Not a dead hooker who was split in half on a tree stump like some human shish kebab. Understand me. A dead hooker, to the media. That's it. Just another hooker adiost in Thehamptons. That's a one-day story. A one-day story. Appearances. Politics. There's an election coming up, and the town supervisor is already feeling heat from the Zaxter, Melanie Phillips murders. Another sensational murder would just add pressure. It's good police procedure, too, not mentioning gory details to the press. In Manhattan, that plan never worked, the NYPD leaked like a colander. But here, it might. Your case has nothing to do with Noah Walker, Lang says. Oh, Isaac, you little shit. Talk about leaks. No wonder the chief wanted to meet me tonight. Isaac must have sneaked away from me in a free moment and called him. So now I know where his loyalties lie. That little twerp. Too early to tell, I say. The chief casts his eyes in my direction. He takes a sip of Beefeater and lets out a breath. A few hours ago, you thought Noah was an innocent man, wrongly accused. Now you like him for the carnage in the woods, too. I don't like him or dislike him. Not yet. But it's possible the prostitute was killed while Noah was still a free man, not yet in custody. I'm just playing all the angles. That's what I'm paid to do. He makes a noise as he finishes another sip. No, you're paid to do what I tell you to do. I'm a detective, I say. Once in a while, I try to detect. The gin is sharp on my tongue, hot down my throat, leaving a delicious citrus aftertaste. Tastes better than it should. I take the bottle and pour myself another. Let me ask you a question, Chief. He shows me a wary look but doesn't speak. Why did we go in so hard on the arrest? What do you mean? He pours himself another drink. When we arrested Walker. The SWAT team. The automatic weapons. We were braced for a firefight. Noah didn't have any weapons. The chief's jaw tightens, but he doesn't make eye contact with me. Missy, you're lucky you're my favorite niece. I'm your only niece. Don't fuck with my case, Jenna. He slams down his glass. I've got Noah Walker dead trites. I need that solved. I've got orders from on high. You start tying this dead hooker murder in with it, then we have to turn your report over to Walker's lawyer, and he'll play with that window of time, maybe 2 days, maybe 3, maybe Noah was already in custody when the hooker got hers, and suddenly Clarence Darrow is saying that one person did both murders, and that one person couldn't have been Noah Walker. And what if that's true? My uncle gives me a look that I remember seeing as a child, that look an adult gives when a kid is being adorably precocious, a combination of pride and annoyance. But in this case, the annoyance is outweighing the pride. Stay away from Noah Walker. Don't make your case something it's not. Just another hooker adios in the Hamptons, right? I push myself out of the chair. I'm not going to do it. I'm following the leads wherever they go. You don't like it? Relieve me. The chief looks exhausted. He gestures toward me, the sign of the cross, absolution from a priest. You are hereby relieved of any responsibility for the dead hooker in the woods. That's bullshit, Lang. With the back of my hand, I whack my glass off the table, smashing it against the sink. Yeah. You wanna go for a suspension, too? Sure. Great. You're suspended without pay for a week. Only a week. I yell, lost in my rage now, spinning out of control. Fine, then, a month. How about dismissal? You want me to can you? The chief rises from his chair, directing a finger at me. And before you answer that, Missy, remember that being a cop is all you know. And I gave you a second chance. You'd think that would buy me just a little bit of loyalty from you, but oh, no. I shake my head, fuming. I can't believe you just said that. He waves me away with a hand. 1 month suspension, detective, effective immediately. Now get out of my house. Quote. For the first time in over a week, he breathes fresh air, he walks in grass, he wears his outclothes, he sees the sun, not over a concrete wall for 1 hour a day but out in the open. Noah Walker takes a moment to savor it before he steps into the minibus that will transport him to the train station for passage from Riverhead to Bridgehampton. When he's home, he first takes a shower, no fancy shower head or immaculate tub, but at least a healthy flow of water, without mold on the fixtures, without raw sewage bubbling from the drain, without having to look over his shoulder to wonder whether he was going to have an unexpected visitor. The biggest problem with Suffolk County Jail in Riverhead was the temporary nature of it all. Nobody in Riverhead had been convicted of a crime. If they had, they'd be in prison. Riverhead was just a pre-trial holding facility for people with unaffordable bail or no bail at all, and thus there was nothing in the way of remedial programs or education, no recreational facilities, no pretense of nutritious meals. It was just walls, a handful of books, a chaplain on Sunday, shit for food, and an overpopulation of pissed-off detainees. He met someone inside, a guy named Rufus, who'd been in county lockup for over 4 years waiting for his trial. None of that for Noah. He's demanded a speedy trial, his constitutional right. He can't stomach that out of waiting months, even years, wondering. Out of the shower, hair dripping wet, feeling warm and refreshed, he picks up his cell phone and hits the speed dial. Are you out? Paige says breathlessly when she answers. I'm out, he says, thanks to her, and the checking account that bears only her name, that her husband doesn't control. I'm home now. I can. I'll be there as soon as I can. He feels a rush, a longing for her, tempered with fear. Oh, you sure? What about, I don't care. I'll figure something out. I'll tell him something. I don't think he knows about us. He's never said a word, he knows about us, Noah says. Of course her husband knows. That has to be what's going on here. John Salzman is a man of boundless influence. Influential enough to snap his fingers and have someone thrown in prison. Noah's no expert on backroom deals, but he doesn't doubt it. Well, I'm coming. I can't wait to see you. Me too. Noah closes his eyes. Just be careful, he says. Noah's toes curl into the moist sand. He looks out over the Atlantic, black and restless in the dark, the post-rain breeze brushing his face. This is what freedom feels like, he thinks. This is what he missed the most. He hears the familiar hum of the Superior engine approaching. He stands and sees her Aston Martin pulling up in the lot. She pops out of the car and forgets to close the door. Noah is already running toward her. No, he thinks, she is what I miss the most. I can't believe it, she manages as he scoops her up in his arms. She wraps her legs around him and grips his hair. Their mouths press against each other, more of a smash than a kiss. His body is charged with electricity. I didn't kill those people, he whispers. You don't need to say that to me. Of course I know that. Paige strokes his face. What can I do to help? Do you need money for a lawyer? A private detective? You can't do that, Noah says. John will, I don't care about John. You need someone on your side. I'll do whatever I have to do. I won't let you go through this alone. Tell me what you need. I just need you. That's all I need right now. Noah draws her close, breathes in her fresh strawberry scent, takes in the warmth of her body. As long as he holds her, which could be 5 seconds, could be an hour, there is no criminal indictment, there is no prospect of life in prison, there is only Paige, the woman he loves, the woman who loves him. And then he hears another vehicle approaching. Noah raises his head. The beach had been empty, thanks in part to the lateness of the hour but more so to the rainfall an hour ago. The approaching SUV is not familiar to him. It stops in the middle of the small parking lot that serves as the end of Ocean Drive, positioned so that its headlights are trained on Noah and Paige. Noah walks around the Aston Martin to stand between the headlights and Paige, a protective gesture. Well, shit, timing sure is everything, isn't it? Says Detective Isaac Marks, getting out of his vehicle. Another case of coitus interruptus. What do you want now? Noah's hands curl into fists. He moves toward Isaac. Easy, son, easy. Son. Noah's always hated how cops talk to him, the condescension. But especially from Isaac Marks, who was the same year as him at Bridgehampton, and their history, and now he's calling Noah's son. What a difference a badge can make. Just stop right there, Noah. I wouldn't want to interpret your movements as a threat. Then I'd have to violate you, wouldn't I? Send you right back where you came from. Isaac nods in Paige's direction. Of course, I could violate you right now for public indecency. Noah, fuming, stands his ground. How much he'd love to wipe that smirk off Isaac's face. But that will be giving the cop exactly what he wants, to haul Noah back to Riverhead. Who's your friend? Asks Isaac, moving around Noah, shining his maglite in Paige's direction. Is that the same little honey from when we busted you? What an asshole. He knows very well it's Paige. This whole thing is because of Paige. It has to be. This has to be John Salzman's doing. What do you want, Isaac? That's Detective Marks to you. This is harassment. Paige shouts. We're not hurting anybody, we're not doing anything indecent at all. The only indecency here is the police harassing an innocent man. Don't you have anything better to do with your time, detective? Lady, let me give you a piece of advice, says Isaac. I know it's fun to slum it once in a while and fuck the hired help, but your stallion here, turns out he's a vicious killer. Now, I don't know how in glorious hell he came up with the cash to bond himself out, but you better believe we're going to watch every move he makes, and we're not going to let him be alone with another woman after what he did to that waitress. I don't know what's going on here, Paige says, frustration overtaking her composure. But Noah is innocent, and it would be nice if the police department spent its time searching for a killer instead of following around someone who's out on bail. You're a real feisty one, lady, you know that. Isaac shows her his teeth. All the same, if we see you two together again, Noah gets violated and heads back to jail. He turns to Noah. That's simple enough for you to understand, Mr. Walker. See, lady, Noah here, he didn't do so well in school. Oh, you want to talk about school? Noah approaches Isaac. For a moment, it's like they're back in the playground, two kids, not a cop and an accused felon. You want to talk about old times, Isaac? Because I've got a lot of stories. You wanna tell her how you got your nick? That's enough, boy. Isaac raises a finger. One more word, and it's back to Riverhead. Yorkois. Noah sucks in a breath. There's nothing he can say. There, that's better, says Isaac. Mrs. Salzman, you should be getting along now. Say goodbye to the Hamptons until next summer. Noah, he'll be at Sing Sing by then, but I'm sure you can find another boy toy, some gutter cleaner to pass the time. With that, Paige breaks down, into tears and gasping breaths. Isaac swings his SUV in a three-point turn and drives away. Don't worry, I'll think of something, Noah says, holding Paige, touching her wet face. I'll think of something. And then, just like that, like the snap of a finger, he does. No, please don't make me, I don't wanna, childish giggles, pressure on my throat, darkness, then light, a bird, an angry bird with a hooked nose, standing upright, please don't make me. I wake with a gasp, my head coming off the pillow, sucking in air, the sounds of giggling and desperate cries slowly fading, the pressure removed from my chest, hands no longer gripping my throat. Shit. My breathing finally slows. The clock says it's 2 minutes to 7. Who needs an alarm clock when you have nightmares every day? I grab my iPhone and scroll through photos, spotting the picture I took of that little monument on the lawn at 7 Ocean Drive, that grey and black bird with the hooked beak and long tail feather. Yep, that was it, the same one from the nightmare. Great. I shower, eat some toast and fruit, and chug 2 glasses of water to work off my hangover, courtesy of the 2 bottles of wine Matty and I had last night as a send-off, my last night of forced vacation before I resume my job. Matty is long gone, having left my apartment around 5 this morning to head back to Manhattan. I have a brief memory of his aftershave and a kiss goodbye. I go to work for the first time in 30 days. I feel like a tourist stepping onto foreign soil, the uncertainty of it all, especially of the reception I'll get from the natives when I show my face. The Southampton Town Police substation in Bridgehampton is not exactly an intimidating place, nestled in the corner of an outdoor shopping mall called Bridgehampton Commons off Main Street, filled with chain shops like The Gap, Staples, Panera, a King Cullen grocery store, Victoria's Secret, and yes, A Dunkin' Donuts, I know, the jokes write themselves. The black patrol vehicles park in the south corner next to a row of tall recycling bins for clothes and shoes. I park my beater in the back and walk into the substation, my bag over my shoulder and a general weariness in my gut. I get some mock applause from a couple of detectives who welcome me back after my 1-month vacation. Isaac Marks isn't there, the weasel. He probably has his nose up Thechif's ass right now. Somebody tidied up my desk during my absence. Not that there's much to it, other than a photograph of my parents, and one of my brother, Brian. There was a particularly nice shot of the entire family with Uncle Langdon and Aunt Chloe at Coney Island that I used to have on my desk at NYPD, but I didn't want to emphasize the familial relationship here, with my uncle being the top dog. There's some resentment already, some whispers of nepotism about my hiring, though nobody could accuse the chief of favoritism after my suspension. Chief wants to see you, Murph. One of the administrative assistants, Margaret, drops a bunch of papers on my desk, mail and assorted paperwork. The chief's here. Lang doesn't usually spend time at the substation, generally working out of headquarters on Old Riverhead Road. When I enter his office, he seems to be expecting me, wiggling his fingers for me to come in and pointing to the seat opposite the desk while he finishes up a phone call. He finishes barking out directions to one of his deputies before hanging up and looking me over, a hand straying over his mouth. Sit, he says. I'm fine standing. He folds his hands together. When an uncle tells his niece to sit, she can say she's fine standing. But when the chief tells one of his detectives to sit, she sits. And right now, detective, I'm your chief. I look away, biting my tongue. He's right. Whatever else, he's right about this. I take a seat. At least you didn't quit, he says. I thought you might. I toss my shoulders, like the statement is irrelevant. I'm not going to quit. That's the one thing I learned from the month I spent in Matty's condo in Greenwich Village, dining out and going for long runs, sleeping in and watching old movies, catching some theater and Yankees games. I love living in Manhattan, but I love being a cop more. And if I lose this job with the STPD, nobody will ever give me another chance. Lang riffles through some paper on his desk. There's a joint task force tracking heroin coming out of Montic. You're joining it today. My mouth comes open, but I don't speak. Look, it's not like I'm too good to work narcotics. My last assignment with the NYPD was working undercover on a major heroin ring. But I volunteered for that, because undercover work was a new challenge, and I'd come from robbery homicide. Your basic narcotics task force, that's below my experience level. It's a clear step backward. And Thechif, my dearest uncle, would know that better than anybody. Yes, sir, I say. Anything else? That's it. I nod and push myself from the chair. When I reach the doorway, he calls out to me. I turn back and look at him. I'm having a salad for lunch today, he says. And I've been walking 1.5 miles every day for the last 2 weeks. I don't smile. I'm not going to give him the satisfaction. Why would a detective care what her chief has for lunch? Or what his exercise regimen is? He winks at me without smiling. You're still my favorite niece. I'm his only niece. But I won't take the bait. Don't worry, your favorite niece still loves you, I say. But your favorite detective still thinks you're a horse's ass. Quote. The Supreme Court of Suffolk County is back in session, calls the bailiff. People versus Noelle Walker. Noah shakes his head quietly. He hates it when they announce the case name. It's hard to feel like you have a fighting chance when it's the entire state of New York against you. And his full name? Nobody's ever called him Noah Lee. It makes him sound like a presidential assassin or a mass murderer. He's probably starting to look like one, too. In the 3 months since his arrest, Noah has not cut his hair, which was on the longer side to begin with. Now it falls in waves around his unshaven face. USA Today was the first to use the nickname Surfer Jesus, but now even the Times and Nancy Grace have adopted it. Mr. Akers. The judge, an intimidating, steely-faced, silver-haired man named Robert Barnett, looks over his glasses at the prosecutor, Assistant District Attorney Sebastian Akers. Akers is a Talman with thick dark hair and the clean-cut good looks of a varsity quarterback or presidential candidate. But it's not just his looks, his presence, too, the confidence, the performance adrenaline. He's a man who seems to grow a few inches, whose voice lowers an octave, as he stands before a courtroom bursting at the seams with spectators and reporters. May it please the court, Akers says, buttoning his suit coat and positioning himself before the box. 15 sets of eyes, 12 jurors and 3 alternates, are fixed on the prosecutor. Melanie Phillips was one of ours, born and raised in Bridgehampton. She didn't graduate at the top of her class and she hadn't yet attended college. But she had dreams. At age 20, she worked day shifts at a seafood hut and took drama classes at night to realize that dream, the dream of becoming an actress. It may have been unrealistic. Sometimes dreams are. But this is America, and we all have the right to pursue our dreams, don't we? But Melanie never got that chance. Her life, her dreams were cut short when she was brutally murdered, stabbed and slashed over and over again in Arundel House by the beach 3 months ago. Akers sits on that thought a moment, shaking his head with sadness. Zachary Stern, he says, and the jurors pop to attention again. Long time ago, Zach had the same dream. He was an actor. Never made it big, but did it for years, a few commercials here, a couple of television appearances there. And when he finally realized that being a movie star wasn't in the cards for him, he decided to help other people fulfill their dreams. He became an agent, one of the most successful in Hollywood. And one day, while vacationing in the Hamptons, he met Melanie Phillips. He was going to sign her. Would he have made Melanie famous? Maybe. But we'll never know. Because Zach was murdered along with Melanie. Akers turns sideways, so that the jurors can clearly see Noah at the defense table. Akers turns his head toward Noah and raises his arm. That man, Noah Lee Walker, says Akers, jabbing his finger at him, savagely killed Melanie Phillips and Zach Stern in a fit of rage, in the most brutal of ways. Sliced them open and left them for dead. Noah shakes his head and locks eyes with the jurors. His defense lawyer said not to respond, Trollope composed and dignified, but he can't listen to that accusation without responding. It was a crime of passion, a crime of rage, says Akers. A crime of jealousy. You see, Noah Walker was in love with Melanie. He didn't want to lose her to Zach Stern or to Hollywood. No, if you try to leave Noah Walker, this is the price you pay. Akers nods to his assistant, who pushes a button. Noah's lawyer had argued desperately to keep this out of the trial, but the judge ruled against him. The slideshow that pops on the screen shows crime scene photographs of Melanie, close-ups and full body shots, her vacant eyes staring into space, her mouth barely open, a dozen cuts from a knife, some of them deeper, some superficial. The photos of Zach Stern aren't much better, perhaps less graphic but still horrific. The jury recoils at him, audibly gasping and murmuring. Then the screen goes blank. Akers walks over to the witness stand. You will hear from people who knew Melanie and Noah. They will sit in this chair and they will tell you about that relationship. They will tell you about Noah's obsession. They will tell you that Noah couldn't bear the thought of losing Melanie, that he was insane with jealousy. Akers walks over to the evidence table and lifts a bag. You will hear expert testimony that this knife was stained with the blood of Zach and Melanie. And you will hear from Chief of Police Langdon James that he found this knife under a heating duct in Noah Walker's kitchen floor, along with a charm necklace that Melanie had worn around her neck every day of her life since she was 6 years old. Akers takes a moment, waiting for his conclusion. And you will hear something else from Chief James. You will hear testimony that Noah Walker confessed to these murders, that when his guard was down, he admitted killing Melanie and Zach and explained exactly how he did it. Akers turns again and points at Noah. We will prove all of this to you, ladies and gentlemen, that much I promise you. And when this trial is over, we will ask you to give Melanie and Zach the only thing that you can give them now, justice. We will ask you to return 2 verdicts of guilty of murder in first degree against Noah Lee Walker. In 10 minutes, Akers has summarized the whole thing in a way that makes Noah look obviously guilty. Akers has horrified them with the gruesome photos and appealed to their sympathy with that talk of Hollywood dreams dashed. Hell, he's even made that bloodsucker Zach Stern sound like as well guy. Noah sees it in the jurors' eyes, the way they follow the prosecutor as he returns to the defense table, the way they stare in Noah's direction with contempt. He's going to need a miracle. Remy Handleman, the bailiff calls out into the hallway, summoning the prosecution's first witness. Remy Handleman enters the courtroom and takes the witness stand. He is wearing a suit, but no tone that he's worn before. The jacket hangs limp over his shoulders and the collar is too wide. Remy's probably never worn a suit in his life. After he takes his oath, he runs a hand over his oily hair and fidgets in his chair, his hands likewise unable to find a comfortable place to rest. The behavior of a liar, a bad one, at least. Mr. Handleman, says the prosecutor, buttoning his coat at the podium, is your appearance heritoday pursuant to a subpoena? My appear, Remy looks down at himself. Somebody said I should wear a suit. Is that what you mean? Despite his predicament, Noah can't help but feel for Remy, who's too dim to understand why everyone's chuckling in the courtroom. Remy first came to Bridgehampton when Noah was a 7th grader. He was one of those needy kids who wanted everyone to like him and could never understand when they didn't, and never stopped trying. Noah tried to befriend him, even defended him a couple of times from playground beatings, but Remy never quite fit in. He smoked a lot of weed and sold some, too. He was known to the STPD long before they first busted him selling oxy behind a diner off the turnpike about 4 years ago. Mr. Handleman, were you acquainted with the deceased, Melanie Phillips? Yeah, I knew Melanie. I go into Tasties for steamers, maybe a couple times a week. Tasties was the restaurant where Melanie waitressed. Aha, yes. Take us back to the first weekend of June this year, Mr. Handleman, says the prosecutor, Akers. Thursday, June 2nd. Did you go into Tasties that day? Yeah, I did. I had lunch there. Who waited on you that day? Melanie did. Did you see the defendant there on that day, at that time? Yeah. Remy nods at Noah. Noah was there. He was, like following her around. Melanie was doing her waitressing duties, and Noah was following her around. Yeah. Did you hear them speak? Yeah. Melanie was like, leave me alone. And Noah was like, give me another chance, I love you, stuff like that. Quote. Akers nods with grave importance, as if the witness has just said something brilliant. Remy is anything but. But he's not so stupid that he couldn't recognize a deal when it was offered to him. 3 months ago, the STPD busted him for the second time for selling oxy, and the second bust was likely to mean serious prison time. It was awfully convenient, then, that he just happened to have information that would help the STPD solve one of the biggest murders the region had ever seen. Suddenly an 8-year sentence is pleaded down to 20 months, all because of his testimony today, his assistance in a high-profile double murder trial. The defendant told Melanie he loved her. Yeah. And he asked Melanie to give him another chance. Yeah, he said, give me another chance. And she said it was over. She said it was over. The prosecutor leans in, like the testimony is just getting interesting. Did the defendant say anything else that you heard? Yeah, he said, you don't just walk away from me. He, grabbed her when he said it. He grabbed her where? By the arm. She dropped a dish when he done it, too. He grabbed her arm and said, you don't just walk away from me. Right. And this took place just 2 days before Melanie was found dead. Yeah, it sure did. Sebastian Akers shakes his head, as if he's hearing this testimony for the first time and can't believe how damning it is. No further questions, he says. Week 2 of the Noah Walker murder trial. My first day attending, but it's packed wall to wall, as it's apparently been every day since it began. The Suffolk County Sheriff's Office has started a lottery for the general public's admission and a separate one for the media, though if you're a reporter, not drawing a lucky ticket just means you go to a spillover room down the hall to watch the trial on a closed-circuit television. Even coppers like me have a hard time getting in, but I know Rusty the bailiff, that's a good name for a bailiff, Rusty, so I got a spot in the 4th row, jammed between an older guy and a young woman wearing too much perfume. I have a couple of days off after we completed our 9-week sting operation on the heroin trafficking, taking down over 20 people throughout Long Island, most notably a school principal at a private school in Montauk. I didn't have anything else to do, so after my 5-mile run this morning, I decided to clean up and come see Surfer Jesus for myself. There he is at the defense table, scratching his beard and whispering to his defense lawyer. The press was initially intrigued with the story because Zach Stern was a victim and it happened in the Hamptons, but Noah himself has now become as interesting as anything else to the talking heads once evening cable channels, his swarthy good looks, for one, and also his rebellious attitude, refusing to wear a suit to court, opting instead for the desert islander look with a white shirt and blue jeans. Taking the stand is a man named Dio Cornwall, an African-American in his mid-20s with a long skinny neck and braids pulled tight against his head. He's awaiting trial for armed robbery and had the pleasure of sharing a cell with Noah Walker during the week following Noah's arrest, before Noah bonded out. It would have been the second, maybe third night, says Cornwall. Guy just starts talkin', is all. Didn't need to ask him or nothin'. Just started talkin'. And what exactly did he say about it? Asks the prosecutor, Sebastian Akers, who could doubly's a Ken doll. Says she got hers. Cornwall shrugs. Says the woman got hers. Did you ask him what he meant? Yeah. He says, no bitch gonna leave me. He says, I cut her up good. Can't be no movie star now. Oof. That's not good for Noah. But then, nothing's gone that well for Noah, from what I've read and heard on TV. I look at him, huddling with his lawyer, and again feel something swim in my stomach. When I met him, I made him for a guy who'd grown up rough, and who didn't hold the police department in high esteem, and yeah, someone I might like for a B&E or maybe an assault and battery. But a brutal killer. He just didn't ping my radar that way. But it doesn't matter what I think anymore. It matters what 12 jurors think. The opening witness had Noah hounding Melanie at the restaurant where she worked, begging her to take him back and threatening her when she wouldn't. The forensics came next. The knife found in Noah's kitchen had traces of both Zach's and Melanie's DNA. A forensic pathologist testified that the knife had ass-like jag in the tip that matched some of the cuts found on the victims. There was no doubt, in other words, that the knife they found in Noah's house was the murder weapon. And now this guy, Cornwall, the second person to attribute incriminating statements to Noah. When he said, "No bitch gonna leave me," and that she can't be no movie star now, did the defendant identify this woman by name? Melanie, says Cornwall. He said her name was Melanie. Sebastian Akers nods and looks over at the jury box. Strong testimony for the prosecution, no doubt, but still, this guy Cornwall is no different than the first witness, a jailhouse snitch who'd probably sell out his grandmother to shave some time off his sentence. Which makes the final witness all the more crucial for the case. The witness being my uncle, Chief Langdon James, the one who found the knife in Noah's kitchen, and the one to whom Noah Walker confessed his guilt. Without the chief, there's the knife and two cons who'd say just about anything. After the chief's done testifying, Noah Walker will be toast. Langdon James takes a hit off his joint and squints through the smoke at the cable news show, where four well-dressed lawyers are talking over one another, arguing about the merits of Dio Cornwall's testimony and the overall strength of the prosecution's case against Surfer Jesus. If I'm Noah Walker's lawyer, my argument is that the prosecution's case is bought and paid for, says one. Remy Handelman and Dio Cornwall are criminals who would say or do anything to save their own necks. But the case isn't over, Roger. The chief of police will testify tomorrow. With that, the chief sees his image on TV, a stock photograph taken of him over 10 years, and 40 pounds, ago, walking outside headquarters, his sunglasses on, hands on his hip, head profiled to the right. God, where did the years go? That was a different time, in so many ways. That was before Chloe left. That was back when the job was still new to Lang, when he still considered it an honor, even a thrill, to wear the badge. That was back when his niece, Jenna, still looked up to him, following his career path into law enforcement. He remembers all those nights when Jenna was still a young girl, after her father and brother died, when she would sit with Lang, how her eyes would widen as she listened to his tales of cops and robbers, good guys and bad, fighting for truth and justice. He remembers the swell of pride he felt on Jenna's first day at the academy, when he looked at her, eager to one day don a uniform and make the world a safer place. The chief clicks off the TV and rubs his eyes. She's a good kid, Jenna. He wishes they hadn't clashed over Noah Walker. After all, she did what any good cop should do, pick up a scent and follow it, and he shot her down when she started to question Walker's guilt. He hated doing it, dousing her flame that way. But as good a cop as she is, she has more instinct in her pinky finger than most cops will ever have in their whole bodies. She doesn't always see the bigger picture. Noah Walker is guilty. He's sure of it. Rules and procedure and evidence aside, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. Is the dead hooker's murder in the woods linked to the murders at 7 Ocean Drive? He doubts it. Hell, Jenna didn't even know for sure, it was just a hunch, an itch she was scratching. But he makes himself this promise, he will follow that lead, soon. Just not now. Not when Noah's defense attorney could play with it. After Noah is convicted, he'll personally check it out. Oh, Jenna, he mumbles to himself. Maybe she never should have come back here. The nightmares, the drinking, yes, he's noticed how much she drinks, it all kicked in since she came back here. Is that just a coincidence? No, it can't be a coincidence. 7 hours. He remembers it well. If there were 7 hours in all the world he could remove, erase completely, it would be those 7 hours from Jenna's life. 7 hours of hell. And her mother never let Jenna set foot in the Hamptons again. Until she came back as an adult, to be a cop. And he let her do it. He thought he was helping her, after she got run out of Manhattan. He thought he was doing a good thing. He pushes away his notes on tomorrow's testimony. He's testified 100 times in court. Heck knows the drill, the flow of the questioning, the way to frame his answers, the phrases to avoid, the importance of maintaining the appropriate demeanor. He stamps out the remainder of the joint, feeling a little stoned but not wanting to take it too far tonight, with the big day tomorrow. Seems like these days, he's always seeking some kind of lubricant to get through the evenings. He kicks his feet off the bed and heads for the kitchen, for a glass of beefeater. Just one glass tonight, no more, especially after smoking so much, something is wrong. A shudder runs through him. He reaches the threshold of the kitchen before he realizes that there's something, a change in the pressure, a creak in the floor, a foreign heat source, is behind him, not in front. He turns back just as the figure steps into the hallway from the bathroom. A man wearing a full mask, though Halloween is still weeks away. Wait, the chief says as he sees the weapon rising, training on him. Wait, just hold on, he feels the sharp pinch, the pure heat in his left upper thigh, an instant before he hears the thwack from the gun's suppressor. He doubles over but keeps his balance, yells, wait. Before another bullet tears through his left biceps. The momentum spins him around, and this time he loses his balance, falling to his hands and knees, crawling like a wounded dog away from his predator, who takes slow, deliberate steps behind him, tracking him. The chief makes it into the kitchen, pushing off with his good arm and good leg. Another bullet blows through the bottom of his foot, ricocheting off the tile, and this time the cry he lets out is gargled, and he collapses to the floor. He tells himself to keep breathing, to avoid shock, and when Heffinelli manages a push-up, his right elbow explodes from another bullet and he's down for good. The floor is spinning, everything is upside down. The intruder now casts a shadow over the chief, seeming to be in no particular hurry for this ordeal to come to an end. The chief can do nothing but hope that this man just wants to hurt him and not kill him. The next bullet drills through his right calf. Langdon can no longer bring himself to scream. Silence follows, a pause. For just that moment, the chief feels a surge of hope. He's been shot in limbs, not the head or torso, no vital organs. Maybe the man will let him live. Maybe, the chief feels a foot in his ribs, a gentle nudging. And then he hears the man's voice, slow and deliberate, icy calm. I need a few minutes, the man with the mask says. Your fireplace is really old. Quote. I cupped the badge in one hand and slammed through the double doors with the other. There are other officers already in the emergency room, who register who I am and point down the hall with looks of apology, sympathy on their faces. The hallway feels narrow and too bright, full of people in police uniforms or surgical scrubs. Someone tries to stop me and I say, I'm next of kin. There are rooms to the left, all covered with grey-blue curtains. A gurney pops through one of them, several doctors and nurses jogging alongside it, holding bags of fluids and calling out stats to another. An arm grabs me. Isaac Marks says, they're taking him to surgery, Murphy. He, call Aunt Chloe, I tell him. I did already. I pry my arm free and follow the doctors. I'm his niece, I say when they object, and I position myself between them and the elevator so they can't stop me. Uncle Langdon looks foreign, ancient, a mask over his face for oxygen, a bulge in the covers by his slower torso. I take his right hand in mine. I'm here, Lang, I manage, yelling over the commotion. His hand squeezes back. The elevator opens and we all go inside. I angle between two medics who don't resist, allowing us as private a moment as they can possibly give us. You're going to be fine, I whisper, my face close to his. Lang slowly raises his arm, like he's doing a difficult biceps curl, his hand finally reaching the oxygen mask. He pulls it down to his chin. Jenna Rose, he says, the words thin and whispery. I'm here, I choke out. You're a good cop. I learned from the best. I place my hand delicately on the top of his head, tears streaming down me face, my throat hot and full. I'm so sorry I questioned you and said all, number. His eyelids flutter, and his head turns ever so slightly back and forth. Don't ever stop questioning. Look up. Chloe. Look. I will. Chloe's on her way, okay, we have to go. The elevator doors part. I press my lips against his forehead. You're my favorite uncle. I squeeze out the words through a sob. One side of his mouth curves just for a moment, a tear slides down his temple into his ear. You're only uncle, he whispers. And then we are separated, a tug on my arm holding me back, my uncle wheeled off to surgery, my view of him narrowing as the elevator doors moved toward each other and then shut. Not Lang, I think. Not Lang, too. No, please, no. When the elevator doors open again, I hear Isaac Marks's voice, talking to another cop. 5 gunshot wounds to his extremities, he says. And then he heated up a fireplace poker and drove it through his kidney. I turn in Isaac's direction, not looking at him, the words echoing between my ears. Shot in the extremities and speared with a poker. Tortured. Just like Zach Stern. Just like Melanie Phillips. Just like the prostitute impaled on Thetry's stump in the woods. Oh, Murphy. Isaac's hand rests on my shoulder. You okay? I don't answer. I can't speak. It's going to be hours before he's out of surgery, Murph. Maybe get some fresh air. Get away from this place for a while. But take the back exit. The press is gathered out front. The chief was supposed to testify tomorrow against Noah Walker. Noah Walker. I stagger toward the rear exit, into the humid night air, where I finish the long hard cry that I started in the elevator. I don't cry much, but when I do, it's a heaving, gasping avalanche. I fall to my hands and knees and let it all out, the images from my childhood rushing back, Langdon holding me in his arms after Dad and Ryan died, showing up on weekends at our house in the Bronx, always with a little toy or gadget for me, always ready with stories about the bad guys he put away. Not Lang. Please, God, I know I've doubted you, but I'll do anything now, anything at all, just please, please don't take him away. And then, after some amount of time I can't quantify, it stops. I get up and brush myself off. The soft tide of sorrow running through my chest turns hard. My senses readjust, back to alert, cop alert. My vision clears. My nose stops running. My muscles tense. Noah Walker. I check my magazine for bullets, then reholster the weapon. Hours, Isaac said. That will be more than enough time. Noah Walker's house is only a half-hour away. I shove my star deep in my pocket. I won't need a badge tonight. Noah Walker's house is dark. If he's home, he's pretending to be asleep. But he won't have to pretend much longer, and this time he'll never wake up. The night is sticky but peaceful, nothing but some stray insect sounds. I trot gingerly over the gravel driveway on the balls of my feet and cross around to the back of his house. There is a small yard that borders on heavy woods, an afterthought of a concrete slab with a barbecue grill covered by a hood. The back door is less secure than the front, especially after we busted through it during Theorist. The door comes open with minimal noise. I shine my maglite into the back room, a couple of motorcycle helmets, an old Corona typewriter, an easel with a canvas of a seascape, boxes stuffed with clothes and knickknacks, an antique desk in the corner, some framed artwork resting against a wall. I move into the hallway, my flashlight and gun at eye level, moving them in tandem while I shuffle forward along the tile, surveying room after room, the kitchen, the foyer, the living room. I stop. Listen. The house groans. The wind outside plays with the trees. Now the attic bedroom. The only room left. I try my weight on the first stair and it complains to me. I take every other step, crouched low, slowly transferring my weight onto each new stair like a spider approaching prey, keeping the light beam down. My eyes are now level with the second floor, my body still below it. I listen for any sounds. There is no such thing as silence in a house. But this house, suddenly, is silent. I take a step up into the attic, a large open space. I throw the beam of light onto a bed right in front of me, with the covers pulled back and a pillow indented in the middle. I swing to my left when something strikes me, sharp and violent, cracking me in the cheek, knocking me sideways to the right, sending fluorescent stars through my eyelids. The maglite skitters across the floor, sending a crazy pattern of rolling circles of light against the wall. I remain standing but unbalanced, staggering, disoriented, and all I can think is, duck. I drop to a crouch as a force propels itself at me, over me. Noah's lunging tackle misses me, worthy of a sports center highlight, but as he sails over me, his knees connect with my shoulder and we fall awkwardly. Noah's momentum carries him to the corner, slamming him against the wall, while I land hard on my back, my head bouncing on hardwood, the gun no longer in my hand. Everything is dancing, but there's no time. I get to my feet just as he does. He's like a shadow, in a fighter's stance in a dark room, the only illumination coming from the far corner, where the maglite has rolled to rest and shines a wide yellow circle against the back wall. My training comes to me by instinct, legs spread, knees bent, weight evenly balanced, fists raised. Noah makes a move toward me, but I jab with my left, connecting with his nose, straightening him up for a moment, then follow with my right hand, my knuckles catching on his teeth. His head snaps to the right, but he recovers quickly, more quickly than I would have thought, and lunges toward me, this time with his head down, not making the same mistake twice. My left leg shoots up for a kick, but I'm off my game, disoriented myself, and he's too fast, too athletic. His shoulder plunges into my midsection and sends me spiraling backward, he along with me. We land hard and I lose my wind. Who are you? He spits, straddling me now, his palms pinning my shoulders. What the hell? Wait, you're the cop. In the moments it takes me to recover my breath, I bring up my right knee and find my backup piece in the ankle holster. I remove it and shove it into his rib cage. Get off me now, I say. The pressure eases off my shoulders. My left arm free, I shove my palm against his chest and knock him backward, until I'm out from under him. I get to my feet with some effort, my gun trained on him, a tidal wave of adrenaline coursing through me. I didn't know you were a cop, Noah says, panting, touching the cuts on his face. Aren't you supposed to announce who you are? But I'm not a cop tonight. Tonight, I'm a niece. The niece of a dear, sweet man who was shot 5 times in the extremities and speared with a hot poker. You okay? He says to me. I've never hit a woman in my, shut up. I hiss. I move a step closer to him. You killed all of them. Say it. Say it right this second, right this second, or I'll shoot. As my eyes adjust in the semi-darkness, I see no more clearly, a man in his boxes, crouched at knees, I see the whites of his eyes. I didn't kill anybody, he says. I drive my shoe into him like I'm kicking a field goal, catching arms and knees and maybe his chin. I see him fall to the floor. I see other things, too. Uncle Lang, bobbing me up and down on his leg when I was a child. Tearing up at my cadet graduation, telling me how proud my father would have been, tears fill my eyes, screams fill my head, adrenaline fills my chest. I struggle to keep control of my weapon. Admit you attacked him, I say, or die right now. I want him to defy me. I want to kill him. I want to shoot him the same way he shot my uncle, in all places it hurts, maximizing his suffering, making him beg for his life, before driving a red-hot stake through his kidney. I'm not going to admit something I didn't do, Noah says with control, with calm. You can shoot me if you want. But I don't think you will. Because you're a fair person. And deep down, I think you know, shut up. You took him from me. You took him. My entire body quivering, my voice choking off, tears rolling down my face, my breath coming in tight gasps, I lower the gun, then raise it back up, the screams in my head drowning out everything else. What are you talking about? He asks. I shuffle toward him, only steps away from him, both hands desperately clutching my gun. Say it. Quote. I scream. But it doesn't matter what he says anymore. I'm going to do it. I'm going to pull this trigger. I didn't kill anybody, he says. My breath held tight in my lungs, I pull the trigger once, a single bullet, and then drop the weapon onto my side. I stand over the grave, the outlines of the freshly dug earth a tangible reminder of the funeral yesterday. It was a nice affair, with the police force in formal dress, a gun salute, the works. It was the very opposite of a private family ceremony, in part because Lang didn't have any family besides me, but appropriate, too, because Lang was such a public figure, a giant in this community, the chief law enforcement officer for almost 2 decades. Lang died in surgery that night at the hospital. The hemorrhaging was too massive, the doctor said. Too many wounds. Too much blood lost for too long. Chloe Danchison, Aunt Chloe, slides her arm inside mine and perches her chin on my shoulder. He always loved this cemetery, she says. He bought these plots for us when we were first married. I blow my nose and take a breath. My throat aches from all the crying I've done over the past several days. I still can't believe he's gone. Chloe rubs her hand on my back, tiny circles. It's not fair to you, honey. It seems like just yesterday that Lydia died. Almost 3 years to the day, actually, that my mother gave into the cancer. You know how much Lang loved you, don't you? I nod but don't speak. My throat is so strained that I don't even sound like myself. My head is filled with a constant ringing. Oh, when he hired you to work here, he was so excited. He called me. We hadn't spoken in over a year, but he called me to give me the news. He was like a giddy schoolboy. Despite the fact that I've shed enough tears over the last few days to fill a small lake, my eyes well up again. I questioned his judgment, I say. I doubted his investigation of the Ocean Drive murders. I actually suggested that Noah Walker might be innocent. I scoff at the notion in hindsight. It's so clear to me now. Noah killed Lang so he couldn't testify, and in much the same way he killed Zach and Melanie, and the prostitute in the woods. Different methods, but the same sociopathic brutality, maximizing their suffering, making sure they would bleed out in painful deaths. Chloe directs my shoulders away from the grave, south toward the beach, and moves me along. You were doing your job. I'm sure he was proud of you. Don't confuse his stubbornness with disappointment. We walk toward the beach. Chloe looks good, notwithstanding the circumstances. Now singly gained for 2 years, she has lost about 20 pounds, cut her hair in a stylish bob, and dresses like she doesn't mind being noticed. 60 is the new 40, and all that. My head is finally clearing of the hangover, from the extra bottle of wine after I left Chloe last night and went home. The nightly drinking is weighing me down, leaving me off balance and foggy. But right now, foggy feels like the best I can do. Ocean Drive is teeming with joggers and bicyclists and people heading, like us, toward the beach. The activity, the smell of the ocean, this is precisely what I remember as a kid. Chloe, I say, why did we stop coming here when I was a kid? She keeps her head down, strolling along with me. Lang said there was a story. You don't know? She asks. No. If you don't know, I don't know. She looks up at our surroundings, half-built structures and carved-out foundations. That's the house, isn't it? I focus my eyes and realize that we're passing 7 Ocean Drive, the murder house. The crime scenotape has been removed, but the gothic monstrosity has no trouble looking creepy all by itself. It brings back everything in a rush, my meddling at the crime scene, my argument with Lang, resulting in me 30-day suspension. We were never the same after he dinged me. I was sent off to the narcotics task force assignment, and I saw him only sparingly after that. I turned down several offers to get together, for dinner or drinks an afternoon at the beach. I was resentful. I wanted to punish him. And now he's gone, and he'd do anything to have those weeks back. I tell him how much I love him, how he saved my life so many times, in so many different ways. We arrive at the beach. Chloe lets out a satisfied sigh. Behind her, the beachfront homes stand in marked contrast to the cedar-shingled houses along Ocean Drive. They are gigantic, modern, concrete structures with oversized windows and sharp angles. Can I say something to you, sweetheart? I take her hand. Anything. The breeze plays with the bangs on Chloe's forehead. Have you thought about going back to Manhattan now? I squat down, scoop up a handful of sand, weigh it in my hand. There is an inch-long scar on the palm of my hand that I got, according to my mother, trying to chop a tomato when I was a little girl. Little things like that, small memories that sting the most. Lang called me a couple of weeks ago, she continues. He said you were having nightmares every night. That you were drinking a lot, too, probably as a coping mechanism. I look up at her. He said that. He did. He was concerned. He was glad to have you close, of course. But he wasn't sure this was the right thing for you anymore, working here. I pick up a shell and send it flying into the ocean. I squint into the wind, the wet mist. Chloe squats down next to me. All your life, you've taken care of everyone else, she says. When your father and Ryan died, your mother. Lydia was devastated. I know you were, too, but it always seemed like you were the one doing the consoling. And you were so young. You were, what, 12? Yes. It was less than a month before my 13th birthday. I remember just a couple of days after they died, you were supposed to be in bed, and Lydia was crying and Lang was holding her. We were all on the couch. And you walked in. You'd been sleeping. Your hair was all matted and your eyes were sleepy and you were in your pajamas. You opened your arms as wide as they could go and you said, "Don't worry, Mommy, I have enough love for all of them." Do you remember that? I wipe away a tear. I remember. I remember my mother looking like there was nothing left in the world for her. Well. Chloe rubs my arm. Maybe it's time you took better care of yourself. Go home, Jenna. Your best friends are there. Mattie's there. What's left here? I stand straight as the wind off the ocean kicks up. I look back at the oceanfront housing, that endless stretch of beach. This isn't my home. It never will be. But it holds one thing for me that no other place in the world does. This is the only place I can be a cop, I say. The room looks more like a maximum security prison than a court of law. The number of sheriff's deputies has doubled, virtually lining the walls of the courtroom, beefy security guards with jumpiers, armed with handguns and cuffs and tasers. The tension in the room has raised the temperature tossing between stuffy and downright unbearable. As we wait for the judge, I scroll through photos on my iPhone. Nearly all of the recent onis include Lang, in his ridiculous polka dot swimsuit at the beach, flipping burgers on his Smoky Joe in his backyard, chomping on a cigar, asleep on his lawn chair, his wife beater t-shirt creeping up to reveal his added poundage, a photo I often used when arguing about his diet. Silly shots, all of them, but so dear to me now, those little things, those frivolous moments that mean so much in hindsight. And then, amid these pictures, the one from the lawn on 7 Ocean Drive, that crest with that hook-beaked bird, that insipid creature that has taken up permanent residence in my daily nightmares. What's with that stupid bird? We all rise, then a collective hush falls over the room as the Honorable Robert Barnett, a handsome and deadly serious judge, assumes the bench. We are back on the record in People vs. Noah Lee Walker, he says dryly. For the record, the court has stood in recess for the last week. 6 days ago, the next witness scheduled to testify, Southampton Town Police Department Chief Langdon James, was attacked in his home and later died of his injuries. The court granted a recess at the prosecution's request. I shift in the courtroom pew, a front row seat granted me by the prosecution. Noah Walker denied any involvement in Lang's murder, but Judge Barnett revoked his bond anyway, out of an abundance of caution, so he's locked up again in Riverhead when he's not here in court. For the record, Mr. Akers is present today for the state, and Mr. Brody is present for the defense. The judge removes his glasses. And of course, Mr. Walker, the defendant, is present as well. My eyes move to Noah, sitting at the defense table with his hands folded and his eyes cast downward. His feet are crossed, raising the cuffs of his jeans slightly and revealing bare ankles. He didn't even bother to wear socks to the trial. He looks like a hippie islander. I let you live, you little shit. You could at least show a little respect. I replay that moment in his attic bedroom, feel the surge of adrenaline returning. How close I came to doing it. How close I came to putting that bullet between his eyes, instead of firing it over his head. As if he senses me, Noah turns his head 90 degrees and catches my eyes. He still has the sheenery gave him that night, though it's now a dull yellow bruise. The split lip has healed and the swelling dissipated. His jaw probably still hurts, but nothing was broken. As far as I know, Noah hasn't publicly complained about how I treated him that night, sneaking into his house, punching and kicking him, not to mention firing a bullet within inches of his scalp. That's old be coming any time now, a police brutality lawsuit, probably a request for $10 million for his pain and suffering. But for now, it's just his eyes locked on mine. Something flutters through my chest as I stare back at him, that nagging feeling that I can't read him, that I don't know him. He is neither antagonistic nor smug in his stare. He is neither enjoying himself nor resentful. He just stares at me as if somehow, in some way, we are discovering each other, we are connecting with each other, something is happening between us. I snap my head away, breaking eye contact, sweat popping at my hairline. I take a deep breath and brush the hair off my face. He is the worst kind of creep. He's the kind who can suck you in, the sociopath who can smile at you tenderly while he's devising monstrous ways to torture you. Well, not me, pal. Not anymore. You may have fooled me initially, but no longer. I turn back, looking in his direction again. He hasn't moved. His eyes are still on me, his long dark hair hanging over his unshaven face. My heartbeat kicks into a higher gear. I uncross my legs and play with my hands. I shake my head slowly, discreetly, unsure of the meaning of what I'm doing, answering no to a question that has not been asked. His eyes narrow to a squint. His jaw rises slightly and his lips part, as if he's going to speak, but surely he won't, not in the middle of a court session while the judge is talking. He will never speak to me again. And I will never speak to him. I get to my feet and walk down the courtroom aisle toward the exit, which is guarded by two sheriff's deputies. I'm done with Noah Walker. The next time I see him, it will be at his sentencing, after the judge informs him he'll spend the rest of his life behind bars. Yeah, let's make eye contact then, pal. Let's see the look on your face then. Mr. Brody, says the judge, you have a motion. Yes, Judge, I do. Defense lawyers always have motions. They always have bullshit arguments, smoke and mirrors, misdirection. But the next words coming from the mouth of Noah Walker's lawyer freeze me in my tracks, only a few paces from the courtroom door. Your Honor, he says, the defense moves for a dismissal of all charges. Quote. The courtroom, already respectfully silent, is sucked dry of all sound as Joshua Brody, Noah Walker's lawyer, makes his pitch for his client's release. There is no competent evidence tying the murder weapon to my client, he says. There was never a fingerprint on the weapon. And the only evidence that the knife was found at my client's house would have come from Chief James, who obviously cannot testify now. Your Honor. Sebastian Akers jumps to his feet, his perfect cool persona shaken for the first time. We will call Detective Isaac Marks, I'm sorry, Acting Chief Isaac Marks, who will testify that the chief showed him the knife after he discovered it under the heating duct in the defendant's kitchen. But Mr. Marks didn't see it under the heating duct. Only the chief did, allegedly, says Noah's lawyer. The defense's theory is that Chief James planted the knife. But now we can't cross-examine him to establish that. The prosecution shouldn't be allowed to suggest that the knife was found in my client's house when we can't cross-examine the person who supposedly found it. The judge looks at the prosecutor. Mr. Akers, the defense makes a valid point here. If the defense can cross-examine the chief about a frame-up, how can I let you put the knife in the defendant's house? Everyone in this courtroom knows the reason why Chief James isn't here to testify, says Akers, his voice wobbling. Everyone knows who made that happen. He turns and looks at Noah Walker. If the state believes my client killed Chief James, they're free to charge him, says the defense lawyer, Brody. The last I heard, they found no physical evidence at that crime scene. They have knowledge on the chief's death, just supposition. And more importantly, Judge, this trial is not about Chief James's murder. This trial is about Zach Stern and Melanie Phillips, and there is no evidence tying my client to the murder weapon, with the chief's untimely passing. And the chief obviously can't testify that my client confessed to him, either. He opens his hands. So what do they have, without the murder weapon and without a confession to the chief of police? Without any physical evidence whatsoever. They have evidence that my client argued with Melanie Phillips at Tasty's Diner, and they have this ridiculous testimony from a jailhouse snitch that my client confessed to him. The jailhouse informant's testimony isn't evidence. The judge asks. It is, Judge, but come on. The unreliability of jailhouse snitch testimony is well documented. He got a sweetheart deal in exchange for making up these ridiculous claims against my client. I mean, Judge, really. Brody takes a step toward the bench. Can any of us say that a man should be convicted of 2 counts of first-degree murder based on no eyewitnesses, no physical evidence, no forensic evidence, no confession, nothing more than the word of a convicted felon looking to cut a deal? And keep in mind, Judge, that it's our theory that Chief James coerced the snitch into testifying. But now I can't cross-examine him on that issue, either. For the same reason the knife shouldn't be considered against my client, neither should the testimony of Dio Cornwall, the snitch. My God, I whisper to myself. He's making this sound credible. And the judge, he looks like he's actually considering this. How could this couldn't possibly, no. No, 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 Mr. Akers, says the judge, I agree with the defense on the murder weapon. The prosecution cannot introduce evidence that the murder weapon was found at the defendant's house. And the testimony of the jailhouse informant is not exactly something you base an entire case around, now, is it? The judge puts out a hand. He seems troubled by this, too, as if he doesn't want to toss the charges and is looking for help. But, aside from the knife, there was the defendant's confession to Chief James. Obviously, the chief can't tell us about that now. Is there? I don't suppose anyone else was present at that confession who could testify about it. Sebastian Akers shrugs and shakes his head absently. My memory, Mr. Akers, is that the chief was going to testify that he was alone with Noah Walker during the alleged confession. That may be it, but Judge, it would be grossly unfair to the administration of justice for Noah Walker to profit by murdering the star witness, Mr. Akers, the judge booms. I know you have your suspicions about Mr. Walker's involvement in the chief's death. But it's been 6 days and you haven't arrested him, much less sought an indictment. Do you, or do you not, have evidence that Noah Walker killed Chief James? Akers raises his hands helplessly. As far as I know, the investigation is still in its infancy. I will take that as a no. Now the judge shakes his head. So I will ask you again, counsel, am I correct that Chief James was the only one who could testify to Mr. Walker's confession? Judge, I would have to, Mr. Akers, you know your case. Don't stonewall me. Was Chief James the only person present with Noah Walker when he confessed to the murder? Sebastian Akers flips through some papers, stalling for time, but he knows the answer as surely as Noah's lawyer does, as surely as I do. The chief was alone with Noah during the confession. A single thread in the weave has been pulled by the defense, and the entire fabric of the prosecution's case has come apart. Without Uncle Lang to testify, the state can't tie the murder weapon to Noah's house. The state can't say that Noah confessed to a decorated veteran of the Southampton Town Police Department. All Akers can say is that a jailhouse snitch claimed to hear a confession, if the judge doesn't toss out that testimony, too. The case is over. I can't believe this. The case is over. He killed my uncle and is going to walk away from 2 other murders because of it. And I passed on the chance to put a bullet between his eyes. We're going to take a 30-minute recess, says the judge. Mr. Akers, I'd advise you to use that half hour well. If you can't think of some reason between now and then, this case is over. Quote. I push Sebastian Akers into the witness room adjacent to the courtroom and close the door. This can't happen, I say. Detective, I know you're upset, but right now I have to, there's a police report, I say. Lang filled out a report when Noah confessed. Can't you introduce that as evidence? Akers, on the verge of coming unglued, lets out a pained sigh. A police report is hearsay. You can use it unless the defense can cross-examine the cop who wrote it. And Noah killed that cop, I protest. But we can't prove that, detective. You know as well as I do that we haven't been able to come up with a hint of physical evidence. His motive is all we have. I look up at the ceiling, searching for answers in the peeling white paint. He told me Noah confessed, I say. Lang told me. Well, sure. Akers waves his hand, exasperated. He probably told a lot of people. Hell, he told newspaper reporters. But guess what that is? I drop my head. Hearsay. Hearsay. Inadmissible in a court of law. A long moment passes. I steady myself by placing my hands on the small table. But I sense something in the silence. I look up at Akers, who is studying me carefully. Unless, he says. I straighten up. Unless what? There are exceptions to every rule, he says carefully. Including the rule against hearsay. He gives me a long hard look. Sebastian Akers is a very ambitious man. Undoubtedly, he considers this high-profile case a launching pad for bigger and better things. Or, conversely, a crash landing if A blows it. And 5 minutes ago, standing before the judge, Akers was on the verge of seeing his case implode before a national audience. And I was on the verge of watching the man who killed my uncle, and 3 other people, skip out of court a free man. Tell me about the exceptions, I say. Akers watches me very carefully, wondering if we're on the same page. I'm wondering that myself. One exception in particular, he says. It has to do with when the chief told you about the confession. If he just mentioned it to you casually later that day or something like that, we're out of luck. But, I say. But if he told you just after the confession happened, let's say, if he walked out of the jail cell, stunned that Noah had confessed, and told you at just that moment, still in a state of excitement and shock, the law considers that statement to be sufficiently reliable to be admissible. It's called an excited utterance. I sit down in the chair. An excited utterance. Right. If he said it while he was still in the moment. Still in a state of excitement and surprise. That's right, detective. Akers' eyes are wide and intense. He's holding his breath. Whether Noah Walker gets justice, or whether he laughs his way out of court, and probably kills again, he says to me evenly, is riding on your answer. It's not the only thing riding on my answer. My sworn oath as a police officer is, too. Because I remember now. I remember when Lang told me about Noah's confession. It was on his back porch in the early afternoon. He told me Noah had confessed to him that morning, hours earlier. I clear my throat, adrenaline buzzing through me. So if I testify that the chief told me about Noah's confession immediately after it happened, while he was still in a state of excitement. Time passes. Memories flood through my mind. My stomach churns like the gears of a locomotive. What does it mean to be a cop? Is it about rules, or is it about justice? In the end, what do I stand for? What would my uncle do for me, if our roles were reversed? Finally, Sebastian Akers takes the seat across from me. We only have a few minutes, he says. So, Detective Murphy, I have a question for you. My eyes rise up to meet his. When was it, exactly, that the chief told you that Noah Walker confessed? A hush falls over the courtroom as Judge Barnett resumes his seat on the bench. There are even more sheriff's deputies present now than earlier, ready to calm the crowd should it be necessary. The energy in the room is suffocating. Or maybe that's just the shortness of breath I'm experiencing, seated in the front row of the courtroom. The judge looks over his glasses at the prosecution. Mr. Akers, does the prosecution have any additional evidence to present? He asks. The room goes still. Sebastian Akers rises slowly and buttons his coat. He turns and looks in my direction but does not make eye contact. The state calls Detective Jenna Murphy, he says. The judge gavels the courtroom to order after the lunch break. The morning was spent arguing over the admissibility of my testimony. A bunch of lawyers speak about the rules of evidence that nobody else in the courtroom understood. Then I testified for an hour. I told the truth, that my uncle told me that Noah had confessed to him, and then I told a lie. I lied about when he told me. Does it really matter if he told me immediately after the confession or several hours later? That's what I've been telling myself over and over, anyway, that a handful of hours should not bet a difference between a killer going to prison and his walking free to kill again. Joshua Brody gets to his feet eagerly for cross-examination. My adrenaline starts to pump. I know what's coming, and it's something I have to willingly accept, the price I have to pay for testifying. Detective Murphy, says Brody, you once worked for the New York City Police Department, correct? He's not wasting any time. Yes. I resigned about a year ago. At the time you resigned, you were under investigation by the Internal Affairs Division, isn't that true? Yes, I say, the heat rising to my face. You were under investigation for skimming money and drugs during the arrest of a drug dealer, true. I was investigated for it. But I was never charged. You were never charged because you resigned from the force, he says. The department couldn't discipline someone who no longer worked for them. I was never charged, I reply evenly, because I did nothing wrong. Oh, I see. Brody looks away from me toward the jury, then turns his stare back to me. You just coincidentally decided that it was a good time to move on, at the same time that you were under investigation. As a matter of fact, yes, I say. And I would add, there's no need to add, he says, patting the air. You answered I would add that the district attorney's office was free to charge me, whether I worked for the NYPD or not. But they didn't. There is so much more I could say, everything that happened that led up to that bogus charge. But I didn't have the energy to fight. Brody smirks. He's gotten all he can hear. Detective, you weren't present for this alleged conversation between Chief James and Noah Walker. Correct. I was down the hall from the jail cell. You have no first-hand knowledge of what was said between them. First-hand. No, you took the chief's word for it. Yes. And this jury, says Brody, gesturing toward the jury box, they have to take not only the chief's word for it, but yours as well. I'm not sure I take your point, counselor. This jury has to believe that you're telling the truth about what the chief said, and that the chief told the truth about what my client said. I nod. I suppose that's right. They have to believe you, who resigned while under investigation for being a dirty cop. Objection, says Sebastian Akers, jumping to his feet. Sustained. Brody doesn't break stride. And they have to believe the chief, whom they don't get to hear from at all. I pause a beat, anger surging to the surface. That's right, they don't get to hear from the chief, Mr. Brody. Because your client killed him before he could testify. I brace myself for an objection, for Brody to go crazy, for the judge to excuse the jury and give me a thorough dressing down. But to my surprise, Brody doesn't object. My client hasn't been arrested for that murder, has he? Not yet. As far as you know, there is no physical evidence implicating my client. Not yet. Very good, detective. I have no idea why he's letting my statement slide. Presumably, he's calculated that every juror, every human being in the Hamptons, has heard about the chief's murder, and most believe that Noah killed him. He must figure it's easier to acknowledge it, so he can make his points about the lack of any arrest or evidence thus far. Or does he have some other reason? Can you tell the jury what happened to you the day after this alleged confession? The following day. Yes, detective, he says, approaching me, a spark in his eyes. Isn't it true that the following day, you were suspended for 1 month from active duty? The spectators react sufficiently for the judge to call for silence. Yes, I guess that was the following day, now that you mention it. Why were you suspended? Because I doubted the guilt of Noah Walker. Because I thought the murder of the prostitute might be connected to the Ocean Drive murders. But I can't say that. It would be a gift-wrapped present to the defense. And it's not what Lang said in the report he wrote up. That would be the last thing he'd write down. Insubordination, I say. I let our personal relationship intrude on our professional relationship. I was disrespectful and I was wrong. You were disrespectful to him. I answer, feeling a lump in my throat, recalling the moment. You and your uncle, you were upset with each other. I feel the first hints of emotion creeping in. I'm not going to break down in front of this jury. He was certainly upset with me, I say. And he was right to be. You feel. I can see that you feel guilty about that. I don't answer. I don't need to. Looking back, it bothers you, doesn't it? That just before his death, you were disrespectful to your uncle. I know what my answer should be. It should be yes, but that doesn't mean I would lie for him. But that is precisely what I'm doing here today. It bothers me, I answer. You wish you could make it up to him. Again, I don't answer. He doesn't wait very long. You think my client killed your uncle, correct? I nod. Yes. But you'd agree with me that, with the full resources of the STPD on the case for almost a week, there's been no proof thus far to back up your suspicion. Not yet. So this case here, he says, pointing to the floor, this case might be your only chance to get Noah Walker. Objection, says Akers, but the judge overrules him. And with the chief unable to testify about this supposed confession from my client, and with the judge on the verge of dismissing the charges against my client, you now suddenly come forth to claim that the chief told you about this confession immediately, he snaps his finger, immediately after it happened. I don't reply. My eyes move along the floor, then upward to the defense attorney. What a convenient and unexpected coincidence. Brody says, waving his hands. I look at Noah Walker, his chin resting on his fists. He watches me intently, his eyebrows pitched, as if he pities me. No further questions, says Brody. Noah Walker places his head gently against the bars of his holding cell, barely touching Paige Zolzman's head on the other side. His hands come through the bars and interlock with hers. I don't like you coming here, he says. I don't like you seeing me like this. I know, baby. Good thing I'm stubborn. It's not a good idea. How would John's in Europe. Copenhagen, this week, I think. I told you. He'll be gone for another 12 weeks. Despite his protests, Noah looks forward to the 15-minute visits Paige is allowed every night in lockup. Riverhead is a dank, dark, miserable cesspool, purgatory for the accused in Suffolk County, short on hope and long on desperation and bitterness. Paige, with her freshly cut hair and generous smile, her sympathetic eyes and gentle demeanor, is like a rose sprouting in a swamp of manure. You could use a shave and a haircut, she says, trying to keep it light. He acknowledges the attempt at humor, but it's hard to find anything funny right now. The trial is at its apex. Difficult decisions need to be made. Your lawyer did a good job today. The hope in Paige's expression, the tears shimmering in her eyes, reveal her lack of objectivity, but Noah doesn't totally disagree. Yeah, he did. But still, babe. The jury heard a cop say I confessed to the murders. What's the jury supposed to think when they hear I confessed? That she made it up, Paige replies. That she's trying to make it up to her uncle out of guilt. I thought that came through very clearly. Yeah, I know. He doesn't sound like he's convinced, because he's not. Yes, his lawyer did a good job cross-examining Detective Murphy, but the jurors seem to like her regardless, and their opinions are the only ones that matter. She just lied, Paige says, spitting out the words. She just lied. Noah purses his lips. She thinks I'm guilty. I could see it that night, when she broke into my house. She thinks I killed her uncle, and she thinks I killed Zach and Melanie, too. She thinks she's doing the right thing. Paige draws back. You're defending her. You must be joking. Noah almost laughs at the paradox, the fact that he's sticking up for the cop who lied on the witness stand to put him away. I just understand why she did it. He wants to be upset with Murphy. She's surely no friend of his. But there's something in the way she handles herself, like she's trying to prove something to somebody but isn't sure what she's proving, or to whom. He feels like he understands her. And regardless of what she did to him today, he can't shake the feeling that they understand each other. That she doesn't really believe, deep in her heart, that he's guilty. Oh, why is this happening? Paige says softly. There's no answer to that question. Noah feels like he's caught in a tornado, unmoored from any reality, whisked away with brutal force and carried through the air against his will. He has lost all control. Forces beyond his reach, the sensationalist media, ambitious prosecutors, crooked cops, have aligned to deem him guilty and deny him any chance of fighting back. He must focus on this one fact: it doesn't really matter what anybody else thinks. It only matters what 12 jurors believe. He's seen the looks on their faces, the disgusted expressions, their averted eyes. He knows he has an uphill battle. He can only hope that their minds are still open, however slightly, to what he has to say. He has to testify. His lawyer doesn't want him to. But he has no choice. He has to find some way to convince those jurors that he's not the killer they think he is. If he fails, his life is over. Joshua Brody lets out a sigh. Almost 3 hours have passed, Noah testifying in response to Brody's questions, and now it's coming to an end. A pregnant pause by the lawyer, to emphasize these final questions, questions already asked and answered, but important enough to be repeated. Let me ask you one last time, Noah, says Joshua Brody. Did you kill Melanie Phillips? Noah leans forward into the microphone on the witness stand. No, I did not. Did you kill Zach Stern? No, I did not. Joshua Brody casts a glance at the jury. No further questions. Noah takes some deep breaths. Halfway done. The easy half, and it wasn't that easy. It has to feel natural, not rehearsed, his lawyer kept telling him as they prepared for today, and Noah feels like, all in all, it was convincing. From time to time during Joshua Brody's questioning, he glanced over at the jury. Did he see reasonable doubt on their faces? He doesn't know. This isn't what he does for a living. And he's in the moment, tense and focused. He wouldn't trust his instincts, anyway. But he can't suppress the surge of hope he feels. He has a chance. Cross-examination. Judge Barnett asks. The prosecutor, Sebastian Akers, drops a notepad on the lectern between the prosecution and defense tables. This is the kind of moment a guy like Akers lives for. The packed courtroom, the big trial, the cross-examination that will make or break this case. Keep your composure, his defense attorney told Noah. Akers wants to paint you as someone who committed murder in a blind rage. He wants you to show the jury that rage. He's going to try to bring it out, get you upset. Mr. Walker, Akers begins, you have no alibi for the night of the murder, correct? Noah clears his throat. As I told Mr. Brody, I stayed in that night. Akers makes a face. What I meant was, nobody can corroborate your alibi, correct? Correct. The jury has to take your word, and only your word, for it. Yeah, I guess so. And you admit you were once given a key to the front door of 7 Ocean Drive, correct? Yes. I've done work on that mansion for years. At some point, it made sense for the contractor who used me to just give me my own key. And that key has now magically disappeared. I don't know about, magically, but I don't know where it is. There was no evidence of forced entry at the mansion on the night of the murders. The fact that Noah had his own key isn't a good fact for him. You deny that you confessed to this crime to Chief James. You deny that, right? Yes. So when he said you did, he wasn't telling the truth. He wasn't. And when Detective Murphy testified to what the chief told her about your confession, she wasn't telling the truth, either. I don't know if she was or not. Maybe the chief said that to her. Maybe he didn't. If he did, then he was lying to her, too. Right. Or maybe Detective Murphy just made the whole thing up. Right, Mr. Walker. Noah feels perspiration on his forehead, his neck. Could be. So maybe she was also lying. Right, Mr. Walker. Maybe. Sure, Akers says with no shortage of sarcasm, flipping a hand. And Dio Cornwall, who shared a cell with you in lockup, who testified that you confessed to killing Melanie, that you said you cut her up good, and that she couldn't be no movie star now, Mr. Cornwall was also lying. Right, Mr. Walker. He was lying. I never said anything like that to him. I never talked to him about my case at all. I see. Akers looks at the jury. Any idea how Mr. Cornwall would have known the name Melanie, or that she'd wanted to be a movie star, if you didn't tell him anything about your case at all? I don't know. Maybe he read it in the newspaper. The newspaper. Mr. Walker, Dio Cornwall was in lockup with you. Do you recall ever being given a copy of any newspapers while you were in lockup? Noah pauses. He casts his eyes downward. If you like, we can bring in the sheriff's deputies who controlled lockup while you were. No, we never got newspapers, Noah concedes. I don't know how Dio got that information. Maybe Chief James told him. Chief James. So now you're saying not only that Chief James lied about your confession, but Thatcher helped Dio Cornwall make up a story, too. I don't know. And Chief James isn't here to testify, is he, Mr. Walker? So we'll never be able to ask him, will we? Noah fixes a glare on the prosecutor. He feels his blood go cold. During your direct testimony, you admitted that you confronted Melanie at her job, at Tasty's dinner, asking her to take you back. You admit that, correct? Noah shakes his head, focuses on the change of subject. Yes, I admit that we argued, and I grabbed her arm, but Remy has the date wrong. He said it happened 2 days before Melanie was killed. June 2nd. But that's wrong. Melanie broke up with me in April. About 7 weeks before she died. That's when I talked to her at Tasty's. He met Paige a week after Melanie dumped him, in April. He'd moved on from Melanie. But he never told anyone that. He's never publicly acknowledged his affair with Paige. And he won't now. No matter how many times Paige has told him to do so. He won't bring Paige into this. Akers nods along, his eyes alight. Pretty big difference between April, 7 weeks before the murder, and 2 days before the murder. Yes, it is. So Remy's lying, too. I don't know if he's lying, but he's not telling the truth. That's right. He's not. So, to summarize, Akers says, strolling along the edge of the jury box, Chief James, Detective Jenna Murphy, D.O. Cornwall, and Remy Handelman, none of them are telling the truth. But you, Mr. Walker, on trial for your life, whom Melanie broke up with so she could start dating Zach Stern, you are telling the truth. Noah feels his pulse ratchet up. The way Akers is stacking up all the evidence. Nobody's going to believe Noah. It hits him hard, for the first time. They won't believe me. They're going to convict me. I'm telling the truth, he pleads. I swear I am. I would never hurt somebody else. You'd never hurt anybody. Akers asks, with mock innocence. Well, Mr. Walker, isn't it true that, in 1995, you brought a rifle to Bridgehampton School and opened fire on a number of your classmates? Quote. The courtroom erupts at Sebastian Akers' question. Noah's defense lawyer, Joshua Brody, ice in his feet, arguing. Judge Barnett stands down from the bench and walks to the far end of the courtroom, away from the jury, for a sidebar with the lawyers. The spectators are all abuzz. I wasn't in Bridgehampton back in 1995, but I have a memory of Uncle Lang mentioning that someone had brought a BB gun to school and shot a bunch of the kids on their way into school. He never mentioned a name, no reason he would have. This was before Columbine, before zero-tolerance policies cropped up around the country and kids were expelled from school for even bringing toy replicas in their backpacks. If this was in 1995, Noah would have been young. 11, 12, 13, something like that. It would have been a juvie beef. And if it was in juvenile court, it would have been confidential. I wonder if the town even knew who it was who did it. There would be rumors, sure, but I wonder if there was ever an official announcement. Judging from the reaction of the spectators, many of whom are presumably lifelong Bridgehampton residents, it seems like they're hearing this news for the first time. The lawyers and court reporter and judge resume their positions, and the room goes quiet again. Noah's lawyer, Joshua Brody, objects. This is a juvenile offense, he says. Your Honor, Sebastian Akers replies, he just testified he'd never hurt anybody. He opened the door. I'm entitled to impeach him. Overruled, says the judge. Proceed, Mr. Akers. And the prosecutor does just that, with a vengeance, a gleam in his eye. You were arrested on Halloween, 1995, for shooting a number of schoolchildren on the south playground of Bridgehamptonshire, correct, Mr. Walker? I was arrested, yes. It was a BB gun. 15 school kids were shot that day, weren't they? I believe. That's right. One child was hit in the eye, wasn't he? Noah nods but doesn't speak. That boy was 9, says Akers. He had to have 2 surgeries to repair the damage, isn't that true? Noah's eyes are fixed on the floor now. That happened, yes. Yes, that happened. That happened, because you shot him with a BB gun, correct? Noah doesn't speak. Still staring at the floor. Is that a yes, Mr. Walker? I didn't shoot him, Noah says, almost in a whisper, though the microphone gives it sufficient volume. No. You didn't shoot that boy. You were wrongfully accused then, too, is that it? I didn't shoot him. I see. So when school officials said you did, they weren't telling the truth, either, were they? Noah's shoulders close in on him, like he's trying to shelter himself from a storm. I don't want to talk about that anymore, he says. Oh. Akers lets out a chuckle. Well, what do you wanna talk about? The Yankees' chances in the postseason. That gets a roar from the spectators. I thought it was clever, too, but I'm watching Noah. His face is turning red. He's practically curled up into a ball. Akers, if he's half the trial lawyer he thinks he is, senses it, too. By the time the laughter has subsided and the judge has gavelled the room to order, Akers has slowly approached Walker, a tiger stalking prey. You shot 15 people that day, Mr. Walker. No, I'm not going to, I don't want, but you claim the school officials lied. I said I don't, just like you claim a decorated police chief, Langdon James, lied. Noah shakes his head. Just like Detective Murphy lied. It's clear now Noah's not going to answer, and that seems to be fine with Akers. He's watching, we're all watching, a defendant smoldering on the witness stand, and Akers is hoping he'll erupt. Just like Dio Cornwall lied. Just like Remy Handelman lied. Noah turns his head away, as if he's done with this examination. All of them lied, says Akers. It's a grand conspiracy, isn't it, Mr. Walker? The whole world against you. Noah says something, but he's turned away from the mic and it's inaudible. Mr. Walker, yes. Noah hisses, spinning around, nearly knocking over the microphone. Akers jumps back. The judge reacts, too. Several of the jurors recoil, seeing a new side of Noah Walker. Everyone's lying. The chief, that detective, the prison snitch, Remy, who couldn't tie his own shoes without help, they're all lying. They set me up. Noah surges to his feet, sweeping his hand, this time knocking the microphone to the floor. They'll set me up. They framed me. They're all liars. Sit down, Mr. Walker, or I'll have you restrained. The judge commands. Deputies. He calls out, and quickly 2 sheriff's deputies approach Noah. When Noah doesn't immediately take his seat, one of the deputies grabs his arm. He yanks it free. Both bailiffs reach for their batons, but Noah drops himself back into his chair. The judge calls for order and admonishes Noah. His face has lost all hope now, it's distorted with bitterness. But when he looks up, his expression breaks, the scowl changing to despair, and for the briefest of moments, I think he's looking at me. Then I realize he's looking past me. I glance over my shoulder and see the woman he was with when I arrested him, Paige, I think her name was. She's mouthing something to him from across the courtroom, but I can't make out what she's saying. I look back at Noah, who shakes his head and breaks eye contact. Your Honor, I have no further questions, says Sebastian Akers. The first day, Noah didn't think much of it. It had been a long trial. There was a lot of information to review. It could just be the simple matter of plowing through all the material, wanting to Bethera. The second day, he began to wonder. He had no experience with this kind of thing, so he tried not to think too much about it. The third day of jury deliberations, he began to have hope. Somebody on that jury was doing some heavy thinking about his guilt. Don't read too much into it, his lawyer advised him during a visit. A lot of people have lost a lot of bets trying to guess what a jury is thinking. At 1:15 on the fourth day of jury deliberations, Noah is summoned by the sheriff's deputy. He is heading, as always, toward the side door of the county courthouse, reserved for prisoner transfers, but the transport vehicle slows a block from the courthouse. The crowd has swelled beyond the sidewalks into the street. There are blockades, but they are hopeless against the swarm of onlookers. The transport vehicle moves slowly, and people grudgingly open a path, shouting at the vehicle as it passes, some of them even slapping the hood or one of the side windows. When the vehicle turns toward the transfer door, Noah sees the trucks from all the national media lined up, faces of reporters he'd seen on television before the trial began and with whom he's known practically on a first-name basis, plus countless other reporters who couldn't get inside the courtroom but are always here, every morning, ready to shoot video footage or snap his picture. The thousands of locals are here for various reasons: geriatric trial watchers, concerned citizens, people just interested in the spectacle of it all, friends or family of Melanie Phillips. From time to time in the courtroom or standing outside here by the prisoner transfer, he has seen people who vaguely resemble Melanie and wondered if they were cousins or aunts or uncles. Melanie had a big family, though Noah never met any of them. They were only together for 2 months before Melanie did things. He remembers that day well, the day Melanie broke up with him, her resolve, the firmness of her words. "I'm sorry, but I've made my decision." That was it. She wouldn't hear his protests. She just made the statement, a second time to be clear, and that was that. Noah always wondered if she'd discussed it with her friends or family ahead of time. He imagined someone advising her, "It's best to do it clean, just break it off, no long explanations or debate." It bothered him to think that others knew about their breakup before he did. He lets these thoughts occupy him so he won't think about what's coming as he passes down a long corridor lined with armed deputies, as he enters the courtroom from the side and dozens of heads turn in his direction. The law enforcement presence in this room is also heavy. The wall space is occupied by sheriff's deputies ready to keep order when the verdict is read. And then it's as if everything is underwater, almost dreamlike. His lawyer says something to him, but Noah doesn't really listen. He's gone to another place now, readying himself for what's about to come. Judge Barnett walks in and calls for the jury. The jurors file in and take their seats, one by one. You're supposed to watch them as they come in, looking for clues. If they make eye contact, they're going to acquit you. If they don't, they're going to convict. That never made sense to him, why you would look for clues in the first place, when you're about to find out in a few seconds. Instead, he turns around and finds Paige in the fourth row by the aisle. She moves her head so they can see each other between the other spectators. She mouths the words, "I love you." He wants to stay there, looking at her, but his lawyer takes his arm and he gets to his feet for the reading of the verdict. He turns to face forward but doesn't look at the jury. He finds a blank spot on the wall and stares at it, thinking through everything that has happened and wondering, how did it come to this? He hears a woman's voice. It turns out the foreperson of the jury is the single mother of two who has her own graphic design business, the one who sits in the front row of the jury box, 3 people from the left end. Is it a good thing that a woman is the leader? Another question that doesn't make any difference. All that matters is what she's going to say next. On count 1, murder in the first degree with special circumstances, to wit the murder of Melanie Phillips, we find the defendant, Noah Lee Walker, guilty. Noah sucks in his breath. On count 2, murder in the first degree with special circumstances, to wit the murder of Zachariston, we find the defendant, Noah Lee Walker, guilty. Noah turns and sees Paige. He starts toward her and she runs up the aisle toward him. There are bailiffs covering the gate that cordons off the spectators, and there are other bailiffs assigned specifically to Noah. Both sets of deputies do their jobs. Paige nearly makes it through, coming within a few feet of the defense table. The deputies grasp Noah firmly, gripping his arms, holding down his neck. He goes limp, compliant, before surprising them by breaking free and reaching Paige. It won't last, but he just wants to touch her one more time. "Oh, baby," she says to him, her face wet. He puts his hand gently on the back of her neck and kisses her quickly. Then he moves his mouth to her ear. "Don't give up on me," he says as the deputies recover their leverage, pulling him back. When he refuses to go down, they shove a taser against his neck, electrical current surging through him. His legs and arms go limp just before his mind does. He falls to the floor in a heap, his last memory of this courtroom. Book IIBRIDGEHAMPTON, 2007-08. Dede Paris and Annie Church have disappeared. They were last seen leaving their last final exam at Yale on May 9, completing their sophomore years. They said something vague to their friends about backpacking through Europe with the cash they'd saved up while waitressing. They told their parents they were going to stay in New Haven for summer school and rent an apartment with their waitressing money. Neither set of parents made any attempt to verify their stories. Since May 9, over 3 weeks ago, no known acquaintance or family member has seen either woman. Which is exactly how they want it. Dede and Annie rush out of the ocean, holding hands, and find their towels and bags and umbrella. They slip into their flip-flops and don their shades. They are two beautiful, tan 20-year-olds, euphoric with love, with very few answers in life yet but, fortunately, very few questions, either. They will have the rest of their lives to discover their calling, to do their internships, apply to grad school, and brace for a hard world. This summer, they're going to discover each other, and nothing else. By the time they reach the place where they're staying, the skin has long dried, and the withering oven-hot sun beats down on them. Fortunately, they don't have to go far. Their place is just a 2-minute walk from the beach. They're staying at 7 Ocean Drive. Well, it's not their place, exactly. But nobody else is staying here, and it would be a shame for it to stay empty all summer, wouldn't it? "I love how freak show this house is," Dede says, looking up at the scowling Gothic structure. She's tall and lanky, with bleached blonde hair cropped like a boy's that practically glows against her suntan. "I keep waiting for Elvira to pop out or something." They turn east, walking along the southern border of the estate, covered by thick shrubbery that is taller than they are. Dede, the more athletic and adventurous of the two, was the first to explore the shrubbery, looking for a point of entry. The coiled wire fence hidden within the shrubbery was formidable, but nothing that a good set of shears couldn't handle, if you had time and patience, and they have plenty of both this summer. Besides, it didn't have to be pretty, just a large enough hole for them to slip through, the slipping made easier by the thick pieces of rubber they've tied over the jagged edges of fence to avoid cuts and scratches during ingress and egress. Sure, they have to squat down and turn sideways to make it through, but it's worth it, rent-free and a 10,000 square foot mansion all to themselves. As they slide through the opening, Annie looks up at the mansion, the faded multicolored limestone, the stained glass and sharply pitched roofs and medieval-style adornments. She remembers the week she spent in the Hamptons as a girl, when she and her sister heard all about this place. No one ever leaves alive the house at 7 Ocean Drive, she says in her best ghoulish horror movie voice, repeating the poem she'd heard. Not friend or foe, not man or mouse can e'er survive the murder house. That creeps me out, Dede says. They head toward the rear of the house. The 10-foot shrubbery provides good cover on the grounds, but the mansion itself is perched on a hill, and they've decided their entries and exits should be as covered as possible. In the rear there is a door that, once upon a time, was probably reserved for servants. The door doesn't have a knob, just a latch held closed by a chain, another victim of its shears. The smell of disinfectant and soap greets them when they open the door. They scrubbed down their entrance the first time they came in, clearing out the cobwebs, mopping the floor, scrubbing walls. The first thing they see is the door to the basement, which is likewise chained. Sure, they thought it was a little odd that an interior door would be locked in such a way, but they haven't bothered to investigate. There's enough house without it, and their tolerance for creepy has just about hit its limit. The basement will remain a mystery. They pass through the foyer, ignoring the museum-like rooms on each side, and climb the winding, creaky stairs. A veranda off a bedroom on the 3rd floor that they found last week has a panoramic view of the ocean. Annie leans against the railing, sighing with satisfaction. Her hair, up in a ponytail, is the color of cinnamon but has lightened in the sun. Dede comes up behind her and kisses her long bronzed neck. She runs her hands along the outline of Annie's figure. Annie leans back into Dede's arms, gently humming as Dede cups her breasts, caresses the skin on her flat belly. That tickles, says Annie. Ash turns to face Dede. They kiss deeply and lie down together on the blanket they've spread out, their legs intertwined. And then they hear a noise. The hollow clink of metal tapping metal, and footsteps, and then a man whistling. Staying low, they inch toward the side of the veranda and peek through the wooden supports. A man approaches the side of the house with a long ladder held at his side. He is shirtless and looks pretty damn good that way, a V-shaped physique, rippled abs. His curly dark hair falls from Ianki's cap, turned backward. Hot tool belt guy, Annie whispers. If I liked boys. The hot tool belt guy drops the ladder against the side of the house and quickly climbs up. Women don't move, holding their breath, as he reaches their level on the 3rd floor. Just behave yourselves, ladies, he says without looking in the direction. Deal. Busted. Neither woman says anything. Neither woman moves. Deal. He repeats. Dede stands up, leans on the railing. We have to behave. That's no fun. Annie stands up, too. So what's your story, guy? The man gestures upward with his chin. Me, I'm just patching up the flat roof. Not having as much fun as you, looks like. That's not fair, Annie says, which sounds close to an invitation. She gets an elbow from Dede. So what's your name? Noah, he says. Are you going to turn us in, Noah? Dede asks. He considers them a moment. Well, that wouldn't be very nice, would it? Quote. It sure wouldn't. Just don't make a mess while you're here, he says. I'll have to clean it up. He starts to climb. Both girls can't help but enjoy the view. Straight or gay, this guy is hard not to admire. And one more thing, he says as he reaches the flat roof. Don't go in the basement. Why's that, Noah? Didn't you hear? This house is haunted. The man hauls himself up on the roof and disappears. Annie's beta VW bug pulls up to the gate of 7 Ocean Drive. The sun has fallen now at 9 o'clock, so all is clear. When they use their car, which isn't very often, they prefer to enter and exit under the cover of darkness. Dede gets out to push open the massive gate, using all her weight to do so. Once it's open, she turns back, squinting into the car's headlights. Beyond the beams, across the street, she sees someone, standing flat-footed, looking at her. Shadows a double take, shields her eyes with a hand, which doesn't really help, and moves away from the blinding beams to get a better look. It seems as if the figure moves along with her, and then disappears, maybe into the shrubbery, leaving Dede with spots in her vision from the car lights. Dede rushes back to the car and gets in. "What's the matter?" Annie asks. "I thought I saw someone across the street, staring at us, watching us." Annie strains to look behind her. "I didn't see anyone when we drove up." "I know. Me either. What did he look like?" Dede lets out a shudder. "Couldn't really see. A man, looked like. Kind of, you're gonna laugh, like a scarecrow, sort of. Like, his hair was all stringy and sticking out. He had a hat on, too, I think." "A scarecrow?" Annie looks at Dede with mock horror. "You don't think the Tin Man might bow there, too?" "Stop. Not the Cowardly Lion." Annie brings a hand to her mouth. "Just drive the car." Annie pats Dede's leg. "You're paranoid, girl. We're not supposed to be here, so you think everyone's looking to bust us. I mean, someone walking down Ocean Drive in the summer isn't exactly unusual." She puts the car into gear and drives through the gate. Dede closes the gate behind them, taking another look across the street and seeing nothing. "That's the thing, though," she says when she re-enters the car. "He wasn't walking. He was just watching us. I mean, I think. With the headlights, I couldn't really see. It could just be my eyes playing tricks." Annie pulls the Beetle onto the grass next to the massive detached garage, hidden from sight. She lets out a sigh. "Good to be home," she says. "There's no place like home. There's no place like, would you shut up?" As they walk toward the back entrance, they see the ladder the hot tool belt guy used yesterday, broken down and lying in the grass. "Noah was cute," Annie says. Was he? Was he cute?" Dede throws another elbow. Now, dearest, I only have eyes for you." Inside, they unpack the groceries. They've found a place in Montague that sells lobster tails and oysters at non-tourist prices, and Dede apparently looks old enough to buy champagne, the cheats they had. Tonight is an anniversary of sorts, exactly 6 months from the day they met on campus. Annie gets the food ready while whistling that Wizard of Oz song, "If I Only Had a Brain." It keeps punching her playfully in the arm, but it only emboldens Annie. As much as it gets under her skin, it's one of the reasons Dede loves her. Yes, she thinks, I do love her. Dede has no trouble opening her heart to Annie. She's accepted her sexual orientation for years now. She came out in high school, and she grew up in Santa Monica, where they practically throw you a parade for doing so. Annie, though, had never been with a woman before meeting Dede. Of course, she knew, on some level, but growing up in rural Michigan, she didn't acknowledge her sexual preference to her friends or her devout Catholic parents, or even to herself. You'd think, by 2007, people would have loosened up enough, but Dede knows as well as Sanyan that discrimination doesn't evaporate overnight but slowly fades over time. Dinner is great. The dining room is over the top ornate, full of all kinds of detail on the walls, little statuettes perched around the room, tall windows with ornamental trim, an enormous chandelier hovering over a big five-sided dark oak table that's surrounded by high-backed chairs with leather cushions. It's like Henry VIII meets Count Dracula. On their jam box, they play some symphonic music that Annie, the violinist, chose. She plays maestro, conducting the music with her fork. And the lobster and oysters are delicious. The cheap champagne is like pop rocks in Dede's mouth. It goes to her head quickly, enhancing her euphoria. Annie is it, she thinks. She is my one and only. The window rattles and Dede turns to it. The wind, surely. But still, she walks over and cups her hand over the glass to block the interior reflection, looking out onto Ocean Drive. Is the scarecrow still out there? I'd be more worried about him, if he only had a brain. You've been waiting to say that, haven't you? Dede looks back and finds Annie sitting on the windowsill on the opposite side of the dining room. What are you doing? Annie has her Swiss Army knife open, carving into the wood. Annie, you can't do that. This place is, like, 300 years old. And it's not like you can just erase that. Dede walks over to get a look at what Annie is doing. As Dede suspected, she is carving their initials in jagged letters, DP plus AC. I don't want to erase it, Annie says. I want it to be here forever. Dede puts her arm around Annie and draws her close, breathing in her shampoo. Forever. She says tentatively. Her heart is pounding. This is one of those moments when she feels so vulnerable, her heart laid bare to be embraced or trampled. Forever. Annie looks up at Dede. The champagne tastes even better to Dede the second time, on Annie's tongue. The girls staying at 7 Ocean Drive are now on the second floor of the mansion, the southwest bedroom. The purple and gold bedroom, with the canopy bed and the velvet. The master bedroom where, over 200 years ago, Winston Dahlquist once slept. They are naked, and they are doing very fun things to each other. The young bodies are shapely and athletic and limber, fueled by lust and maybe love, who can say? And helped mightily by the 2 bottles of champagne they've drunk. The alcohol has undoubtedly lowered their inhibitions, and also impaired their judgment a bit, which is probably why they've forgotten to pull the bedroom drapes. Now, to be fair, the bedroom window looks south, toward the beach and ocean, with only one house in between, which is not nearly as tall. A reasonable person would thus believe that, even with the drapes open wide as they are, she would not be visible to anyone. But a reasonable person might not expect a man to be standing on the beach, peering northward with a pair of binoculars. The man who thinks of himself as Holden lowers the binoculars and lets them hang around his neck. Wait, no. He removes the binoculars and throws them into his bag, which he calls his fun bag. This time of night, having binoculars is a dead giveaway, no chance of birdwatching or any other legitimate reason for using them, at 10 in the evening. You might just as well wear a sign that says Peeping Tom. Be more careful, Holden. He likes calling himself that name. It gets him in the mood, in much the same way the alcohol gets those girls feeling more sexually adventurous. He rolls his neck, stretches his arms, cracks his knuckles, jogs in place a moment, some sand kicking up. He picks up his fun bag and climbs the beach onto Ocean Drive. He is happy, almost giddy. The sky is a deep purple and a soft wind plays with his hair. He is healthy and prepared. Tonight, he is Holden, and he can do anything. He wonders how long they'll stay up in the bedroom. Could be they'll fall asleep, exhausted from alcohol and sex. It won't matter. He'll be prepared either way. They probably have the doors locked. They certainly should. There are scary people out there. Not that a lock will stop him. He has a key to the place, after all. But the front door isn't an option, too creaky and noisy. No, he'll use his private entry, his secretary into the house, reserved for special occasions. Because this has all the makings of a special occasion. Holden rests in the room that Winston Dahlquist once called the guest parlor, a waiting room of sorts off the ground floor living room. It is ridiculously ornate, like all the rooms, candelabra and chandeliers and custom molding, a fireplace and a marble mantel, a Persian area rug. They are almost directly above him. He closes his eyes and listens to their laughter upstairs. They're in love, he thinks, or at least they sound like it. His heart is pounding. He is here, and they don't know it. That is special all by itself. They think they're sharing something intimate, but he gets to be a part of it. He opens up a small compact and checks himself over. His hair is smartly combed. His shirt is pressed. His beige trousers are new. His erection is at full mast, pushing against his trousers. There's no way to describe this. One part forbidden, one part intimate, one part sexual, and own part full of possibilities unknown even to him. He's not sure what he's going to do yet. There should be a word for how he feels. He thinks of how they'd react if they saw him. What they would say. What they would do. The snappy dialogue that would ensue. The flirtation. They'd be attracted to him, wouldn't they? Of course they would. Maybe a threesome. Wow. Maybe. Footsteps overhead. Holden shakes out of his fantasy and listens closely. The footsteps are heading. Where? Down the hallway toward the staircase. No, she's just walking into the master bedroom. He hears the water turn on now. He sighs. This is not good enough, not real enough. He thought this was going to be special. This is kind of fun, but not special. He's too far away from them, too remote. Should he go up the stairs? No, that would be too risky. The kitchen, maybe. There will be glasses and dishes they touched. Maybe an article of clothing they left behind. That would help. That would really help. He has to take a piss. But he can't do that. Even if he used the bathroom near the back, and even if he sat down like a girl to cut down on the noise, he'd either have to flush, which they'd hear, or leave evidence behind. He's not stupid. He's not stupid at all. Stupid. He's the opposite of stupid. He's really smart. Oh, maybe he should just leave. But tonight I'm Holden. Okay. He removes his shoes to minimize his footfalls and drops them in the fun bag. He picks it up and pushes through the French doors quietly, into the living room. From there, he walks through the foyer. He stops at the staircase, where he hears them upstairs singing in unison to Justin Timberlake, "I'll let you whip me if I misbehave. It's just that no one makes me feel this way." He smiles to himself, feels himself relax. Feeling better, he walks into the dining room, where two empty bottles of champagne, an empty bottle of Evian, a bottle of Tabasco, 2 plates of discarded lobster tails and oyster shells, and a dish of horseradish rest on the pentagonal table beneath the grand chandelier. Winston Dahlquist used to bring the girls in here. They'd feast on duck and lobster and dates and olives. They'd drink the finest French wines. He probably viewed it as fattening them up before the slaughter. He hikes the fun bag over his shoulder, carefully picks up one of the empty champagne bottles and one of the plates, and heads into the kitchen. He's never liked the kitchen much because it's not original. Back when Winston built this place, the kitchen was for servants only, tiny and functional. Winston's descendants remodeled the kitchen in the 70s, tripling the size, installing cherrywood cabinets, marble countertops, and stainless steel appliances. It just looks like a boring kitchen, no character. But it's safe, and it will have to do. He opens up the fun bag just to be safe, just to be sure, just to be prepared. He thinks of the girl shaving sex upstairs, and then singing, sexy back, and it helps him. They'd like him. He's sure of it. They could share so much. He smells the champagne bottle. Nothing special. Then he sees lipstick on it, so he touches it with his lips. Not cherry chapstick, but red and sticky and sweet. Yes. Good. This is getting better now. This was a good idea, and then it happens in an instant, sneaking up on him. How it could have happened he isn't sure, because he's so cautious and careful, but he hears footsteps bounding down the stairs and suddenly those footsteps are in the dining room, adjacent to the kitchen, where he is. He moves very quietly toward the opening, hoping, praying that nobody heard him, and peeks into the dining room. It's the blonde, the taller one with the short hair. She's unplugging the stereo resting on the windowsill. She looks good bending over, just wearing a bra and panties. So firm and lean. So special. Oh, God, if I could just. He ducks back, just on the off chance that she might cast a glance in his direction. His heartbeat is strumming so loudly that he can't hear, he can't think straight, but he prepares just in case, he's had it planned out just in case, and he recites it to himself now. I'm the owner. This is my house. Just in case. And he reaches into the fun bag, also just in case. He slowly steps back into the recesses of the kitchen and holds his breath. It'll be okay, he thinks. This will be better. It will enhance the whole experience, make it more real, more vivid. That's what he's telling himself when the blonde girl walks into the kitchen. The blonde girl doesn't see him at first. Her head is down and she's balancing the remnants of the meal, the champagne and water bottles, the plates of food and the Tabasco, and turns toward the counter in the center of the kitchen to plop it all down before she even realizes she's not alone. She recoils in an instant, her breath whisked away in surprise, her hands rising up defensively, everything she'd been holding crashing to the tile floor. Glass shatters everywhere. The sound only amplifies her shock. Be indignant. This is your house. She's the intruder. Say that. Say that. I'm the owner, he manages. He raises a hand in peace. The girl is too stunned for a moment, but Holden planned this out well. The words did the trick. She doesn't turn and run, not immediately. Oh, you're the own, Dede. Is everything okay? It's the other girl. Dede. The blonde looks back toward the living room, then back at Holden. How many of you are here? He asks. Excellent. Just what an indignant owner would say. Just two of, Her eyes dart downward just as Holden feels the warm stain spreading across his crotch. He just pissed himself. He looks down, and then back up at her. We'll leave right now, mister. I'm really sorry. She spins on her heels to leave. Holden closes the distance between them in an instant. She senses his approach and starts to run and is nearly out the door when he reaches her, stabbing the taser into the back of her neck. She goes down hard, her body suddenly limp and unable to break her fall, her face smacking against the kitchen wall and landing hard on the ceramic tile. "Dede," comes the voice from upstairs. Holden drags the blonde girl, Dede, into the kitchen, away from the view of the dining room, a trail of blood smearing in her wake. Is she dead? The fall was nasty. She's bleeding from the nose and forehead. What has he done? What's he going to do? He's thinking fast, but the adrenaline is catching up with him now and he can't let it paralyze him. He's got to think. Hearing the urgent footfalls in the living room, Holden grabs a frying pan from the overhead rack and raises it above his head. The brunette gasps before she's even entered, seeing the bloodstain first, no doubt, and when she rushes in, her eyes are already cast downward at her lover. She lets out a horrific scream as she looks up to meet Holden's eyes, but by then the frying pan is already crashing down on the crown of her skull. The pan almost bounces out of Holden's hand from the harsh impact. He's never hit anything so hard. The brunette is stunned, reaching for support but unable to find any. She sinks to her knees, still upright but precariously so, and before she falls like a tower tumbling over, Holden raises the pan and cracks it against her skull a second time. When she crumples to the floor, she is lifeless, like a balloon figurine that the air has been let out of. Her eyes are open but still. Is she dead? Holden bounces on his toes, looking at each of them. The blonde is still breathing. The brunette is not. It was a accident, he says. I didn't. I just wanted. What does he do now? Panic sweeps over him. Run, he thinks, but no, too many clues left behind. The blonde knows what he looks like. She moans. Her shoulders move. She's trying to turn over. Holden watches her. Watches her struggle. Watches her suffer. But this is their fault. They shouldn't have surprised him. They made him do this. No. No, the blonde is making noise on the floor. He taps her with his foot. She groans in response. He bends down and rolls her over on her back. Turns her bloodied face to the left, so she can see her girlfriend. Look at her, he says. Look. Her eyes widen in horror. She manages a low, guttural, garbled wail. It's the most beautiful sound he's ever heard. Holden puts a hand on his stomach. It causes a physical pain, a rumble in his stomach like hunger for food, a growl that resembles the angry hum of the motorcycle on which he's riding at the moment. He needs it again. He needs the thrill of the chase, the anticipation, the climax itself. It's been over a year since Dede and Annie, and he can't decide what was most invigorating, the initial approach, sneaking into the mansion, the physical act, the pain and suffering. So much to choose from. It's kind of like deciding what you like best about pizza, the cheese or sauce or the toppings, they're inseparable ingredients of a delicious experience. But if he had tacos, it was none of those things. No, it was the aftermath, what's happened every day since, the feeling of invincibility that comes with knowing he got away with it, that he can do whatever he pleases and nobody can catch him, nobody can stop him. Oh, there was an investigation. Apparently the girls, Dede Paris and Annie Church, hadn't told anyone where they were spending the summer. They had told their friends one lie, their parents another, but nobody the truth. It was only through cell phone records that authorities were able to place them in the Hamptons at all. But it was over 2 weeks after he killed them that a search even began, and it wasn't much of a search. Nobody had any idea where the girls were staying in the Hamptons. They never even focused on Bridgehampton, much less the house at 7 Ocean Drive. The best guess was that the girls were staying in Montague, because that was where they found Annie's car, in a tow yard after it had been parked illegally in a church parking lot, stripped of its license plates. Yes, Holden has congratulated himself for moving her car. It was when the authorities found the car that they officially determined. Drumroll, please. That foul play was involved. Ta-da. They don't have a clue. The lesson: you can do whatever you want. If you're smart. A fire are disciplined. If you take care in choosing your victims. If you don't get greedy. He drives by the nightclub again, passing the alley where they congregate in the shadows, waiting for any car that might pull over. He slows his motorcycle to an idle and looks to his right, directly where he knows they are. Several of them step out from the shadows into the light of the street lamp in their skin-tight dresses, hiked up to show plenty of leg, their hair teased up, their boobs pushed out, hoping to make eye contact with potential customers. There are a half-dozen of them, a nice variety of busty and petite, white and black and Hispanic. A smorgasbord of potential victims. Victims. It's fun to think of them that way. Not women but prey. He immediately crosses the tall, leggy blonde off the list, because she is too much like Dede, though Dede ended up being great fun in the end. Still, variety is the spice of life, and, more to the point, an intelligent man like Holden realizes that he cannot leave a pattern of any kind in his wake. He quickly narrows it down to a busty black woman and a petite blonde. The blonde one it is. Smaller, probably no more than 100 pounds, and therefore easier to subdue, should any difficulty arise. But why should any difficulty arise? He has his fun bag back at the motel. And unlike last time, when Dede and Annie surprised him, this time he'll have the chance to show off his charm, to gain her trust, lure her in. She'll have no idea what's coming. She'll probably think the corkscrew is for a bottle of champagne. She'll think the handcuffs are just a kinky sex thing. She might wonder about the handheld kitchen torch, though. It's past midnight and there is a healthy stream of people coming and going from the club nearby. Witnesses, potentially. A careful man like Holden thinks of such things, but most are drunken. In the end, what could they say about him? He's wearing a helmet with a tinted face shield, and he's removed the license plate. All anyone could possibly describe is a guy in a leather jacket wearing a helmet on a black motorcycle. Anyway, if it was entirely risk-free, it wouldn't be any fun. Yet he feels a pang of doubt, even as he nods toward the petite blonde. Can he go through with it? He's rusty, it's been over a year. As much as he's been romanticizing it since then, he now remembers how scared he was at the time. Exhilarated, yes, but scared, too. On his nod, the blonde saunters up to him, wearing a black outfit that covers little more than a bikini would. Her belly is flat, with a piercing through her navel. She has the body of a 20-year-old, the face of someone older, more seasoned, more worked over. Her heels make her 2 inches taller, but she's a little thing. Hi, handsome. You want some company? I want. All night, he says, keeping his helmet on, the face shield down. I'm by the hour, hon. I want. All night. That's Holden being smart. If she's leaving for the night, Nobody will expect her back in an hour. Nobody will think to look for her at least until tomorrow. Assuming anybody looks for her, period. The whole night. That's 2000. She runs her hand over his arm, the leather of his jacket. It's worth it. No, he says. See, that's Holden being smart again. Make her think this is a real negotiation. Thatha actually plans on paying her something. 500. 500 for this. She says, running her hands over the outline of her body, moving to the music coming from the nightclub. Come on, lover, 1500. For a night you'll never forget. He doesn't know what a streetwalker makes in a night, but it can't be anywhere near that. 1,000, he says. Or, baby. Hang on. The girl walks back to her friends and says something. See, you were right, she's telling him she's done for the night, not to expect her back. Smart, Holden. Do I need a helmet? She asks when she hops on the bike. He turns back to her as she wraps her arms around his waist. No, he says. You're safe with me. Quote. Holden and the blonde hooker drive to a motel off Sunrise Highway. He rented the room 2 days ago, paying in cash and asking for a room in the back away from traffic. He parks within 10 feet of a door and brings the girl inside. The room isn't much to look at. The carpet is torn up, wallpaper is peeling, the lighting is dim, and the mattress is about as thick as a slice of cheese. But it's clean and it doesn't smell. He's seen worse. And he's certain she has, too. He sets his helmet on the small table where the television sits. He spots the fun bag in the corner, just where he left it. He looks in the mirror and fixes his hair. We need to take care of business first. He turns and gets his first look at her in normal lighting. She has a round face, her eyes set slightly too far apart, with a crooked smile that is probably supposed to be sexy. Her dirty blonde hair is teased up in some kind of bun on top of her head. She is very slender, and her skin is pale and freckly. Her breasts are small and her butt is tiny and round. Okay. He has 1,000 in cash. He peels it out and hands it to her. She stuffs it in her purse. Is that her idea of safekeeping? It must be. Though it's not that safe. She's in a room with a stranger, after all. It's not safe at all. She's not safe at all. But that's an occupational hazard. Everything she does is full of risk. That must be hard, having to make a living by meeting strange men and, stop it. Stop thinking like that. I'm gonna freshen up, she says, and then she spins on her heels and heads to the bathroom, her purse slung over her shoulder. He looks at himself in the mirror. Don't start thinking about her life. Think about what you want. Think about what you're going to do. Think about the handcuffs and the corkscrew and the torch. Don't fuck this up. You've been waiting a year for this, she returns looking a little more chipper, her eyes glassy. She's high. She took something in the bathroom. He looks over her arms. No signs of needle marks. Cocaine, probably. That's probably how she gets through this job, high as a kite. Stop it. You don't give a shit about her or how she copes with life. You don't care. So what's your pleasure, guy? Her tone is less flirtatious than it was on the street. More businesslike. My. Question mark. What do you want me to do? Her eyes bug out, like she's impatient. I just. Can we just talk? He's trembling. She looks at his hands. She sees it, too. Okay, we can talk. She sits down on the bed and looks up at him. What do you wanna talk about? He swallows hard. What the hell is wrong with you? What's your name? She shrugs. What do you want it to be? He shakes his head. No. Okay, my name's Barbie. Her name isn't Barbie. That's her street name. Do you wanna know my name? Sure, mister. Lots of guys don't want to tell me their name. It's your money. He stares at her, unsure of himself. Okay, what's your name, guy? She's so hardened, deadened, drugged out. She'll spread her legs for him or suck him off, she'll twist and turn her body however he asks, but she won't really be here. This isn't real. It's not supposed to be like this. Dede and Annie, they were real. He thought the one thing missing was that he didn't know them first, didn't get intimate with them, killed them almost at first sight. But that was better. That was better than this. Got anything to drink, mister? He shakes his head, unable to speak. He should have thought of that. He should have had a bottle of whiskey or something. Got any music? Shit. He shakes his head again. He feels everything slipping away, every turn a wrong one. I can't, he whispers. Can't what? Sweat has broken out on his forehead. His pulse is racing. He doesn't feel right. I can't kill you, he says. His eyes slowly rise to meet hers. She studies him a moment, lips parted, fear beginning to spread across her face. He feels himself getting hard. He feels the energy suddenly fueling him. And then her eyes grow big again, when she sees the look on his face. There it is. She bounces off the bed, rushing for the door. Yes. No. She cries as he grabs her arm. No, please. He pins her up against the wall, bringing a hand over her mouth. She bites down on his hand, causing a glorious pain, but he pushes back hard, slamming her head against the wall with all the force he can summon. Her eyes roll back and she begins to slide down the wall, unconscious. He lowers himself, sliding down with her. He drags her over near the bed and lays her out properly. Thank you, Barbie, he whispers. He handled this wrong, but she salvaged it for him, a last-minute save. He learned something. He won't make this mistake again. He walks to the corner to get his fun bag. Book IIBRIDGEHAMPTONANDSING Sing, 2012. Sing Sing Correctional Facility, 30 miles north of New York City on the east bank of the Hudson River, houses nearly 2,000 inmates over 55 acres of property. Up the hill from the lower-level secured facilities is Cell Blocker, Maximum A, one of the largest max security cell blocks in the world, with over 600 inmates packed into 6 by 9 foot cells. They are murderers and rapists and sex traffickers and mob bosses and major drug dealers, divided into fierce factions predominantly by race, the Bloods and the Crips, the Latin Kings and Trinitarios, the Aryan Brotherhood. If you belong to one of the gangs, they have your back, you're protected, but even then you are not really protected, because the sins of the individual are the sins of the gang, and retaliation in cell block A is as common as census counts 4 times a day. In the last 8 days, Cell Blocker has been on lockdown 4 times, as the Latin Kings and the Bloods have worked out the differences the only way they know how. Guns are uncommon, it's by shanks and razors, anything that can be pried loose and sharpened into a weapon, that most of the injuries are inflicted. The first time Noah Walker walked into cell block A, he was overwhelmed. Overwhelmed by the sheer enormity, the cell block extending 4 stories high and so far from right to left that there seems to be no beginning or end, just an endless wall of steel and chain-link barriers. Overwhelmed by the noise, a deafening clamor of hundreds of caged men shouting, radios playing, gates slamming. This is his home now, on the top tier of A block, Gallery L, 7th cell. He will live in L7 for the rest of his life. He will live amid a massive series of cages, covered by a concrete and brick dome with windows that miraculously let in very little light, sunshine filtered through filth. The polluted air, the noise, the solitude of hour upon hour spent in a cell no bigger than a normal person's closet. In the 73 days that Noah has spent here, they have had the effect of deadening him, killing his hope, erasing his dreams, leaving him numb. Outside the cell, the mess hall, the showers, the machine shop, and the prison yard, it's a different story. Noah is alert at all times, his eyes constantly moving about. Noah is not affiliated. The only real option for a white guy is the Aryan Brotherhood, and he's not going anywhere near Thesaurus's morons. That makes him fair game to everyone. Stick a shank into Noah's back, or accost him in the shower, or jump him in the yard, and nobody will retaliate. Noah is alone in every sense of the word. And with every day that passes, he finds that he cares less and less. There is nothing for him here but the passage of time. He is simply waiting for time to move along until he dies. His tiny cell is barren of personal effects. He hasn't built up enough in the commissary for a radio, and no television is allowed. He has only 2 personal items, a photograph of Paige and a copy of his favorite novel, The Catcher in the Rye. In the photograph, Paige is in Noah's attic bedroom, her hand up to shield her face from his camera, a look of embarrassed amusement on her face. Strands of her hair curl around her cheek. He likes this photograph because it touches all of his senses. He hears Paige's voice, "Don't take my picture." He smells her the way he liked her best, sweaty after sex. He feels her hand on his arm while she tries to keep him from snapping the photo with his phone. Paige. He will never see her again. He told her not to come here, and to drive the point home, he told her he wouldn't see her if she came. They have no future now, and it's better she remembers him when life was good, to hold that sweet memory close to herself, rather than having her image of him deteriorate slowly over the years as he grows harder, more bitter. He met yesterday with his lawyer, who told him there would be a 1-month delay in getting his appeal on file. Noah told him that was okay. He doesn't have a chance. He knows that. He's in no hurry to find out that his appeal has been rejected. That's the worst part, worse than the fear in the prison yard, or the loneliness, or the shame of being convicted of a double homicide. The lack of any hope, of any future, of any meaning to his life, will kill him, if a shank in the neck doesn't. Which of those will come first, he has no idea. The machine shop in Sing Sing is in the former death room, where the electric chair, Old Sparky, killed more than 600 people, including the spies Julius and Ethel Rosenberg, over the course of 70 years. Old Sparky has been moved to a museum, and the death penalty has been abolished in New York. Noah now often wishes it hadn't, so instead, Noah works in that space assembling chairs for toddlers, to be used, he assumes, in either an elementary school or a hospital. If there have been any moments of enjoyment in his 2.5 months in Sing Sing, they have come while he's been doing this work, taking care and pride in putting together these chairs. He's always enjoyed working with his hands, knowing that there is something tangible to show for his effort. Someone will sit in this chair. Someone will learn something in this chair. Someone will laugh at this chair. On the count. One of the cars walks in for the census, taken 4 times a day to make sure all prisoners are accounted for. The correctional officers cannot, as a practical matter, follow around every inmate all the time, so they move them in groups through the narrow hallways, always staying to the right of the yellow stripe down the center, and even let them walk on their own when going to the yard or the gym. At the CO's call, Noah stands and keeps his hands at his sides. The CO counts off the inmates aloud. There are 11 in the machine shop, divided among the various rooms for printing, woodwork, and welding. There are only 3, Noah included, here in woodworking. Noah gets back to work, squatting down on one knee. Behind him, he hears the other 2 inmates, both of them African American, Al and Rafa, abruptly put down the tools and walk out of woodworking. Noah senses something. He gets to his feet just as 3 men enter the room. Unlike Al and Rafa, these men aren't black. They are white. He recognizes one of them as Eric Wheaton, the leader of the Aryan Brotherhood here at Sing Sing. His 2 friends are massive, with shaved heads and skin ink up and down their tree-trunk arms. Wheaton, himself above average in size but dwarfed by his companions, is the elder statesman of his clan, probably 50. He shows Noah his teeth. Well, Noah. Seems like you've been avoiding us. My friends have offered to be your friends. I don't need friends like you, says Noah. He wishes he had something in hand, like the hammer and the floor. You don't need friends. You're the only guy in a don't need friends. How's a guy like you gonna get along in here with all the mongrels? The men on each side of Wheaton fan out, forming a semicircle around Noah. 2 more men. Nearly as big as the first set of goons, also proud members of the Brotherhood, enter the room. Now it's 5 on 1. So I'm asking nice, says Wheaton. For the last time. Noah takes a breath, steels himself. I don't need you or your white trash racist asshole buddies. Wheaton's smile widens, showing stained, crooked teeth. He's too good for us, friends. He's yeses. Didn't you hear? Surfer boy Jesus. Someone help me remember, now, what happened to Jesus. With that, they close in from both sides. Noah keeps his fist in tight and pops one of the goons in the mouth, snapping his head back, and then spins to his right and connects with a roundhouse left to the jaw of the thug from the other side. It's enough to throw the man off balance but not enough to knock him over. Noah will still have to deal with him and with the other 2. He turns back to his left for the oncoming rush, but he's not fast enough. The biggest of the goons barrels into him, 300 pounds of force, knocking him to the floor. He kicks out his legs and tries to bench press the man off him before a boot connects with his temple, sending a shock of lightning across his eyes. The man on top of him rises up and slams down a fist. Just in time, Noah ducks his head, and the man's fist hits the floor instead of Noah's face. He cries out in pain. Noah lunges up at the midsection like a bucking bronco to topple the man off him. But they are too many, and too big. After the initial burst of action, it simply comes down to numbers. 5 on 1. 5 men kicking and punching Noah, who is pinned down. Blood flies from his mouth and nose with each kick, each punch, until he can no longer hold his head up. Now he is nothing more than a punching bag. He feels his ribs crack with successive kicks, but he can't offer any response. He is getting the life beaten out of him, and if they want to kill him, he can no longer stop them. After a while, the pressure comes off his chest, and he is being tugged by all four limbs. Then he is lifted off the ground and thrown down onto one of the large woodworking tables. "Keep his arms out, boys," one of them says. Noah is hardly conscious as his arms are spread out, palms up. Men climb onto the table and sit on each of his forearms, while two others sit on his shins. He is completely pinned down. By the time he feels the prick of the nail on the palm of his hand, he is unable to even cry out. He looks through the fog, through the tiny slits of his eyes, and sees Eric Wheaton poising the nail over his right hand, a hammer raised above his head. When the hammer comes down on the nail, it's like a drilling rig finding oil, blood spurting into there. Noah lets out an animal cry and his eyes go to the ceiling. They do quick work of it, nailing both hands to the wooden tabletop, while Noah focuses on a single thought. "Let me die," he prays. "Almost ready, babe." I flip the page, then flip back, reading through police reports and investigation summaries and cross-referencing trial transcripts. "Babe. Yeah. Almost ready. Well, not so much. I'm sitting on the bed, feet up, doing work. But I can get ready fast." Matty pokes his head into the room. He's wearing a new Hugo Boss sport coat and cologne of the same label. His hair is freshly slicked back from his shower. "What are you doing? You haven't even showered." "No, sorry," I say. "Just reading." "Reading what?" "Christ, Murphy, do you ever stop working?" And that comes from someone who works on Wall Street. He walks over to the bed, where I'm sitting with the transcript on my lap. Matty reaches for the stack of paper I'm reading, revealing the solid gold cuff links on his sleeves. "This is the guy who killed your uncle. The surfer Jesus guy." "Yeah." I look up at him. "Just checking something." "Checking what?" "That guy went down, 4 months ago." "What is there to check?" I shrug. "There was a shooting at Bridgehampton School a long time ago. Halloween of '95. And that has what to do with what?" "Noah was arrested for it." "Noah," he says. "Now you're on a first-name basis with the guy." "I pulled the file yesterday," I say. "Let me run this by you, okay?" "Hurry." Now he's at the bedroom mirror above the dresser, checking himself over, fixing the collar of his new shirt. 15 people were shot that day in the southern playground, I say. Noah was on the east end of the yard, by the trees. Of the 15 shot, about 8 of them were hit within 30 feet of where he was standing with his BB gun. Aha. Another 7 were walking up to the school but farther away, farther west. Oh. Okay. He smooths his hair, looks himself over once more, and reaches a favorable conclusion. They were more like 60, 70 feet away. One of the kids on the farther west end, a kid named Daryl Freisha, took a BB in his eye. Yeah. Wow. Quote. His left eye. Matty doesn't answer. He walks into the bathroom and runs the water. When he walks back out, wiping his face with a hand towel, he nods at me. You still aren't in the shower, he says. You're not listening to me. Sure I am. I'm tempted to ask him what I said. But that would embarrass both of us. If Daryl Freisha was walking north up to the school, and Noah was shooting from the east, how did he hit Daryl on the left side of the face? Matty tosses his shoulders. He doesn't know. He doesn't care, either. He finishes with the towel and gives me a sideways glance. I've seen this guy Noah on TV, he says. Handsome dude. Should I be jealous? Matty, who's better looking, him or me? He asks. Are you kidding me? He points at me. That's a non-answer. You think that guy's got something on me? He doesn't make 7 figures, does he? Come on, Murphy, give it up, he says, grabbing my ankle. You like that guy more than me. I move my leg, forcing his hand off my ankle. I get off the bed and walk out of the room. He follows me down the hallway. What? I was listening. But Murphy, what's your deal? That thing was a lifetime ago. I mean, it know you miss your uncle, and I'm sorry and all that, that's very sweet of you, I deadpan. But seriously, you gotta snap out of this. You're turning into a real drag. I stop and spin on him. Am I? Yeah, you wanna know the truth. You are. I take a step toward him. This is the guy who killed my uncle. I'm trying to understand him. Why? You trying to get closure or something? I don't know. Maybe. Well, can you get closure when we don't have reservations at Quistin? Now it's 24 minutes, he says, checking his watch. I can still get ready, I say. Yeah, you'll wash your hair and tie it into a ponytail and throw on something too casual for fairer going. God forbid you try to look hot when I'm in town. God forbid you put on some makeup and spend more than 2 minutes on your hair. You're this. You're the hottest woman I know, but it's like you don't give a shit about that. I narrow my eyes to get a better look at this man named Matt Queenan. I don't give a shit about that, I say. Did you just figure that out? You know, I'm gonna let you in on a little secret, princess. He wags a finger at me. A lot of women would want to look hot for me. You think I don't get overtures all the time? Every day. You think there aren't a dozen women who'd jump at the chance to date me? Oh, I'm sure there are hundreds, I say, not hiding my sarcasm. You're the great Matty Queenan. You make 7 figures a year. Why don't you go find one of those women tonight? Quote. I return to the bedroom. As I pass him, he grabs my arm. You know what, I think I will, he says through his teeth. I yank my arm free and give him a forearm shiver to the chest. Don't grab my arm. Don't fucking push me, he says, knocking me back into the wall. My Irish up now, I lean in and punch him right in the kisser, connecting with his teeth and feeling his jaw crunch. Is that better? He stumbles backward, unprepared, touching his mouth and then checking his fingers, finding blood. You fucking bitch. Nobody hits me. I shrug. Hit the road, Matty, I say. Or I'll hit you again, a lot harder. Yeah. He moves at me, but I feint toward him and he backs off. He's a lightweight. He knows I could take him. He couldn't handle the embarrassment. Have a nice life in this shithole town with your shithole job, he says, turning to leave. I'll have another date by the time I get back to Manhattan. Quote. After Matty drives away, I throw on a baseball cap and head to my car. I don't feel like being around here, smelling his lingering cologne, thinking of him. My nerves are still rattled, but I know, in me heart, that I wasn't going anywhere with him. It was going to happen sooner or later. I try to avoid the knowledge, also buried deep within, that I'm probably not going anywhere with any guy, that I'm not cut out for a relationship. I always rolled my eyes at the cliché of the cop who's married to the job, but now I can see the merits of the stereotype. It's not that I don't care about anything besides my job, it's that the job doesn't let you leave. You see death and misery and suffering, and you don't just click that off when you go home. It doesn't wash off in the shower or vanish with a lover's embrace. You are polluted, toxic, and so you hold back so you don't infect someone else with the poison. You keep part of yourself segregated, hidden. And as long as I'm being brutally honest with myself, the truth is I've always felt alone, long before I was a cop. Always different. The red sheep of my family, I always called myself, because of my shiny red hair contrasted with the blonde hair of Ryan and my parents. I'm told my red locks came from a great-grandmother I never knew. I've only seen a black and white photo of her. I was tall and athletic, while Ryan was stout and bookish. I was a restless troublemaker, while Ryan was calm and content. I was a rebel without a clue, in a loving, happy family, as if I somehow missed out on the one gene that allowed me to just fit in like everyone else. I drive to Uncle Lang's cottage on North Sea Road. The shrubbery remains well maintained, courtesy of the realtor who's listing it. The door is locked, but I have a key. The house has been cleaned, the rugs shampooed, the kitchen scrubbed, the fridge emptied of perishables. It feels weird being here without the clothes strewn about, the smell of dirty socks and fried food, the house as it became after Chloe left Lang. Chloe, Lang said to me, when I saw him before he was wheeled into surgery. Look up Chloe. One of his last thoughts was the love of his life. But even they couldn't maintain a relationship. What chance do I have? This is the question I pose as I unscrew the bottle of Beefeater gin. I decide to be an optimist and view the bottle as half full, and thus available for my consumption. Oh, look at me. I'm a cop with an attitude on her last chance, in a town that gives her sweaty, breathless nightmares almost every night, who drinks too much and can't connect with members of female species, and with an acting police chief who's no fan of mine, who's probably hoping to run me out by boring me to death with lousy assignments. I'm surprised Matty only walked out on me, instead of sprinting. I find a stray coffee cup in the cupboard, pour myself some gin, and head into Lang's second bedroom, where his remaining effects have been boxed up. A room full of boxes is so lonely. His desktop computer still sits on a simple wood desk, with the keyboard on a lower shelf that slides out. I boot up the computer and stare at the screen as it requests a password. I feel a pang in my heart as it typed the password, Generose, and watched the computer come to life. Lang kept copies of his murder books, police reports, investigators' notes, crime scene photos, autopsy reports, interview summaries for a given case, in his home office, they're packed up known sitting in his garage. He also wrote up summaries of each of these cases in individual word processing documents, narrative versions of the events from crime to conviction. He talked for years about writing his memoirs when he retired, hoping for a boost to his nest egg and also a way of looking back on his tenure, recording it for posterity. If they made it into a TV series, I could live with that, too, he used to joke. There are over 50 files in his cases folder, going back decades. I look for the one from 1995, Theb gun shooting at Bridgehampton School, but there's no entry for it. I don't know why I want to understand what happened there. Matty, arsehole that he is, did have a point. But that's me in a nutshell, the kind of cop I am. I have to fit every piece of the puzzle together. And no matter how minor a detail a school shooting from almost 17 years ago may have been, it's still a piece that doesn't fit. I stare at the home screen of the computer, the icons for the antivirus and the recycle bin, the Microsoft Word file folder. One small file sits in the corner, not in any folder, a Word document entitled Chloe. Look up Chloe, Lang said to me in the trauma center before he died. Look up Chloe. I meant contact her, let her know what had happened, ask her to come to the hospital. Look up Chloe, the document. I double-click on the icon and wait for the document to pop up. A handful of seconds later, it appears. It's a letter, dated 2 days before his death. My dearest Chloe, it begins. I have to tell someone, and even now, with you gone from me forever, I want that someone to be you. Oh my God, I say to the empty room as I read the letter. Oh my God. Quote. L7. The guard taps on the cell door with his pen. He gets no answer. L7, he says again. I'm doing the go-round. Noah raises his head out of his hands, blinks into the light. Where you gonna be after lunch, L7? Noah shakes his head. He's been back in A block for 3 weeks now, after spending over a month in the prison hospital and having multiple surgeries at Phelps Memorial, where he was kept under heavy security and cuffed at the ankles to his bed. Since returning to A block, Gallery L, cell number 7, he has only left his cell for required trips, the mess hall, classes, and the occasional psych visit. He doesn't have a job, still not having regained a sufficient range of motion in his hands to do much of anything, and won't go to the prison yard or the gym. So even though inmates are allowed out of their cells in the afternoon, after lunch, he has stayed within this cramped, dreary space, staring at walls, for almost the entire day. He sleeps, he supposes, but in the zombie-like days in which he finds himself, it's hard to distinguish between sleep and wakefulness, between dream and reality. His life has become a meaningless fog. There is no hope or despair, no fear or happiness. L7. It's one of the white shirts, the senior correctional officers, joining the other CO. You in pain, L7? You know we have meds for you. All you have to do is tell us who did this to you. The warden cut off pain medication as soon as Noah was released from the prison hospital, trying to get Noah to implicate the Aryan Brotherhood in the attack. Everyone knows who attacked Noah, but they can't prosecute them or even write up a disciplinary ticket without Noah's cooperation. Noah's no snitch. He'd like nothing more than to stick it to Eric Wheaton and his buddies, but it's just not in him to rat someone out. Growing up with his buddies, that was the one rule you didn't break. You might bend the law or outright fracture it, you might fail to do unto others as you would have them do unto you, but you never snitched. That's your choice, L7. The lieutenant and the other CO leave. Time passes in slow motion. Noah goes to the mess hall for lunch but doesn't touch his food. He's lost almost 20 pounds since the attack. Later in the afternoon, another CO shows up at his cell. Male, L7, he says, and he reaches through the bars and drops a single envelope into the small bucket reserved for such things. Sorry for your troubles. He's sorry. Noah looks up at the CO, who gives a grim shake of the head and moves down to the next cell. They read the inmate's mail in Sing Sing, unless it bears the seal of an attorney-client communication, so the sorry must pertain to the mail he just received. How, he thinks, could things possibly get worse? Noah's limbs are stiff when he gets up. He sat in the same position for almost 3 hours straight. He reaches into the bucket and grabs the envelope, perforated at the top by whoever read it. When he opens it, there is a post-it that simply says sorry and then a newspaper article, folded up. He unfolds it with a knot in his stomach and reads the headline, Manhattan Socialites Drowning RULEDSUICIDE. Along with the article is a photo of Paige Salzman in a sundress at some fancy gala. No. He cries out. No. He forces himself to read a bit of the article, enough to know that Paige was found dead in her pool, before he grabs hold of the prison bars and shakes them. No. His bandaged hands start to bleed through the gauze and pads, but he doesn't care, doesn't even feel the pain. He screams until he has no voice, hundreds of other inmates hearing his cries and joining in with shouts and catcalls of their own. Finally, exhausted, Noah crumples to the floor, leaning against the cell door. Not her, Hugh whispers. Not Paige. She was supposed to move on. She was supposed to forget about him and get on with her life. She was supposed to leave John Salzman and start the interior design business she'd always dreamed of having. She was supposed to have a life. She promised him. He made her promise she'd do that. He cries, for the first time that he can remember. The tears pour out until he is gasping for air, coughing and gagging. And then he has nothing left. He lies flat on his cell floor, oblivious to the dust, to the insect that crawls past his face. He stares into nothingness. He finds consolation in one and only one thing. That the first chance he gets, he'll see Paige again, this time in another world. L7. A CO calls out. Everything okay? Noah raises his head, turns to the guard. Hey, Colorado, he says. I want to go into the yard. There's less than an hour left of yard time, the CO replies. But that's okay. Noah won't need longer than that. The prison yard for A block is a large swath of concrete and dead grass, plus a full basketball court, all of it surrounded by fence and razor wire. It is unseasonably mild in late February, but most of the inmates still wear the allotted jacket and cap. Noah Walker moves into the yard with a purpose, turning in the direction of the basketball court. He is not wearing either the jacket or the cap, because he doesn't plan to be out here very long. Beyond the basketball court, on a set of low wooden bleachers, Eric Wheaton and four of his Historian brothers sit, smoking cigarettes and engaging in animated banter. They snap to attention when they see Noah Walker heading their way. For a moment, they look amused, even pleased, but the closer Noah gets, his body tensed, his fists closed tightly, the more they sense this is not a social call. Two of the biggest irons, the bodyguards, they call themselves, jump to their feet and approach Noah. They aren't looking for a fight, but they won't back down from one, either. Well, says Eric Wheaton, getting to his feet as well. How are the hands? Calls out one of the bodyguards. Noah slows. His hands are not fully healed. A couple of the tendons were damaged badly, and a couple of the fingers on his left hand do not fully close into a grip. Luckily, Noah is right-handed. Noah looks to his right, then spins left and lands his right fist on the jaw of one of the bodyguards, feeling a satisfying crunch. The other two goons with Wheaton, plus the other bodyguard, converge on Noah, but he lowers his head and plows through the center of them like a halfback running for daylight. Prepared for a fistfight, and not expecting his evasive move, the Aryan brothers are unable to stop him. No. Eric Wheaton calls out, raising his arms and trying in vain to move along the bleachers to avoid Noah's charge. Noah bears down on Wheaton and leaves his feet, tackling Wheaton in midair and knocking him over the back of the wood supports. They both fall hard to the ground, but Wheaton gets the worst of it, hitting his head with a wicked thud. Noah turns him over on his back and puts his hands on Wheaton's neck, pressing his thumbs on his throat with all his might. He hears the calls of the other irons, the roar of the other inmates enjoying the show, the whistles of the cause, the voice over the loudspeaker calling for the inmates to retreat to the far corner, like a referee moving a boxer during a 10 count. Someone knocks him off Wheaton with a force that feels like a truck. It could be an Aryan. Colby a CO. He doesn't care. Several bodies fall on top of him. He hears utter chaos around him and closes his eyes and his mind to it. He takes several hits to the back of the head, and then his hands are zip tied behind his back and he is lifted off his feet, facey down, blood dripping from his nose and mouth. He doesn't care about this, either. He doesn't care if he killed Eric Wheaton or just gave him a very, very sore throat. Either way, the ultimate result will be the same for Noah. You're going to the box, tough guy, one of the cos grunts at him. The box, officially the Special Housing Unit, solitary confinement, is a short, wide building separated from A block. The upper floors are reserved for inmates in protective custody because they are rats or because they are believed to be on the verge of violence, usually attack victims expected to retaliate when they return to General Pop. But the bottom floor is where Noah will be sent. In a prison known to house the worst of the worst criminals, the lower level of the box is for the worst of the worst of the worst, humans be designation, but closer to animals, violent predators, locked in small cells with tiny windows and low ceilings. Noah is thrown inside one of those cells, the floor sticky and reeking of urine and feces. His fellow inmates howl like hyenas and scratch and claw at their cell bars. Noah's zip ties are cut, Thecos make a hasty retreat, and the door slams him into darkness. It will come now. It won't take long. A correctional officer, probably, aligned with the Brotherhood. The saying in Sing Sing is the only difference between an inmate and a CO is the color of the uniform. But it doesn't matter to Noah. It doesn't matter if it's a shank in the mess hall or an assault in the yard, or a visit from a CO late in the night. It will come soon now. Time passes. He can't measure it, doesn't even try. But at some point, the outside door to the box opens, and then he hears footsteps. 1, 2, 3 cos, wearing full inmate extraction gear, hats and bats, they call it, helmets with face shields, heavy boots and gloves, vests, pads on their knees and elbows, thick batons. In the darkness of his cell, he can't see their faces, only their silhouettes from the light streaming in behind them. The men are as big as houses, more muscular than the Aryan bodyguards, and prepared for action. On your feet, hands backward through the bars, one of them says. You give us any trouble and we'll beat you down. He complies. He won't give them any trouble. They walk him through the open air and he lifts his face up to the stars, feeling the cool air on his skin for the last time, as he takes his final walk, waltz, they used to call it, when there was an electric chair, the walk from death row to the execution chamber. They take him through another door, walk him down a hall, footsteps echoing on the hard surface. He is disoriented, thinking of Paige, humming symphonic music fit for a waltz, ready now, however it will come. Then his feet are on carpet, a surface they have not touched for many months. He doesn't understand. He looks up at a door that says Warden's office. 2 cos see Noah and give him a smirk. Then they open the double doors, and Noah is pushed into the Warden's office. So this is how it happens. Right here in the Warden's office. Then he sees the Warden, a lean, aging black man. Standing next to him is. No. What? What is this? He says. Detective Jenna Murphy says, I'm having you transferred, Noah. We're sending you back to Suffolk County Jail, pending a post-conviction hearing. A hearing on what? You were framed, Noah, she says. And I can prove it. Quote. The courtroom is wall to wall with spectators and media, cops and prosecutors, people from the community, standing room only once again. The room is so quiet that you can actually hear that ringing sound that absolute silence produces, everyone craning forward, eagerly awaiting the next words that will come from the mouth of this witness, even the judge, peering over his glasses at the witness stand, his brow furrowed, his lips pursed. The news leaked out yesterday. CNN picked it up first, but not the details. The details are for today. For this hearing. For this moment. Detective Jenna Murphy, dressed in a blue suit, has testified for over an hour thus far, setting the table for what will come next. Noah's defense lawyer, Joshua Brody, has proceeded methodically, establishing her credentials, her minor role in the investigation, and going through a lot of technical questions and answers that the court needs to establish the authenticity of the letter found on her uncle's computer. Ultimately, the judge decided that the letter could be admitted into evidence, which paved the way for Brody to cut to the heart of this hearing. My uncle was the chief, so he could take over any crime scene he wanted, says Detective Murphy. He took over the investigation of the crime scene at 7 Ocean Drive, and he removed the bloody knife and Melanie's charm necklace before any investigators arrived. Then he controlled the search of Mr. Walker's house after his arrest. She shrugs. He could do whatever he wanted. Nobody would know. Joshua Brody nods. So you're telling us, I'm telling you that my uncle taped the knife and necklace under the heating duct and pretended to discover them there, she says. I'm telling you that my uncle planted the evidence in Noah Walker's kitchen. A release throughout the courtroom, a collective gasp. Behind him, footsteps, reporters, prohibited from using smartphones in the courtroom, rushing out to send off a text message, a tweet, a quick phone call. That courtroom exit is probably like a revolving door right now, journalists stepping out for the breaking news, then returning to hear if there's anything more. But Noah Walker won't turn back to look. His eyes are forward, on Jenna Murphy. The woman who spin kicked him in the face the first time they met, who broke into his house and fired a bolt only inches from his head the second time, who provided the crucial testimony, the testimony that led to his conviction, the third. And who now, after reading a letter from her uncle on his computer, is coming forward to stand up for Noah. There was testimony at trial, says Brody, that my client confessed to the murders of Melania Phillips and Zach Stern. Quote. Murphy nods, blinking slowly, her expression blank. If she is enjoying this, she doesn't show it. If she's conflicted, she hides that as well. Something tells Noah she's good at that, at concealing her thoughts, her feelings. That's what the chief told me, Murphy says. But it was a lie. He lied to me, and I repeated theory to the jury without realizing it was false. Another audible reaction from the spectators, another banging of the gavel from the judge. Anyanuho is unable to sit quietly, says the judge, will be removed. Noah didn't confess to Dio Cornwall, Murphy says. I talked to Dio after I found this letter on me uncle's computer. Chief James told him he would get a better sentence if he lied about Noah confessing to him, and a worse sentence if he didn't. He gave Dio information so Dio could tell a convincing lie to the prosecutors. Everything my uncle admitted to in this letter, Dio confirmed tone. I see. Brody nods. And what about Noah's so-called confession to the chief himself? It never happened. Murphy shakes her head. He lied to everyone about that. He lied to high lieutenants. He lied to prosecutors. She pauses, clears her throat, the first sign of any emotion at all from her. He lied to me, she says. A thrill courses through Noah, tears filling his eyes. He wouldn't let himself believe it. This roller coaster, this sensation of free falling through the air, this entire terrifying journey through a system with murky rules and mysterious procedures, he's never been able to trust it. Not even coming Hereto Day. He wouldn't allow his hopes to rise, only to crash to the ground again. But now it's happening. If I may ask, detective, says Brody. Why did you come forward? This man was your uncle. You could have easily brushed this aside. Jenna Murphy, eyes cast downward, shakes her head. Because it's not supposed to be like this, she says. It's supposed to be about justice, not winning. Because deep down, even my uncle understood that, which is why he wrote that letter. Noah begins to tremble uncontrollably, the tears streaming down his face. So many times he gave up hope, so often he wanted to die. He thinks of Paige, who can't be here to see this, and squeezes his eyes shut, crying harder than he ever remembers crying. His lawyer's arm comes around him, while Noah hears the voice of the prosecutor, Sebastian Akers, reminding the court that the prosecution, through Detective Murphy, brought this information to light, that the prosecutor is just as concerned with the proper administration of justice as anyone. And then someone else is talking. The judge, the Honorable Robert Barnett, known as one of the county's toughest judges. Listen, Noah, his lawyer whispers to him. Noah raises his eyes, his vision blurred by the tears, the catch in his throat leaving him speechless. Based on the material that's been submitted to the court, as well as the testimony today, says the judge, and the lack of any objection from the state, there is only one conclusion this court can reach. The defendant has been the victim of a blatant miscarriage of justice. The defendant's Article 440 motion is well taken. The judge removes his glasses and looks at Noah, pausing first, considering his next words. Mr. Walker, the state of New York owes you an apology. You have spent nearly a year of your life under this cloud. And I understand you have suffered greatly while incarcerated for a crime that, it is now clear to me, you did not commit. I only hope that you won't let this ordeal consume you with bitterness and anger, that you can find something positive out of this experience. If I could give you back the last year of your life, I would. But I can't. All I can do now is find, as a matter of law, that your convictions cannot stand. Noah, emotionally overloaded, shaking, manages to nod in response. The defendant's motion is granted, says the judge, banging the gavel. The defendant's convictions for the murders of Melanie Phillips and Zachary Stern are hereby vacated. The defendants all be discharged from custody immediately. Quote. The gate opens, and Noah Walker strides through it, looking around as if he's entering a new world. It may feel that way to him. Prison, from my experience on the other side of the bars, at least, is a universe unto itself, especially for the lifers. The loss of hope is a powerful toxin, like being dead while alive. I've sent a lot of people to Sing Sing, murderers and rapists and even some drug dealers, but here's nothing fun about doing it. If I could run the world, I'd find another way to treat most of these criminals, most of them, not all of them, But we find widespread solutions to widespread problems in this country, so we just build big prisons and stick everyone inside them and, for the most part, forget about them once they're gone. Noah stops short when his eyes come to rest on me where I'm leaning against my car. He looks different, not just the short prison haircut, which makes him look younger, but also something in his eyes, more relaxed, even refreshed. They said I had a ride, he says. That's me. He looks at me, considering. Don't look so happy, I say. He raises an eyebrow. Hey, I'm not putting a gun to your head. No, you did that once already. He has a small bag with him, things he brought into the prison. Walks over and gets into the car. I walk around to the other side and climb in. My 10-year-old Chevy isn't exactly a limousine, but it beats the hell out of a prison transport bus. Your own personal copy, I say, dropping a New York Post on his lap, the front page headline: New York owes you an apology, quoting the judge, with the text underneath: officer's emotional testimony clears, Sir for Jesus, of murder charges. Noah reads a little of the article, then exhales and gazes out the window. I didn't think your testimony was emotional, he says. I couldn't tell how you felt. That makes two of us. He looks over at me but doesn't say anything. Pure heat radiates off him, the source of which he can place. Maybe anger, aggression, bottled up rage. I kick on the air conditioning. Must be the unseasonably warm March weather. That must be it. Yeah. Not a word passes between us as I turn onto the Long Island Expressway. I focus on the road and flip through the radio channels. No kind of music seems right, so I go to talk radio, all about spring training for the Yankees and Mets. It's been so warm in New York this March, I'm not sure the Yankees even needed to travel to Tampa to practice. All the while, Noah says nothing, just stares at me. Once again, I turn the AC down, or up, whatever, I make it colder, and pull my shirt off my sticky chest. Something flutters through me, some sense of foreboding, danger, anxiety. You wanna stop staring at me? I say. Are you gonna arrest me? I look over at him, his prison haircut, high and tight, accentuating his thick neck and shoulders, concealed previously by his long hair. The beard is gone, too, but he hasn't shaved in a couple of days. You're sweating, he says. No, I'm not. My mistake. But he's still turned toward me, as if, at any moment, he might lunge at me or something. That wouldn't be a smart move for a guy who's finally tasting freedom again. But maybe he likes doing that, living on the edge, pushing his luck. Or maybe he just wants to make me nervous. We drive like that for a while. I turn up the radio, as if hearing the speculation over Mariana Rivera, will 2012 be his last year? At a higher volume will somehow shield me from Noah's stare. As we're driving through Queens, he breaks the silence. Do you expect me to thank you? No, I say. I don't need your gratitude. Good. Because you don't have it. You lied at the trial. You're the reason I got locked up to begin with. I whip the car to the right, swerving across a lane of traffic, just making the exit for Little Neck Parkway. I find a small park by Horace Harding and pull the car over. Get out, I say as I push the car door open. I walk into the park and wait for him to meet me there. He walks toward me briskly. For a moment, I think he's not going to stop, that he's going to knock right into me, or put his hands on my throat. He stops just short of me, close enough that I can see atony nick above his lip, that I can smell him, that prison smell of sweat and rage. Did you kill them? I ask. His eyes narrow and his head tilts slightly, like he doesn't get the question. You have double jeopardy now, I say. No one can ever prosecute you again for Melanie Anzac. So now it's just you and me. Did you kill them? He smiles, bemused. You gotta be kidding. You were framed, yes, but that doesn't mean you're innocent. Lang thought you were guilty. He just didn't think he could prove it. You can frame a guilty, no, he spits. I didn't kill them. My heart banging against my chest, choking my throat, my hands balling into fists, I ask my next question. What about my uncle? He shakes his head. You're unbelievable. Tell me, I say. He regards me for a moment. He takes another step forward, leaning into me so close, it's as if he's about to make a pass at me. I hold my breath and steel myself. I don't think I have double jeopardy for that murder, now do I, detective? You might as well, I say. You're a media darling. We'd look vindictive if we prosecuted you. Again. Sebastian Akers would sooner swallow his own tongue. So what's it gonna be, cowboy? His nose almost touching mine, his breath on my face, his eyes searching mine, that heat radiating off him. Okay, he says. I'll answer your question. His face moves around mine, his razor stubble against my cheek, his lips touching my ear. I didn't kill your uncle, he whispers. He draws back, turns, and walks to the car. When I arrive at work the next morning, I get a lot of stares, a lot of whispers as I pass. These days at Southampton Town Police Department, I'm about as welcome as a venereal disease. I've given the department a black eye. Oh, there are probably a few people who would admit, if pressed, that I did the right thing, that I prevented a miscarriage of justice, even if I had to tarnish the department, and the memory of a beloved chief, in the process. But most people just seem to remember that last part, that I've brought shame on the department, that I crossed the thin blue line. Chief wants to see you, says one of the assistants, passing me. More good news, my old partner, Isaac Marks, is now running the show. The town supervisor took the acting off his title 2 weeks ago, making Isaac the new, permanent chief. You might think I'd benefit from that my former partner would look kindly on me, but you'd be wrong. Isaac was at Noah Walker's house during the search, when my uncle planted the incriminating evidence, and since me testimony, Isaac has had to answer questions from reporters and the town supervisor. He's teeny-dainy wrongdoing, of course, he had no idea, he says, that Lang planted the knife and necklace, but nobody is completely convinced, so he's beginning his tenure under a dark cloud, thanks to me. He should feel lucky they gave him the job before all of this came out about Lang. If the decision were made today, he surely wouldn't have received the promotion. But when I walk into his office, Isaac doesn't look like he feels lucky. Morning, I say. Sit, Murphy. He throws something across the desk. A folder full of something, with the word Safe in School initiative across the top. I have a pretty good idea what's coming. After that school shooting in Ohio in February, he says, the school board here has been anxious to review the safety procedures for the school. Evacuation, prevention, that kind of thing. You're going to run it. You'll be reassigned to Bridgehampton School for a couple of months. It's all in the folder. I stare at the folder in my hand, dumbfounded. This is not an assignment for a veteran detective. Both of us know it. Isaac can't fire me, Because I'm too protected right now, the media would pick up on it, and it would look like exactly what it was, that the STPD was retaliating against me for coming forward with the evidence against Lang. But there are other ways to punish a rogue cop like me, the best of which is to give me shitty assignments, to bore me to death until I quit in disgust. Isaac, I say. What did you call me? His head snaps up. I'm sorry, Chief, I've been doing some looking into the murders at 7 Ocean Drive, note that they're unsolved, again. They're not unsolved. We know who killed them. We let the killer walk free, didn't we, detective? A bit of color to those plump cheeks of his. I understand, I say. Could I just tell you what I'm thinking? Tell me what you're thinking, Murphy. I can't wait. He throws up his hand, like he'd rather have a needle stuck in his eye, and leans back in his chair. Besides those murders, there's my uncle's murder. And that murder that you and I were looking at, the prostitute in the woods, impaled on the tree stump. Yeah. He scratches his neck. So. Well, all 4 of these have one thing in common, they resulted in slow, torturous deaths, I say. But especially my uncle and the prostitute in the woods. Both of them were impaled. I think that cold have meaning. I think they're connected. Noah Walker killed Zach and Melanie. He probably killed Lang, too, but now that you've gone and made Noah untouchable, you couldn't get the DA to prosecute him if God came down from heaven and declared Noah guilty. And the prostitute. Who the fuck knows who killed her? Let Sahaba worry about that. Just another hooker adios in the Hamptons, Uncle Lang had said. I don't want you investigating those murders, Isaac says. I want you at the school. Effective immediately. If you go near those cases, you'll be disciplined. That's all. He flicks his hand at me, assuring gesture. Looks like I'm going to have to eat this shit for a while. I return to my desk and start to gather my things. A woman's voice calls out to me. I turn and see a uniform, a rookie, the only female patrol officer working Bridgehampton, all of 6 weeks on the force. Haven't had the chance to introduce myself, she says. Officer Ricketts. We shake hands. Ricketts is probably in her mid-20s but looks more like she's in her mid-teens, big wondering eyes and cropped blonde hair. Nice to meet you, Ricketts. Call me Murphy. Let me know if I can ever help. Well, she says as I begin to turn away from her. Well, what? I was wondering if I could be any help to you, she says. I've heard a lot about you. I'd like the chance to work with you. I remember being that young, being green, being a woman on a male-dominated force. Being hungry. Looking for a chance to prove myself. And, actually, there is something. This would have to be on your own time, I say. Off the record. Sure, no problem, she says, not hiding her eagerness. Well, what the hell? Okay, Ricketts, I say. Get me a list of all unsolved murders on the South Shore over the last decade. Focus on victims of knife attacks, or some spearing instrument. Knife. Or spearing, she repeats, writing it down on a notepad. Stabbed, impaled, sliced, diced, whatever, I say. This guy likes to cut people. Quote. When I enter Bridgehampton School, red brick and white pillars on Main Street, Montauk Highway, if you prefer, I am directed to the school principal, a woman named Paulina Jacobi. She looks like a school principal, conservatively dressed, her grey hair neatly combed, a humorless way about her. Her office is simply decorated, with a nice view of the massive school grounds to the south. Behind her, yearbooks going back to the 70s line an entire bookcase. We spend a few minutes with small talk. They had a good relationship with the former chief. She tells me she knows I'm his niece. Pretty much everybody knows that by now. We were pleasantly surprised to hear from Chief Marks, she says. Chief Marks. It will take a long time before I'm used to hearing that. But we're always happy to hear from the STPD. There is no such thing as a school that has too much security. True, but what she's saying is, we called her, not the other way around. That isn't surprising. Isaac was trying to find the least desirable assignment he possibly could for me, without being too obvious about it. If he assigned me to parking meter duty, it would be blatantly clear that he was punishing me. A school assignment is just perfect, from his perspective. Who can be against school security in this day and age? But that doesn't change the fact that this is an assignment for a much younger cop than me. He's a devious one, Isaac, that little fuck. We've been lucky, the principal says, knocking on her wooden desk. We haven't had a school shooting for 16, well, now I guess it's 17 years. Right. That's right. The BB gun shooting in 1995, I say. I point out the window. Out there on the south grounds. She nods, looks through the window. That was Halloween. We banned costumes at the school for over a decade after that. It was Noah Walker, I say. Noah shot those kids with the BB gun. She looks at me, unsure of how to answer. Because Noah was a juvenile at the time, the criminal proceedings against him would have been sealed. The school would have been prohibited from publicly announcing his name. Well, she says, I guess it's not much of a secret, after it came out last year during his trial. Not a secret at all. But she's getting a little squirmy, so I don't push the point. Well, let me introduce you to our security personnel, she says, getting out of her chair. Is there anything else you'll need from me? Maybe just one thing, I say. Could I take a look at the school yearbook from 1995? Once I have some time alone, after meeting with the school security personnel, and once I'm shown to a small office, cramped and windowless, that probably was once a janitor's closet, I crack open the yearbook, heading to the index in the back and finding the name Walker, Noah. I flip to the page and run along the names on the right column until I come to his. Noah would have been, 12 or 13 back then. I admit to a curiosity, and maybe more than curiosity, about how a guy with a ripped physique and rugged good looks would have appeared as an adolescent. I find his name, but when I look across to the corresponding picture, there is no face staring back, just a not pictured graphic. Okay, that probably makes sense. He was suspended from school after the Halloween shooting that year, so he probably was gone by the time they were taking yearbook photos. I let out a sigh, disappointed, but then catch myself, why am I disappointed? And why am I thinking about Noah Walker's muscles? Next to the graphic for Noah, a weaselly-looking kid with straw hair parted down the middle, a skinny face, and eyes too close together. He isn't smiling or frowning, he looks confused, actually, like the invention of the camera was a revelation at that moment. But I know this guy. I look at the name on the side and square it up. This is Aiden Willis. Right. Aiden Willis, the raccoon eyes, the squirrely guy who works at the cemetery. I saw him at Milani's funeral, then again at the dive bar, when I bought him a beer and he disappeared. Small town. You forget that. The locals all grew up together, know one another. I flip to the index, then find the page for Isaac Marks. Isaac, my former partner and new boss, as white that he may be, was the same age as Noah and Aiden. In his photo, he is wearing a stern expression, like he's trying to look tough. That feels about right. Isaac, back then, probably dreamed of being important, of having the respect he probably didn't receive in school. All speculation, of course, but it fits with the kind of guy he is now, and we don't really change that much, do we? I look up. Noah, Aiden Willis, and Isaac Marks. Isaac and Noah, the same age, the same class, Aiden, 1 year older. They all would have known one another back then. A tiny school. Everyone knew everyone. I pick up my phone and dial the extension for the school principal. After a moment, they put Methra. Ms. Jacoby. Please, it's Paulina, she says. Paulina, I say. Do you have anyone on staff who was here during that school shooting in 1995? Quote. The south side of Bridgehampton School is over an acre of open grass, with a baseball diamond closer to the school and a playground next to it for the younger kids. To my right, but a healthy distance away, are the woods, a thick layer of trees providing the eastern border of the school grounds. As I move closer to the school, to my left, northwest, I see the parking lot that bends around from Main Street. Here, says Daryl Freisher, walking with me. I was right here. I didn't even know what happened at first. I mean, my first thought. I thought, like, an insect had flown into my eye or something. Dumb, right? I shake my head. There's no such thing as dumb in a situation like that. Daryl turns to me. He was 9 in 1995, which makes him 26, maybe 27 now, but these 17 years have not been kind to him, his hair receding badly, an unhealthy gut hanging over his slacks. His left eye looks odd because of the color, grayer than his other eye, which is solid blue, but otherwise there's no lingering trace of the BB injury. Okay, so let's get this exactly right, I say. Stand at exactly the same angle, the same position. He adjusts himself. It was just like this. I remember because this girl, Angela Cranert, God, haven't thought about her for a long time. Anyway, Angie was standing by the back entrance of Theshel, and I was walking toward her. I remember, the last thing I was thinking, before the BB hit me, I was trying to think of something that would make Angie laugh. He is facing directly north. If he walked straight forward from this angle, he'd eventually walk right into the school's back door. He points over by the woods. You see that little alcove there? He says. Kids used to go there to make out or smoke cigarettes. Because you were technically still on school property, but you were hidden. I nod. I see it. A tree stump, a small clearing. That's where Noah was set up. Yeah. I line it up. Noah, from his position, would have been almost directly to Daryl's right. So how did he shoot me in the left eye? Daryl laughs. Believe me, I've always asked that. They just chalked it up to the pandemonium. I mean, it was chaos. I was out of commission, basically. I was on the ground screaming. But nobody could hear me because they were all screaming, too. Nobody knew it was a BB gun, not at first. They said you must have spun around, giving him a clear shot at you. He laughs. That's exactly what they said. And I get it, I was just a punk kid, nobody believed me. I have a 7-year-old now, and the things that come out of his mouth. He shakes his head with conviction. But I'm telling you, I got hit with the BB before anybody knew what was going on. There was no screaming, no chaos, nobody scattering in different directions. I was probably the first own shot. No, he says, I was walking straight for Angie at the back door. I survey the place again. The woods, Noah's Perch, directly east, to my right. And to the northwest, the school parking lot. With a healthy row of shrubbery separating the parking lot from the south grounds. A perfect place to hide. Is this part of some investigation? Daryl asks me. Are you investigating the Halloween shooting again? No, I tell him. Nothing like that. Which is technically true. I'm not investigating the 1995 Halloween shooting per se. I'm just trying to learn more about Noah Walker, and by extension the people with whom he associated. I don't know, yet, who ran with Noah back then, back when they were preteen punks. But I do know this much, one of them was the second shooter that day. You just try to find something that interests them, says the phys ed teacher, a man named Arnie Cooper, an aging African American man. He's tall and well built, age adding a few inches to his midsection, but you can still see the remnants of an athlete, the high hurdles, from what I've heard, and what I've seen in glass cases near the gym, in framed photos on the walls. Born and raised in Bridgehampton, south of Main Street, he is quick to say, state champion in the high hurdles in 1978, a member of the US Olympic team that didn't compete in the 1980 Games in Moscow because of the US boycott. Behind us, the south grounds of the school are littered with multicolored foam archery targets. The balls are yellow, the next ring orange, then powder blue and black. Half of the fourth graders are missing the target altogether, the rubber suction-cupped arrows sailing in the air and falling harmlessly to the grass. Hard to get kids to run around and play anymore, the teacher says. They got their faces buried in those phones and contraptions. That's all I did when I was a kid. I always remember running. Her gestures to an older student out on the yard, some kind of teacher's assistant. Brendan, I'm gonna be few minutes, okay? Co-op, as he demands everyone call him, walks with a limp these days, the years of clearing hurdles and pounding his feet having taken a toll. I was running okay in my 30s, though, he tells me as we walk along the yard. And I was definitely running okay the day of the shooting. He stops and gestures toward the back door of the school. I was in the gym shooting hoops when I heard the screaming, he says. At first, it didn't mean anything to me. Just kids shouting, you know. But it did. I think it was. Hearing an adult voice. Some of the parents walked the little kids up to threshold. When I heard a parent yelling, I knew something was wrong. So I came out that door. And what did you do? I ask. Well, soon as I came out, it was all wrong. There were kids lying on the ground, there were parents covering up their kids, people were scattering like cockroaches, you know what I mean. I'm thinking, these kids have been shot. Really shot. With bullets. But there wasn't really any blood I could see, so it was confusing. He stops, puts his hands on his hips, shakes his head. Man, it had been a long time since I was that scared. So someone was pointing over by the east side of the school, and someone was saying, he went that way, and someone else was saying, he's dressed as Spider-Man, he's Spider-Man, so I started running around the side of the school toward the front, toward Main Street, looking for Spider-Man. We start following that same route, walking east and then turning north, moving along the immaculately landscaped grass and trees, toward the paved drive off Main Street. I practically ran right into the street, he says. I didn't know where he was. I follow him until we're standing just along the curb on Main Street. He gestures to his right, down the street to the east. That's where I found him, he says. Right next to Small Potato. A little shack of a nursery stand, painted red with white supports, covered in chicken wire, emphasis time of year, its quaint green sign proclaiming it the oldest farm stand in the Hamptons. I bought my Christmas tree here after Thanksgiving. Back then, they were selling pumpkins, he says. But they'd pretty much packed up by then. There wasn't anyone there. But Noah, he was sitting on a bench just past the nursery, in a Spider-Man costume with the head part removed. He wasn't moving. He was wearing headphones. He looked, I know how this sounds, but he looked like he was waiting for a bus. Well, was the rifle nearby? He raises his shoulders. I didn't see it. They found it later. He tossed it in the bushes behind him. I just told him he had to come with me, and I gripped him pretty tight and hauled him back toward Theshel, but he didn't resist me. He didn't fight. All he said was, "What did I do? What did I do?" So, I say, this kid shoots a couple dozen people with a BB air rifle, runs around to the front of the school, and sits down on a bench like he's waiting for a bus. Like nothing's wrong. Co-op shakes his head, laughs in agreement. I know. I hear what you're saying. I figure it's one of two things. I turn and face him. Either he didn't do anything wrong, he says, or he's one cold-blooded son of a bitch. The Kindwo doesn't feel anything. Who could slice someone open while he's smiling at him, and then look you in the eye and deny it? You know what I mean. I think maybe I do, I say. I drop my eyes and nod slowly. I think maybe I do. Quote. I turn off Sag Harbor Turnpike onto the gravel drive, my car crunching over the rocks. I pull up to Asmal shingled shack with a tent over the entrance and an old, beat-up wooden sign with a single word, Tasties, carved into it. The parking lot is full, and so is the restaurant, when I walk into the scent of delicious seafood. I love places like this, no frills dives, simple tables with paper tablecloths, random photos and sign changing on the walls, food served in paper trays. The menu is on a chalkboard on the wall, bothkins of clam chowder, steamers, shrimp 2 ways, scallops 2 ways, oysters on the half shell, mussels, fried clam strips, about 4 versions of lobster, and hand-cut French fries. Ricketts, the rookie cop who's off duty today, has a table for us. She's already nursing a bottle of Miller High Life. There's a second bottle on the table, either for her or for me. Either way, I decide I like this kid. Hey, rookie. I love this place, she says. Best seafood on the South Fork, and the cheapest. They haven't raised prices in a decade. She's a little looser than the first time I met her, when she was in uniform at the station. She's wearing a sweater and jeans and her short blonde hair is tousled. A man appears with a Mets cap on backward and a grey shirt. Ricketts orders the scallops, so I do the same, along with a couple of waters, and we'll split a cone of fries. Ricketts reaches down to her purse and removes a file folder. Your list of unsolved murders over the last decade on the South Shore, she says. Anything involving a knife or cutting? I nod. How many? 8, she says. 8. I reach out my hand for it. Gimme. She pauses. You are Might want to eat first. You might not have an appetite afterward. That bad, huh? Okay, fair enough. But 8. Well, I counted Melanie and Zach as unsolved. As you should. The prostitute found impaled on the tree trunk last summer, too. Definitely. Bonnie Stamos. Some images will never leave your mind, and one of them is that poor girl, her body split in half over that tree stump. And I'm including. You know, Chief James. I nod. As you should. She finishes a swig of beer. Then that's 8. She gestures around the place. You know, this ice-fairy Melanie Phillips worked. I partake of the alcoholic beverage she's offered me, because I don't want to seem rude, or make her feel lonely. Oh, you knew that. Of course you did. Sorry. Maybe I'm, relax, Ricketts. I'm hard to offend. She takes a deep breath. I was kind of nervous to meet you, actually. I saw you one other time in station, but I was intimidated, actually. By me. The beer is tasting good. You shouldn't be. We girls have to stick together. I know, but you're like this, pretty much everyone's intimidated by you. You know, coming from Manhattan, and you're smart and toughened. Well, beautiful. Most of the men don't know how to handle you. Most of them want to sleep with you, from listening to them. But they also want to see you fall on your face. That sounds about right, that last part. Keep your head down and do a good job, I say. The acclaim will come, if it's deserved. You have to prove yourself to these cavemen by your actions. Let a rest of that stuff slide, the sexist comments, all the crap. It will all fall away if you do a good job as a cop. Okay, she says, nodding compliantly like a student. Don't sleep with other cops, I say. Because then it won't matter how good you are. You'll just be the girl that fucks. She takes a deep breath. I didn't say it was fair, rookie. I'm just trying to help you avoid headaches. You'll be subjected to double standards all over the place. You'll have to be better than the men to be considered equal to them. Okay. She nods. Okay. There's a lot of good men on the force. I'm only talking about a few bad apples here. Unfortunately, some of those bad apples are the ones calling the shots. So keep your head down and work your ass off. Always have your partner's back. And call me, anytime, day or night, if you need anything. Her face lights up. Yeah. Of course. Here you go, guys. Scallops and a cone of fries. A different man, wearing a button-down shirt and blue jeans. Tall and trim, bronzed skin, a nice smile, thick brown hair swept to one side. The kind of guy your parents would want you to bring home. And I thought the scallops looked yummy. Hey, Justin, this is Jenna Murphy. Jenna, this is Justin Rivers. This is his place, Ricketts says. Here every day, he says. Great to meet you. He wipes his hand on his jeans and offers it to me, a strong grip when I shake it. Likewise, I say. So you're the guy who hasn't raised prices in a decade? Yep, yeah, that's right. He makes eye contact with me, holds it for maybe one meaningful beat longer than normal, but then breaks it off. A shy one. Not a slickster. I like the shy, awkward ones. Why do I always pick the jerks to date instead? No ring on his finger, either. A girl always looks. Well, he says, clapping his hands, nice meeting you, and enjoy your food. I will, I say as he walks away. I will. I know, right? Ricketts laughs. Now you know why it's my favorite place. The scallops are the best I've ever had, cooked just perfectly, a touch of butter and lemon but not overplaying it, letting the seafood speak for itself. The fries are nicely seasoned and the creamy garlic sauce accompanying them is enough to make me change religions. We top it all off with a second round of beer, but I'll stop there. Okay, I say, now that we've gotten a peek at the hunky owner of this place, I've dispensed my advice, and I've had some of the best seafood I've ever eaten. Now it's time to ruin my appetite. It will, she says. It definitely will. Quote. Okay, here. Ricketts removes a piece of paper from her file folder. 8 victims over the last decade. All unsolved. I know about the ones last year, summer of 2011, I say. Zach and Melanie, Bonnie Starmoss, my uncle. Let's start with the older ones, before I came here. Good, she says. That's what I did. Dede Paris, I say, reading the first name. Last seen May 9, 2007. The first 2 go together, says Ricketts. Dede Paris and Annie Church. Yale sophomores. May 9th was when they left New Haven that summer. They lied to their friends and family about how they were spending their summer. They came here to the Hamptons. That was discovered later, through cell phone records and then their car, which was ultimately found in Montauk after a lengthy search. She removes 2 photos from her file folder and hands them to me. Dede is the blonde, Annie the brunette. Dede's photograph is from a volleyball game. She's tall and athletic, with blonde hair cropped tight against her head. The photo of Annie is a school photo, probably from high school, a bright smile and warm eyes, her hair past her shoulders, reddish-brown. So they were killed in Montauk? I ask. Ricketts shrugs. Nobody knows. That's where their car was found. Their bodies were never found. Or, I should say, most of their bodies was never found. I look at the document she typed, organized and professional. Her finger, I say, reading her one-line summary for Dede. Yeah, they found one of Dede's fingers in the woods near Montauk, 2 years after Thea disappeared. We always assumed foul play but didn't know it until somebody's dog found the finger. Then they got a DNA match. So they were killed in 2007, and a single finger was found in 2009. 2 years, and nobody found it. Well, that's possible, sure, but... Tell me about the finger, I say. Was it decomposed? Was there anything distinctive about it? No and yes. She opens her folder again and shows me a photograph of the finger. Not decomposed much at all, well preserved, with a ring on it, a class ring from Santa Monica High School, if I'm reading that right. Okay, I say, handing her back the photo. She slides it into her folder. So after that, we have the third one. Brittany Halstead, I say. July 2008. Prostitute, says Ricketts. She hands me another photo. A mug shot. Oh, she's young, not more than 18 or 19 in this photo. She is thin, blonde, attractive but with a beat-up look about her that most working girls have. She used the name Barbie on the street, says Ricketts. Last seen alive getting on the back of a motorcycle outside a nightclub in Shirley. She told her friends she was going to be gone for the night. The whole night. Smart of him. Nobody would be expecting her back. It would give the offender some time before anyone would be looking for her. Last seen alive, I say. So they found her. They found Brittany. She hands me another photograph. A couple of miles down Sunrise Highway from where she was picked up on the motorcycle. She is lying facey down in a bed of leaves, her head turned toward the camera, her eyes shut. She has the ghostly mannequin look of a corpse dead for at least a couple of days. A pool of blood surrounds the lower half of her body. This photo doesn't show it, says Ricketts. But he carved her up. He disemboweled her. Theme thought he used a corkscrew. Oh, God, a corkscrew. I say, as if there were a nice way of disemboweling someone. I look at the remainder of the sheet. So then, in 2010, we have Sally Feaster. And then we move up to 2011, to Melanie and Zach, Bonnie Stamos, and my uncle. That's interesting. Why's that interesting? I look at Ricketts, who is watching me carefully. She's a pup, looking to learn a thing or two, so you explain my thoughts. We don't know if this is the same offender, I say. But if it is, look at the timing. He kills in 2007. Then, in 2008, he kills again. Then he doesn't kill again until 2010, with Sally Feaster. So, what does that mean? He didn't do anything in 2009. Well, he did do something in 2009, I correct. He planted Dede Paris's finger for us to find. Clearly, he preserved the finger, or it would have been badly decomposed. And just in case we had trouble identifying it, he made sure her high school class ring was on it. He might as well have posted a sign saying, "Look, everyone, this is Dede's finger." He wanted us to know, she says. Why? Ricketts sits quietly, her eyes moving around the room, her mental machinery fully in gear. He was struggling, I say. He didn't want to kill anybody else. But you know what else was bothering him? What? He wasn't getting any attention, I say. She draws back. Attention. You think he wants to get caught? Oh, no, this guy does not want to get caught. Quite the opposite, this guy gets off on the thrill of getting away with it. Of doing something so terrible and walking away scot-free. I'm sure the stories about Annie and Dede were all over the South Shore papers in 2007. 2 Yale undergrads go missing. It was probably huge news on the South Shore. And the murder of the prostitute in 2008. Well, not as big, but still a gruesome murder, right? So once again, he's getting attention, he's reminded of how powerful he is. Big, newsworthy crimes, crimes that he committed, and he's reading about them in his bathrobe with a cup of coffee. But his conscience was bothering him, she says. Right. I point to her. So in 2009, he's struggling. He doesn't want to kill again. But he needs the adulation, the feeling of power. So what does he do? Quote. He reminds everyone of what he did in 2007. Exactly. He plants Dede's finger with the class ring, and voila. There were probably a ton of stories, all over again, this time assuming the Yale students are dead, how tragic, how horrible, how mystified the police are, and how powerful he is. How powerful and impressive he is. I sweep a hand. He gets the thrill of it without the bloodshed or the risk. That's fascinating, she says, leaning her head on one hand. How your mind works. I wave it off. I could be all wrong. Might not even be the same person. Her eyebrow rises slightly. Well, it makes sense to me. Especially when you see what he did totally Feaster in 2010. Quote. Book IVTHE Hamptons, 2010. He is cold, though the sun beats down on him at this beach cafe, the temperature nearing 90 degrees. He has to piss, though he just went 20 minutes ago. His stomach churns like rusty grinding gears, though he's just eaten. He sees her through his sunglasses, basking in the white bright sunlight, a bronzed, lithe body, the backpack over both shoulders, a white tank top and denim shorts, sunglasses perched atop her white blonde hair, as she takes a photo of herself on her smartphone with the Atlantic Ocean in the background. He watched her as she ate at this very cafe, vegetables and hummus, a glass of Chardonnay, and texted on her smartphone, and told the waitress what she's doing this summer, and go a recommendation for a good beach to crash on tonight. She and the server even talked music briefly. She likes the modern pop stuff but prefers classical, cello music mostly, of course Yo-Yo Ma do pray, but also a newer crop, like Elisa Weilerstein, whoever that is. He likes the name Elisa. It would be cool to have a girlfriend named Elisa. He wrote down everything she said. The beach where she will sleep, her musical preferences. And this, too, Sally. She told the waitress her name was Sally. Not quite as exciting a name as Elisa. He reaches for the check the waitress has left and notices the tremble in his hand. His fingernail shoot down to the point of bloodiness. He shouldn't chew his nails. He knows that. His mother would say it makes him look unrefined. But he's got lots of refinement. Is that a word? He'll look it up later. He feels the pressure building in his bladder, a dam on the verge of bursting. Sally is exiting the beach now, walking up onto the asphalt parking lot, her hands gripping the shoulder straps of the backpack. The muscles in her legs straining, well defined. Her arms are hard, too, long thin slivers of muscle. But his favorite part is the backpack. It means she's passing through. Not a native. A loner. No friend or spouse or lover expecting her home tonight. Holden is smart. Maybe not school smart. But he isn't dumb. And he knows his history well, a peasant, any peasant will do, and better still a stranger, whosoever shall not be missed is welcome in my chamber. He walks over to his motorcycle and throws on his helmet but keeps the shield up. Climbs onto the bike. Looks over at Sally as she passes. Nods to her. Too nervous to speak, though. And probably best that he doesn't. His voice might shake. He's still a little nervous. A little rusty. He drives off, lets time pass, the sun disappearing in a burst of color to the west. He uses his secret entrance into 7 Ocean Drive, the one specially for him. The one he used when Nini and Dede were staying there. The one he uses when he wants to sleep there himself, which heados from time to time. It's his house, after all. Even if nobody else knows it. Once he's inside, down in the basement, he drops his fun bag and gets to work. He lays down the tarp, tests the chain's connection to the ceiling, locks and unlocks the handcuffs. Tonight he's going to feast on duck and pheasant, on grapes and cheese. And then he's going to find the girl named Sally and bring her back to the chamber. Sally Pfiester stretches her legs in the cushy sand and rests her head against her soft pack, water crashing to the shore only 10 yards away. She looks up into a purple sky and lets out a satisfied breath. This is just what she needed, this summer. After a soul-killing desk job for 2 years and a ridiculous decision to accept the marriage proposal, she was starting down a road from which she would not be able to turn aside. Oh, he was a nice enough guy, and he had a terrific smile, a good sense of humor, but he didn't ignite that pilot light inside her. Isn't life supposed to be exciting? Aren't you supposed to love, not merely tolerate, your job? Aren't you supposed to commit to a man not because it's time, or because you want kids, or because he'd be a good provider, but because he makes your heart go pitter-pat? Of course. Yes to all of that. It seems so obvious now. It didn't when she was stuck in that rut, like a hamster on a wheel. But once she opened her eyes and broke off the engagement, quit her shitty job and gathered up her savings for a year of travel, it revealed itself to her so clearly. She wants to explore. She wants to meet people and experience new things. She wants a man who's adventurous, non-judgmental, not materialistic. She wants a man who is patient and at ease with himself. She wants a man who transports her to a world she's never known. Or fuck it, she'll do without a man altogether. The decision to travel alone, deemed by her mother insane, by her envious friends awesome, was the best she could have made. She's only 9 weeks in thus far, traveling the beaches of Long Island this summer by foot before heading to the West Coast and then Europe, but she's learned so much about herself, about what she wants and needs and expects from life. And damn, all this walking has restored her triathlon physique from 2 years ago. She feels like herself again. She's reaching for her smartphone, because solitude has its limits. She still posts regularly on Facebook and texts with her friends. When she sees something out of the corner of her eye, a figure emerging from the ocean in a wetsuit, the glow of moonlight on him. She's a night swimmer, too, but it's a bit chilly this evening, so she took a pass. The man trudges up the beach in her general direction, but then stops. For the first time, she notices that he's staked out a spot on the beach just like her, about 20 yards to her left. There aren't that many people sleeping on the beach tonight, but then again, she chose this remote beach for that very reason. A light comes on by the man's spot, a flashlight. No, a battery-charged lantern, and he seems to be settling in for the night. She watches him for a time and then returns her gaze to the sky. Sometimes she likes company and seeks it out, hangs out at bonfires, shares a bottle of wine or a joint, but other nights, like this, she prefers the quiet of her own company. It's her choice. That's the best part. It's her decision entirely. And then, faint at first, and then her hearing adjusts to it, over the sound of rolling waves, music. The soft whine, the dramatic upward lilt to the impossibly high notes, so sweet and despairing. Cello music, she thinks. He's listening to cello music. He can see why Sally likes this music. It's really good. It can be really loud and it can be really quiet, really fast and really slow. It can be violent. It can be chaotic. And it can be like a lullaby, almost. It makes him feel happy and sad within the same song, except they don't call it a song, they call it a concerto. He already knew that. He knew they were called concertos before he looked up the cello stuff this afternoon. This music can do one other thing, too, at least tonight. It can get Sally's attention, up the beach a ways. Excuse me. He pretends to be startled at Sally's voice. It's actually not that hard to pretend, because he's nervous, anyway. So it kinda works double like that. Sorry to bother you. Is this Wallerstein? Oh, is the music too loud? No, not at all, sorry. No, I love this music. You're a fan. Yeah. He shrugs. I don't know much about it. I just like it. See, he planned this out. He knew that if he pretended like he knew all sorts of stuff about Thiesello, she'd ask him questions he couldn't answer. That's an example that he's maybe not so smart in shul, but smart in planning stuff. She laughs. That's all you need to know. People get so caught up in all the pretentious bullshit. Yeah. It's just so. He leans forward. Like you feel happy and sad at the same time, kinda. I totally know what you mean. It can be so emotional, right? He can hardly see Sally's face as she stands over him, but he can smell her. Fruit. She smells like fruit. I have wine, he says. If you. Yeah, I mean. If that's cool. Okay, yeah. Still nervous. But that's okay, because it makes him seem harmless to her. She sits down next to him on the blanket he's laid out, next to the fun bag with the wine bottle sticking out. Through the speaker on his iPod, the cellist bursts out of a lull with a crisp flourish. Holden pours some wine into a plastic glass and hands it to Sally. It's not fancy or anything, Hezzy's. No, that's cool, whatever. He hopes she doesn't notice his fingernails, all chewed up. But it's dark. They listen to the music. The smell of the ocean, the gentle rush of the waves, the berry scent of Sally's shampoo. Now, this is paradise, Sally says. I mean, what's better than listening to music like this with waves crashing out here, the stars in the sky, and a glass of wine? The wind kicks up, plays with Sally's hair. She has on a sweatshirt, but her legs are bare. Heckensider's offering her a blanket, but better to stay low-key. One concerto ends, Sally making a comment about the fluidity of the cellist's bow strokes, and before long she has drained her glass. That should be enough. I'm Sally, by the way. Holden, he says. She looks over at him. That's a nice name. Unique. Like the catch, oh. Oh, wow. She puts her hand on her chest, sits upright. A new concerto. The cellist hits a climax early on, joined by other strings and some percussion. I think something. Sally lets out a low moan. He lifts his face to the sky, feels the gentle breeze. I think it's time, he says. I feel funny. Sally lets out a moan. She tries to push herself up, but it's like the signals aren't reaching her limbs. She can't make her arms or legs work. I finally get it, he says. Warmth spreads through him, like a cup of hot cocoa. There is a monster inside me. It can sleep for days, for months. But it will never go away. Help. Help me. Sally turns to him, her face tight with fear, her eyes searching his. He watches her face closely, the trembling lips, the wide eyes, the flaring nostrils, pure horror. So pure. So real. She's losing her motor functions. She can't move her arms or legs anymore. She'll have trouble speaking, too. But she can still breathe. Place please. Just a whisper now. Her arms give out and she falls prone on the blanket, the music dropping to a low point. Lots of highs and lows with this cello music. Like a roller coaster. Like his stomach feels sometimes. Her lips are quivering and her eyes move frantically about. That's going to be the extent of her physical movements until the drug wears off. By then, it will be too late. He puts himself over her, lowers his face to hers. Don't be afraid, he whispers, his voice feeling stronger now. You can't move, but you'll still feel. Her trembling lips try to form a word. You'll feel everything, he says. He rests his cheek against the concrete wall, sniffing the faint smell of bleach. The chamber is all concrete, floor, walls, ceiling. The acoustics are poor and the lighting is dim. There is no electricity in here and zero sunlight, so he makes do with 3 kerosene lanterns he has placed strategically. The effect is haunting, the light constantly changing as the small torches flicker inside their containers. Is this what it used to look like? He imagines it is. The walls were probably padded in some way back then, and of course there were a cage and a long chain, but otherwise, this seems right. Let me go, mister. I promise I won't say anything. Sally, straining in a backward position, suspended in the air like a roasting pig over a fire. Her back arched painfully, her hands cuffed behind her back, her legs bound together likewise, then hands and feet joined together by yet a third set of cuffs, attached to the chain that loops through a hook in the ceiling and runs to the crank attached to the wall. A crude pulley system. Not so crude, really, in fact quite well constructed and in fair working order, despite decades of non-use. They didn't make them like they used to. The metal pole, built into the floor, protruding upward 5 feet with a steel tip, only 2 or 3 feet below Sally's straining, suspended body, lined up almost precisely with the lowest point of her body, near her belly button, her intestines, allowing gravity to do its work when the time comes. He turns the crank 1 full rotation. Sally's body free falls downward a foot or so, the chain shaking but holding. Her head bobs from the impact, but her body hardly moves, bound up as tightly as it is. She lets out a squeal, more animal than human. He walks over to her to measure things up, her terrified eyes, in the flickering light, like something primeval. She is so beautiful. Fear is so raw, so pure. She tries to wiggle free. Admirable, but useless. She is basically hog-tied in midair, and even if she was somehow able to free herself of the various steel handcuffs, to pull a stunt beyond Evan Houdini, it would only mean a quicker and more violent death on the spear. Maybe that's what she wants now. Maybe she's given up. Dede and Annie didn't. They fought. The prostitute, Barbie, though, she gave up. That was the best, watching her eyes surrender all hope, waiting, praying for the end to come. He touches Sally's face and she snaps her head away violently. That wasn't very nice. Let me down from here, mister, please. I have money. He can't let her go. He realizes that now. I can no longer resist it, any more than I can resist my very existence. Shaken, he returns to the wall and grabs hold of the crank. There is a monster inside me. It can sleep for days, for months. He turns the crank another full rotation. But it will never go away. It will feast on me, prey on me, until the day I die. Book VBRIDGEHAMPTON, 2012. You shouldn't be doing this, I say as I walk along the side of the road down Ocean Drive toward the Atlantic, the wind calm and the sun beating down on us. Roger that, says Ricketts, my rookie companion. I'm a dead-ender, I tell her. You know what that is. I think so. Your career's hit a wall. Roger that. Without realizing it, I find that my stride has slowed as I near the end of the road, as he approached 7 Ocean Drive. Point being, I've got nothing to lose, I explain. She's going to stick me in one dead end after another until I quit. So I figure I might as well solve a crime or two in my free time. But you, Ricketts. You've got a whole career ahead of you. Ricketts is wearing a Red Sox t-shirt with running shorts and Nikes. She has the same build as me, lean and hard, but she gets it from genetics, not from working out like I do. Dad always said I had an attitude problem. The Red Sox shirt being one example, I note. I feel my heartbeat escalate, a banging drum against my chest. My breathing tightens up as well. Are you okay, Murphy? I stop and take a breath. Something about this damn house, every time I get close to it. Like my nightmares, only while awake. Put claustrophobia and panic in a bowl and stir for 2 minutes. I'm fine. Let's go. I trudge forward on shaky legs, not eager to share my sob story of scaradreams and panic attacks with the rookie. Why are we going to the house? She asks me, a welcome question, allowing me to focus on the case, and not on this feeling overcoming me. The hooker, Brittany Halstead, I say. He stuck a corkscrew so far inside her it almost came out the other side. Sally Feaster, that backpacker. He used some kind of spear and drove it almost all the way through her midsection, right. And somehow managed to drain all the blood out of her body, Ricketts says. By the time they found her on an East Hampton beach, she was white as a bedsheet. Right. And last year, the other prostitute, Bonnie Stamos, impaled on a tree stump. And then my Uncle Lang. I can't bring myself to finish the sentence, but she gets it. The killer drove a heated poker through Lang's kidney and into the kitchen floor. He likes to do more than just cut them, says Ricketts. He likes to stick it in deep. You think, mate, this is a sexual thing with him? We stop at the grand wrought iron gates of 7 Ocean Drive. All at once, it's like the temperature has been turned up, the loss of breath, the pressure on my chest. I close my eyes and take a deep breath. Jesus, Murphy, are you having a heart attack or something? Something. I shake it off, slide between the gates, and look back at her through the bars. Nobody invited us here, I say. And we're cops. Right, she says. As in, we're not supposed to do this. Roger that. You can turn back now, Ricketts. I could. You should turn back now. I probably should. She slips through the small space between the gates, joining me on the other side. But I'm not. I'm going where you're going. Tell me why we're at the murder house. I nod, take another breath, and move up the driveway until it curves off toward the carriage house up the hill. At that point, I take the stone path that, after a healthy hike, will lead to the front door of this grandiose monstrosity of a house. This place always gives me the creeps, says Ricketts. It's like a multi-headed monster. All the different color limestone, the different roof lines, all those gargoyles and ornamental spears pointed up at the sky. Yeah, it's a real fun place. I divert from the stone path onto the enormous expanse of grass before the slope upward toward the mansion. I stop at the stone fountain with the monument bearing family crest and inscription. This is why we're here, I say. Because of a fountain. I point at the small stone tablet, the crest featuring the bird with the hooked beak and long tail feather, the circle of tiny daggers surrounding it. That, I say. That fucking bird. She doesn't get the context. She doesn't know that this miserable little winged creature has been haunting my dreams. Looks like an ordinary bird, she says, moving closer. An ugly one. But it looks harmless. Why would you have a little bird like this on your family crest? You'd think it would be a falcon or an eagle or some scary, majestic bird. I've spent the last 2 days researching that animal, trying to identify it among hundreds of species birds in a catalogue. When I matched it up, some things started to make more sense. It's a shrike, I say. A small bird, yes. No large talons, no great wingspan. Not what you'd think of as a bird of prey. You're right, it looks harmless. But guess how it kills its food? Ricketts looks upward, thinking. I'm going to use my powers of deductive reasoning and say. It spears them somehow. Close, I say. It impales them. She draws back. Really? Really? It scoops up insects, rodents, whatever, and carries them to the nearest sharp point, a thorn, the spikes of a barbed wire fence, whatever it can find, and shish kebabs them. Then it tears at them with that hook beak. Ricketts slowly nods. Most of our victims suffered some version of impalement. I wag my finger at that monument, the crest and the shrike. This isn't a coincidence. Our psychopath has a real hard-on for this family, maybe for this house, I say. So I want you to find out everything you can about 7 Ocean Drive. And this note under the crest, Cecilia, oh Cecilia, life was disguised, find out what that means, too. I will, she says, not hiding her excitement. Right away. Great. Now it's time for you to go home, Ricketts. Why? What are you gonna do? I nod toward the house. I'm going inside. I'll come with you. Number. I shake my head. Walking into the yard is one thing. Breaking into the house is another. I don't want to be responsible for you. I'll take my chances. Get lost, that's an order, I say. Besides, you have a lot of work to do. Quote. I hold my breath and push open the front door. When I walk in, I immediately feel a weight pressing down on me, my movements slowing, an impossible wave of heat spreading through me. Fight through it. You have work to do. So do it. I stagger forward, feeling disoriented, lightheaded, as if drugged. So hot, like a fireplace inside my chest. The dramatic Old Testament frescoes on the ceiling. The gold-framed portraits of men in formal 18th century dress, mocking me. Feeling my oxygen depleting, taking shallow breaths and keeping my chin up, my wits about me, as childish cackling and taunting echo through my ears. Please, don't make me go there please, don't do thisy wanna go home anteroom angling sideways, the lighting in front of me spotty, but I'm not turning back, there's got to be something here and I'm going to find it, into the foyer, the staircase to the second floor before me, a parlor of some kind to my right, antique furniture and custom molding and chandeliers, an ornate fireplace. I turn toward the parlor but can't move toward it, as if a gravitational pull is drawing me in the opposite direction, and suddenly I'm staggering to my left instead, nearly losing my balance, the dining room. Elaborate carvings on the walls, tall windows with fancy trim, a chandelier hanging over a pentagonal oak table with high-backed chairs. I reach for one of the chairs and grip it as if holding on for my life. I can't do this, I whisper, the childish taunts still banging between my ears, drowning out of my own voice. I need to be here, but I can't be here. I push myself off the chair and start across the dining room, headed toward what must be the kitchen, my nerves scattered about, my vision unfocused, oxygen coming as if I'm taking breaths through a straw. I draw my sidearm, for no reason that makes sense. Get out of Herestay and investigator me legs finally give out, and I fall to my knees as if in prayer. Let me God and make me do this, someone please help me, let me out of here. Put my hand on the windowsill for support, push myself up with my free hand, my Glock held forward with the other hand, trembling. Then I look down. On the windowsill, jagged letters carved into the wood. DP classic black spots before my eyes, my body turning, my legs like gelatin, moving in slow motion, like my feet are wading through thick sand. I can't breathe, I can't breathe. Let me out of here, bam bam bam, let me out of here, bam bam bam. Tay ornate pattern tile floor, then my hand on the door, pushing it, why won't it? Then turning the handle and pulling, fresh air on my face, sunlight. I take a deep, greedy breath of fresh air and slam the door behind me. I fall to a knee on the porch and gather myself. I don't know what just happened, why it always happens, why I'm having these dreams, why it all seems to be getting worse, and suddenly tears are falling off my cheeks, my body is trembling uncontrollably, my breath seizing, and I don't understand any of this. I don't know why something inside me seems to be breaking and I don't know how to stop it. I only know one thing I didn't know before. They were here, I say to nobody. Dede Paris and Annie Church were in this house. The motorcycle takes a left off the turnpike onto the gravel drive, and I keep driving north, but first chance I get, I turn left into a side street, do a quick U-turn, and head south. I pull into the parking lot a few minutes later, my car bouncing over the uneven gravel. When I push the door open and walk into Tasty's, Noah Walker is at a corner table, just getting started on a beer. He's halfway to raising the bottle to his lips when he sees me. I see the hunky, clean-cut owner, Justin Rivers, behind the counter. He gives me a soldier's salute, kind of dorky, he's a looker but sort of a nerd, and I nod back. If it isn't Bridgehampton's finest, Noah says, taking a swig as I approach. He wears the grunge look well, t-shirt, cargo shorts, and sandals. Since his hair was cut tight while he was at Sing Sing, he looks less like Matthew McConaughey and more like a muscle-head weightlifter. A thick vein runs along his rippled biceps as he lowers the beer bottle to the table. Not that I'm looking at his rippled biceps. I stand near his table in the near-empty shack of a restaurant, hands on my hips. You know something, Walker, I can't decide if you're the smartest criminal I've ever met, or a guy with a lot of really bad luck. He sets down the bottle and finishes his swallow. Good evening to you, too, detective. I look around the place. Only 2 other customers this time of night, past the dinner rush, and they're at the other end of the shack. I drop 2 photographs on the table, next to his beer. You know those women. Noah looks at the photos casually at first, then with what looks to me like a glint of recognition in his eyes, and he lifts the photos, peering at them. His eyes drift off them, like he's recalling something. After a long moment, he looks at me. Why? It's a simple question, Noah. If you have nothing to hide, why shouldn't matter? They look familiar, but I don't know why. He drops the photos back on the table. Okay. You've worked for years at 7 Ocean Drive, I say. He shakes his head, amused. That house again. Yeah, I think everyone in the world knows by now that I did work on that house. Those 2 girls, I say, were staying in that house in 2007. They went missing afterward. They were Yale undergrads who came to the Hamptons and were never seen again. Nobody was ever looking for them in Bridgehampton, and definitely not in that house. But now we know they were there. So that's 2 couples who stayed in that house, 2 couples dead, so now you're accusing me of that, too. He gets up from his chair, kicking it back violently. You know something, detective? I can't figure you out, either. First you ruined my life by lying on the witness stand and sending me to prison. Then you tell the judge I was framed, and I start to think you may be a human being. And now you're back accusing me of everything that's ever happened in this town. I mean, I can't even have dinner. I narrow my eyes, appraising him. The same red as always, I'm not getting killer from his vibe. I'm not sure what I'm getting. He keeps his eyes on me, challenging me, a twinkle of a dare in his eyes. The smell of his sweet coming off him. There's a lot of coincidences involving you, Noah. I back away from the table. But for now, I'll leave you to your dinner. The other diners in the restaurant, getting a good eyeful, return to their meals as I pass them. I wave to Justin on my way out. Hey, Noah says as I'm ready to push through the door. I turn, and he's walking up to me. He looks me over, works his unshaven jaw. Heat across my chest. Let me ask you something, he says. You're an experienced cop, right? You've stared down all sorts of bad people, cold-blooded killers. I've seen my share. Do I really seem like a killer to you? He opens his arms, as if to give me a clear view. The thick scarring on his palms, from the crucifixion at Sing Sing. That's been my problem all along. Even when certain evidence points to him, when the facts line up against him, every time I look him in the eye, I just don't see it. There is anger behind his eyes, and he's lived rough, no doubt. But is there rage? The capacity for horrific sadism. That mental switch that flips on and allows him to turn into a monster. I tell him the truth. I say, I'm not sure. Quote. Midnight. The temperature fallen to the low 50s, the wind coming hard off the ocean, less than a mile to the south, carrying some hint of the rain that just stopped an hour ago, with me unprepared in me short sleeves. I left the bar in a fog, not drunk exactly, not on alcohol at least, my emotion swirling, my thoughts consumed by the murders, by Uncle Lang, by my shipwreck of a life, and somehow instead of driving home I found myself at the cemetery on Main Street. The lighting from the street is dim, casting the cemetery in almost complete darkness. I can't have read the tombstone, but I know it, of course, by heart. Langdon Travis James, it reads. He kept us safe. That's what he told Chloe he wanted said about him, when it was all over, that he devoted his life to protecting people. And he did. Sure, he cut summer corners with the Ocean Drive murders, but he thought Noah was his guy, he thought he was framing a killer whom he otherwise couldn't catch. Wrong methods, but right reasons. And I, of all people, exposed him. I didn't have a choice. I hope he knows that. Aunt Chloe promised me that he does, wherever he is now. Aunt Chloe, whose blank tombstone rests next to Lang's. He bought these tombstones early in their marriage, Chloe said, so they'd be together forever. He was broken when she left him. She surely had her reasons, but he lost the love of his life. He was never the same person again. My mother was never the same after my father and Ryan died in that car accident, either. Losing your soulmate, by death or divorce, is it better than never having one in first place? Better to have loved and lost, as they say, than never to have loved at all. I dropped to my haunches, suddenly exhausted. Chloe's right. I have to leave this place. It's doing something to me. But that means I'll have to give up being a cop. Nobody will give me anotherkins. The job's my love, probably the only one I'll ever have. But I'll have to leave. I don't think I can survive many more of these night terrors, these panic attacks or whatever they are. But first things first. I'm not leaving, I say to Langstone, until I figure out who killed you. The winds die down. A noise. A shuffling movement. I get to my feet and spin around. I look south into darkness, my eyes not fully adjusted. A beam of light, 20 yards away, a small yellow circle on the ground. I draw my sidearm. Who's there? I call out. The light swings in my direction until it passes across my face, then returning to me, blinding me. Town police. I call out, shutting my eyes. The light on my face disappears. I open my eyes, unable to see much of anything from the overload to my retinas. I squint and drop low. Identify yourself. I yell. I hear something, feet adjusting in wet grass, think maybe I see a figure moving. The flashlight beam has disappeared, nothing but spotty darkness. I break into a run, the gun at my side, my eyes still off kilter after the blinding light, dodging tombstones as best I can. As I race farther south, some faint light off the side street helps me navigate. The figure up ahead, in a full-out sprint. Stop. Town police. I pick up my pace, feeling like I'm closing the gap, a faint mist hitting my face, but it's not far from the street, and then the woods, plenty of places to hide. I'm running full speed, but I'm running out of time. I fire a round into the earth, the gunshots echo piercing, and the sloshing sound of feet running on wet grass suddenly stops. Don't move. Town police. I shuffle forward, both hands on the gun trained ahead of me, though I can't really make out the figure yet. Hands out where I can see them. I order, as if I could possibly see them. As I get closer and my eyes readjust, I make him. He has turned to face me. His arms are extended upward. A mousy face, hair jutting out from beneath a baseball cap flipped backward. Who are you? I ask, but I think I know the answer. Who are you? He says. Detective Murphy, STPD. Tell me who you are, and don't move. Aidan Willis. I shuffle toward him, closing the gap, less than 10 yards away. The wind picks a lousy time to kick back up, carrying mist and some stray leaves. You in the habit of running from cops, Aidan? I didn't know you were a cop. I announced myself. Moving closer still. Gun still held high. Adrenaline still pumping. So, how do I know it's true? A fair point, I guess. This time of night, in a cemetery. Where's that flashlight? I ask. In my hand. Shine it under your chin, I say. And move slowly, Aidan. Don't make a cop with a gun of us. He complies. The light goes on, and there he is, illuminated by a haunting, ghost story around the campfire light under his face, those raccoon eyes that constantly flitter about. What are you doing here, Aidan? Moving closer, under 5 yards now. What are you doing here? Hey, pal, you wanna stop asking me the same question I ask you? I work here. True enough, that. Isaac told me he did maintenance here. You're working at midnight, are you? It rained. We got an open site for burial tomorrow. Sometimes the rain messes it up. I'm just checking. Quote. Who's getting buried? How should I know? I feel my adrenaline decelerating. You scared the shit out of me, I say. You scared the shit out of me. What's with this guy repeating everything I say? But I have no basis to detain him, and now that my heart has stopped racing, and the wind's finding its way under my shirt and licking my sweat-covered face and neck, I'm reminded how freaking cold it is out here. I remember you now, he mumbles, or at least that's what I think he said. What? Did he say he remembers me? He double blinks. Can I go now? I let out a breath. Yeah. The light goes off under Aiden's face, bathing him in darkness again.